Whoa! Shit. Once more, let's just try. We go, whoa! Can we have a round of applause for the rabble, bunch of shit? We'll see what you're doing. Oh, I want stone. Whoa! Stone, yeah! Oh, the water's getting deep. Make me smile. And I can't swim because it's dirty, dirty water. Many's the time I've asked you to say, why do you feel so bad day to day? Emily, could it be your own? It puts yourself alone. I say it's not, yes, you make yourself a man and got yourself a deeper water. Why do you think it's all wrong for you? Maybe it's in some things that you do. Baby, it's alright, go let you stay out every night. If I could change your mind, I'd bring you back in line to do the things you really oughta. Oh, say, the water's getting deep, and I can't swim. If I could, then I'd come in. Oh, the water's getting deep, and I can't swim because it's dirty, dirty water. Oh, why do you think it's all wrong for you? Maybe it's in some things that you do. Maybe it's alright to stay out every night. If I could change your mind, I'd bring you back in line to do the things you really oughta. Oh, the water's getting deep, and I can't swim. If I could, then I'd come in. Oh, the water's getting deep, and I can't swim because it's dirty, dirty water. Oh, the water's getting deep.
This is London Weekend Television. It's just coming up to 16 minutes past 12. Time to join Dickie Davis in the studio for World of Sport.
afternoon and a warm welcome to a 5-hour sporting package that, as you've just heard, is full of action and variety.
Postbag, another request from a race here at Doncaster, and an extraordinary one it is too. Mr. R. Cox from Burnt Oak in Edgware asks, could you please show the race in which the winner was at one stage at least 3 furlongs behind? Well, this is the one we think you mean, Mr. Cox. The horse concerned is Run Over, ridden by the now retired Ridley Lamb. I'm not sure about 3 furlongs, but he was certainly a long way adrift as they turned for home. Now, for those of you who haven't seen this before, you'll hardly believe your eyes. And when I tell you that Run Over is going to win very easily, you're probably wondering about your hearing too. It was quite astonishing. New commentator, John Penny.
They have 2 flights still to go as they run now towards the second last. It's Elgem, the leader, from Faithful Don and Havenwood. Grockle still in with a chance on the far side. So too is Hagen Queen. They're running now towards the second last, and as they do so, it's Elgem, still the fractional leader, from Fit for a King right there in contention. Faithful Don now goes on, and so they're inside the final quarter mile. Brian Riley on Faithful Don now in the lead, being challenged on the far side for Fit for a Queen. Grockle hard, trying to put hard in the case there as they come now towards the final flight. It's Faithful Don now just holding off the advantage attack, but Run Over has come from absolutely nowhere, has come right up to join them. He really dropped his bit, but Run Over has come an amazing race and now takes up the running, and I've never seen a winner win like this because he was stone cold last, and now he's streaking away to win it, and Run Over is the winner by some 10 lengths from Faithful Don.
15 fences to be jumped this time in this race that's already produced a Gold Cup winner and a King George VI Chase winner in its first 3 years, and a King George runner-up come to that as well. This is the Zarovich, adjudged to be the best turned out horse.
Come on, Jerry.
And Jerry Scott, the starter, not satisfied with that line. This Fearless Seal being just a tiny little bit mulish there in the hoop colours. Fearless Seal, Jerry obviously afraid that he's going to get this one planted. He lets him go. This looks like it, and they're running. And coming to the first of the 15 fences. The first ditch is number 2. Fearless Seal and Zarovich jump it together from Forgive and Forget, Beam Wham, Half Free, and Greenwood Lad, top rated by the sponsors. Now the first ditch, Fearless Seal on the inside of the Zarovich. Over the first ditch, Fearless Seal, the Zarovich, Forgive and Forget, Beam Wham, Half Free, and Greenwood Lad, and a long way to run to the third. And let me just tell you that this race coincides, of course, with the publication of the famed Racehorses of 1983, 1,044 pages covering information on 7,000 horses that ran on the flat in Britain last season, as well as the best of the Irish and French, and more than 350 photos. It costs 45 quid, and it's said by Lester Piggott and Willie Carson respectively to be unique and brilliant. No overstatements either. And there it was, Greenwood Lad, Timeform's top-rated horse, who's taken it up from the Zarovich and Fearless Seal as they come down to the next. Zarovich fighting his way back into the lead now, not going a very fast pace at the moment. Zarovich and Greenwood Lad, a little between them. Fearless Seal comes next, then Half Free and Beam Wham and Forgive and Forget as they come down to another plain fence. The Zarovich, Greenwood Lad and Fearless Seal, Beam Wham, Half Free, Forgive and Forget being a little bit deliberate, and now this is a ditch. Number 6, the 15 fences in all, the Zarovich in the lead. From Greenwood Lad and Fearless Seal together, and then Half Free and Beam Wham and Forgive and Forget. And now the water, the only time, of course, and the Zarovich, and Steve Smith-Eccles bidding for a double. Lands in the lead from Fearless Seal and Greenwood Lad, Half Free, Beam Wham, Forgive and Forget. So out into the country for another complete circuit in the time form chase. And the horse judged to be the best turned out. Lazarevich in the lead from Fearless Seal. Then Half Free and Greenwood Lad disputing third. Beam Wham just in behind him. Forgive and Forget getting a little bit closer. Lazarevich and John White. From Fearless Seal, Greenwood Lad as they come to the next. Beautiful jump by the leader. Slight mistake by Beam Wham. Lazarevich from Fearless Seal. Greenwood Lad on the outside of Half Free. Beam Wham, another slight mistake, is relegated to last by Forgive and Forget as they race towards the next. Lazarevich, Greenwood Lad and Fearless Seal. Then Half Free, Forgive and Forget and Beam Wham. Another plain one before the final ditch. Lazarevich, Fearless Seal, Greenwood Lad. Lazarevich, Fearless Seal, Greenwood Lad, that's the order. But a mistake by Fearless Seal, a bad mistake too, and it looks as though he's going to be pulled up. Made a bad mistake there as they race towards the final fence on the far side. And there it was Lazarevich from Greenwood Lad with Fearless Seal having been pulled up. Beam Wham has gone third, Forgive and Forget 4, 5 is Half Free, and the Lazarevich from Greenwood Lad, Beam Wham, Forgive and Forget still getting closer, and then Half Free. They've got 3 fences left to jump now in the time form chase. Lazarevich over on the far side, Greenwood Lad, the breast girth on the near side, there's little between the two. Forgive and Forget and the sheepskin noseband is still making ground. Beam Wham just in behind him. Coming down to the second last now. Lazarevich from Greenwood Lad and Forgive and Forget, and then Beam Wham. At the second last fence in the time form, Lazarevich being pressed by Forgive and Forget on the near side. Lazarevich from Forgive and Forget, little between him, a slight mistake there by Greenwood Lad. Then comes Beam Wham coming down to the final fence now, and as they do so, it's still Forgive and Forget pressing Lazarevich, and Forgive and Forget in the sheepskin noseband getting the upper hand as they come to the final fence now. Forgive and Forget lands in the lead from Lazarevich in second, Greenwood Lad third, racing into the closing stages now in the time form. Forgive and Forget in the sheepskin noseband from over on the far side. Lazarevich, Beam Wham is finishing fast as they race into the closing stages, though. It's Forgive and Forget from Lazarevich, then Greenwood Lad and Beam Wham, and racing up towards the line, it's Forgive and Forget from Lazarevich, and Forgive and Forget is going to win the time form chase, and at the line Forgive and Forget is the winner. Lazarevich is second. Greenwood Lad has possibly just held Beam Wham in a photo for third place with Half Free next, and so Fearless Seal pulled up at the just before the final ditch, and the result: first, number 4, Forgive and Forget, owned by T. Kilroe and Sons Limited, trained by Jimmy Fitzgerald and ridden by Mark Dwyer. This Waterford Crystal Supreme Novice Hurdle with 18 runners. The white flag's up, they're under orders, and they're running. And Motor On, the grey, one of the first to show towards the right of the picture, as they come to the first of the 8 flights. Win out over on the far left, stray shot between horses. Townley Stones not far behind the leaders. And settling down in the early stages, Gav's Delight now going on with Stray Shot and Winart. Just in behind them, Motor On and Brown's Gazette, and then Beach Court Lad. Then Herbert United, and behind him Rymer's Tower as they race towards the second. Gav's Delight, Stray Shot and Winart. These 3 just ahead of Brown's Gazette, Bob Tisdall. Behind them Rymer's Tower, and then Fields Right and Herbert United. The back marker at the moment is Keelby Cavalier, and Gav's Delight leading him from Stray Shot on the inside of Winart. Then comes Brown's Gazette and Bob Tisdall, and behind them Rymer's Tower with Fields Right on the inside, and then Poet's Corner. And then Motor On, who's lost quite a few places. Behind him Herbert United and Far Rockaway. Then comes Beach Court Lad on the inside of Townley Stone, with Hillbilly on the outside. Keelby Cavalier still the back marker. Running down towards the third flight. Gav's Delight in the lead from Winart and Stray Shot. Then Bob Tisdall and Brown's Gazette and Fields Right. then Motor On and Poet's Corner. Keelby Cavalier is still the back marker, and Gav's Delight and Colin Magna still making it as they race towards the fourth of the 8 flights. Gav's Delight from Bob Tisdall and Winart. Then Townley Stone has made good ground on the outside. Stray Shots right there, with also Brown's Gazette not far behind him, and then Fields Right and Beachcourt Lad. And a faller there, Bob Tisdall. Bob Tisdall has gone at that one. And Gav's Delight in the lead from Dermot Brown on Brown's Gazette. Then comes Stray Shot. Behind Stray Shot is Winart. Then comes Townley Stone on the outside. Then Motor On. Then Poet's Corner. Then Herbert United. Then Beachcourt Lad. And then Fields Right. Then comes Far Rockaway, making a little bit of progress towards the outside. Racing towards the top of the hill now. 3 left to jump. And as they begin the run downhill, it's Gav's Delight still in the lead from Brown's Gazette. Then Townley Stone, who moves into 3rd. Stray Shot is 4. Then comes Motor On. Behind Motor On is Poet's Corner on the outside, with Herbert United still well there. Nor Prince is making good ground also. Coming to the 3rd last, Gav's Delight. And Gav's Delight a faller at the 3rd last. He's left Brown's Gazette in the lead from Townley Stone in 2nd. Then in 3rd is Herbert United, very close. Then comes Motor On. Then Poet's Corner as they come down to the 2nd last. Brown's Gazette in the lead from Herbert United and Townley Stone. Brown's Gazette landed in the lead there from Townley Stone in 2nd. Herbert United 3rd, and it's Brown's Gazette in the lead from Townley Stone and Herbert United as they come to the final flight in the Waterford Crystal Supreme Novices Hurdle. Brown's Gazette and Dermot Brown is well clear, looking as though he's only going to jump it. Brown's Gazette jumps the last, gets away from it fast. Townley Stone jumps it next. Keelby Cavalier is making tremendous ground from the rear of the field, but it's Brown's Gazette under pressure as Keelby Cavalier still makes ground. Townley Stone is in 2nd, but racing up towards the line. Brown's Gazette's going to win it well at the line. Brown's Gazette is the winner in 2nd, Keelby Cavalier in 3rd. It's Townley Stone, and 4th was Nor Prince. Then came Herbert United, and behind them Motor On, and behind Motor On was Cheeky Run and Poet's Corner and Beachcourt Lad and Fields Right, and behind them Stray Shot, and then Far Rockaway and Ridgefield and Hillbilly, and last was Winart. And so the result of the Waterford Crystal Supreme Novices Hurdle first, number 4, Brown's Gazette, owned by Mr. Dermot Brown and Mr. John Poynton, trained by Michael Dickinson and ridden by Mr. Dermot Brown. 2nd was number 10, Keelby Cavalier, owned by Mrs. J.M. Durrant, trained by Mick Lambert at Malton and ridden by Tony Charlton. And 3rd was number 18, Townley Stone, owned by Mr. Mike Townley, trained by John Webber and ridden by Graham McCourt. 4th was number 12, Nor Prince. So the first Irish triumph in this Waterford Crystal Supreme, the first English triumph, I should say, with, of course, an Irishman winning it nevertheless. Dermot Brown on his own horse, Brown's Gazette. Here he is with the runner-up upsides, and here's how he won it as we review the closing stages with Richard Pittman.
Well, we'll never know if the fall of Gav's Delight at this hurdle makes any difference, but the way the winner won, I'd say not. Gav's Delight in front with Colin Magna, gets in close. It looked to be all right, didn't it, for a stride, but then I'm afraid he pays the price. And Dermot Brown managing to miss him on the inside berth there, but at this stage a whole host of horses in with half a chance, but none going better than the one in the lead there. Getting the shortest way round. Remember that Dermot Brown owns half of this horse. He's already sold half, covered his expenses, and what a valuable horse he'd be now. So looming up, you can see in 2nd place there is Herbert United, the best of the Irish at this point. Motor On not far behind in 5th place, but Townley Stone suddenly looks the danger. Dermot has a look over his shoulder, but he knows that there's very little danger indeed. Graham McCourt getting after Townley Stone, and Keelby Cavalier 4th at this stage and not really making any significant progress. But what a lovely feeling it must be for Dermot. He's going for his 3rd amateur title and just one hurdle to go. And what a clean jump. I wonder how good this horse is going to be. And how sweet for Michael Dickinson after coming to the meeting last year with the odds-on favourite Delius and suffering such a reverse. This time it augurs well for the whole meeting for him. And just watch as Dermot Brown waves to the crowd, has a look round. He's really delighted with himself, isn't he? I'm not sure if his boss will be quite so delighted. I think he must have half of his relations over here. But it's a very clear-cut victory, and the first 3 home for England. That makes a change.
And the news that Colin Magner got up on his feet quite quickly after that shocking-looking fall and Gav's Delight, but I didn't see P.J. Finn, who fell with Bob Tisdall out in the country. I didn't see P.J. rise, so he's actually just been helped into an ambulance. We can only hope that after this, his first ever ride at Cheltenham, he's not too badly shaken. Dermot Brown receiving the congratulations of his many supporters here. Brown's Gazette, the 11-2 winner, number 23 of the season for Dermot, and number 67 for his boss, Michael Dickinson. Brown's Gazette by London Gazette out of Austrian Girl. She's by Vienna. Seldom seen an easier winner in the end of this Waterford Crystal Supreme. Since the chairman of Waterford Glass, Paddy McGrath, is in St Vincent's Hospital, doubtless looking in, an opportunity, Paddy, to wish you a very swift recovery. Sure, it's mortifying for you to have to miss this great meeting for the first time. And clearly a very popular triumph. And the full starting price is as follows.
First, number 4, Brown's Gazette, 11-2. Second, number 10, Keelby Cavalier, 50-50 to 1. And third, number 18, Townley Stone, 100-30 favourite. First, Brown's Gazette, 11-2. Second, Keelby Cavalier, 50 to 1. And third, Townley Stone, 100-30 favourite. The jackpot number there was 104.
And racing towards the first, Baltic, the leader from the Elia, Bob's Line and Noddy's Ride. Slight mistake by Golden Friend at the first. And Baltic now from Noddy's Ride and Bob's Line as they come to the second. And all safely over it. Voice of Progress over on the far rail. But Baltic the leader from Noddy's Ride, Voice of Progress and Bob's Line, then Wealthy and the Elia and Rock Saint and Golden Friend. So they race to another plain fence. Baltic from Noddy's Ride, Voice of Progress, Bob's Line, Wealthy, the Elia, this is the third. Rock Saint, the back marker. Swinging left-handed, uphill climb, Baltic from Noddy's Ride, Voice of Progress, Wealthy and Bob's Line. Behind them, Golden Friend, the Elia and Rock Saint. And going a real good clip in this 16th running of the Arkle. Baltic from Noddy's Ride, Voice of Progress, Bob's Line, mistake by Wealthy there. Then Golden Friend, the Elia and Rock Saint. Noddy's Ride, going up on the inside there of Baltic, Voice of Progress, third. At the next, Baltic, a slight mistake there, jumped a little bit right. Noddy's Ride going on now from Baltic, Voice of Progress and Bob's Line as they come to the water. number 6. Not His Ride from Baltic, Voice of Progress, Bob's Line, Wealthy. Then comes Golden Friend, the Elia and Rock Saint. First of the 2 ditches now. Not His Ride in the lead, and a clear lead at the moment. Coming to another plain one, Not His Ride from Voice of Progress, Baltic and Bob's Line at the 8th of the 12 fences in all. Not His Ride jumps it clear of Voice of Progress. Bob's Line goes 3rd, Baltic 4, Golden Friend 5. Racing towards the final ditch now. 4 from home, and it's Not His Ride in the lead, with now Bob's Line going 2nd, Voice of Progress 3rd. These 3 a long way clear of the remainder. The final ditch, Not His Ride jumps it well from Bob's Line 2nd, 3rd, Voice of Progress, and Baltic a faller there. Baltic a bad mistake, unshipped his pilot there, so they're running downhill now with 3 fences left to jump in the 16th running of the Arkle Trophy, and it's Not His Ride for England, Bob's Line for Ireland, Voice of Progress for England chasing these 2, and then a long gap to the Elia as they come down to the 3rd last fence. Neil Doughty now from Frank Berry, then Peter Scudamore quite close on Voice of Progress as they come to the 3rd last. And Not His Ride in the lead. Voice of Progress on the far side, Bob's Line on the near side, racing towards the 2nd last fence now, and it's Not His Ride from Voice of Progress and Bob's Line. Coming to the 2nd last fence in the Arkle. Not His Ride from Voice of Progress and Bob's Line. Not His Ride lands in the lead. Bob's Line 2nd on the inside, then Voice of Progress, and here comes Frank Berry to try and challenge Neil Doughty now as they come to the final obstacle in the Arkle, and it's Not His Ride on the far side, Bob's Line on the near side. Bob's Line with his white face showing just marginally in the lead on the near side. Neil Doughty on the far side, and there it was, just Bob's Line from Not His Ride as they race into the closing stages. It's Bob's Line on the near side, Not His Ride on the far side. Bob's Line on the near side is going to win it. And this is another in the Arkle for Ireland. Bob's Line is the winner of the Arkle. 2nd is Not His Ride, and 3rd is Voice of Progress. 4th will be the Elia, 5th Golden Friend, 6th Rock Saint, and 7 Wealthy. And so the result of the Arkle, first number 1, Bob's Line, owned by Mr. R.H. Kelsey, trained by Francis Flood in Ireland, and ridden by 7 times Irish champion Frank Berry. 2nd was number 6, Not His Ride, owned by Mr. P. Hinchcliffe, trained by Gordon Richards and ridden by Neil Doughty. And 3rd, number 9, Voice of Progress, owned by Mr. trained by David Nicholson and ridden by Peter Scudamore. 4th was number 8, the Elia. Well, here is Not His Ride on the inside of the winner, Bob's Line, who's defended his unbeaten record to complete a nap hand, his 5th in a row over fences in that many efforts. Here's how he won it, reviewed by Richard.
And this is how we expected it to go. These 3 were rather superior to the rest of them. Not His Ride had made the running and jumped spectacularly as they come down the hill. This can be the tricky one. And Frank Berry going for his stick there. For a moment I thought I might have backed a winner, but it certainly was living up to everything we expected. Back in 3rd place, Peter Scudamore on Mark Vestey's Voice of Progress, running a far better race than he had when beaten by Rock Saint. But here, going to the last, well, who is going to win? It's anybody's guess. Frank Berry, who now has got the ride for auction in the champion hurdle, coming to the last, and he who jumps the last, it could make the difference. In fact, they jumped it stride for stride, and it's this long hill is going to sort the difference out. Neil Doughty first to get his bat out, and at this stage it's neck and neck, isn't it? But with Bob's Line, who sometimes over hurdles was slightly indifferent, is proving to be the most consistent novice chaser in training today, and he's won a thrilling race. But he's taken nothing away from Not His Ride in defeat. It was a superb Arkle. The Bob's Line, the winner, 5-4 favourite.
Bob's Line, only a 7-year-old by High Line out of Golden Delicious by Kalkis. Continuing the fine Irish run in the Arkle, 4th winner since 1978, and the ultimate margin here, 1.5 lengths and 10 lengths. So the first successful favourite of this great festival, Bob's Line, the 5-4 favourite. And the full starting prices as follows.
First number 1, Bob's Line, 5-4 favourite. Second number 6, Noddy's Ride, 7-4. And third, number 9, Voice of Progress, 6-1. First, Bob's Line, 5-4 favourite. Second, Noddy's Ride, 7-4. And third, Voice of Progress, 6-1. And the jackpot number 201.
So a terrific success to give Ireland their first win of the meeting with this very, very well-backed, unbeaten novice chaser, who's now a winner of 5 out of 5 steeplechases. A fine ride by Frank Berry, and an evidence, I think, of the fast nature of the ground, because that was a really pulsating race from start to finish. Frank Berry returns to the unsaddling enclosure with the added bonus knowledge that he rides a former champion hurdler for auction in the Waterford Crystal Champion Hurdle. The market for the race was dominated by the Irish mare Dawn Run, bidding to become the second mare ever to win the champion hurdle. And the vast crowds of Irish visitors sent her off favourite at 5-4 on. Britain's number 1 hope was the grey Desert Orchid, like Dawn Run, an habitual front runner, and the mount of Colin Brown. Whilst another runner well favoured in the market was the 1982 winner for auction, ridden by Frank Berry in place of the injured Colin Magnan. The commentator is Peter O'Sullivan.
The 14 runners being called in now. The white flag's up, they're under starters' orders, and they're running and racing towards the first of the 8 flights. They settle down in the early stages. Dawn Run right up with them towards the left of the picture. For auction also, and Desert Orchid just in behind them, and it's Dawn Run from For Auction, Desert Orchid. Buckhouse just in behind them. Then comes Very Promising, Cut a Dash, Seema. Fine Sun and the Food Broker are the back markers at the moment, and the mare and John Joe O'Neill on Dawn Run, making it at the moment from Desert Orchid in second. For Auction is third. Then Very Promising and Cut a Dash and Buckhouse. Dawn Run and Desert Orchid, very little between the two there. From For Auction and Buckhouse as they swing left-handed. Dawn Run, the favourite, from Desert Orchid, the grey. Then comes For Auction, the previous winner. Behind him comes Buckhouse. Then Very Promising and Cut a Dash and Seema, and behind them Sula Bula, and then Amara on the inside of Robin Wonder. And then Boreen Prince with Fred Kateri on the outside, the Food Broker, and finally Fine Sun as they run downhill. And now racing towards the third, little between the two leaders. Desert Orchid on the far side of Dawn Run. Then For Auction, then Buckhouse, Very Promising, and Cut a Dash, and Seema, then Amora, Sula Bula on the outside, Boreen Prince, the back marker Fine Sun. Racing down to the next flight, the fourth of the 8 flights in the champion hurdle, and the grey Desert Orchid with the advantage over the favourite Dawn Run now as they come to the fourth. Desert Orchid from Dawn Run. Then For Auction, Buckhouse, Sula Bula on the outside. Fine Sun finding this gallop too much at the moment and some way behind the remainder as they race towards the next flight. The fifth, Dawn Run on the inside of Desert Orchid. Then closely grouped in behind are Sula Bula, For Auction, and Buckhouse, and then Seema and Cut a Dash and Very Promising and Amora. Then Fred Kateri and Robin Wonder as they race towards the top of the hill now. 3 left to jump. In the champion hurdle, Dawn Run, the mare, on the inside of Desert Orchid. As they begin the run downhill, Sula Bula right with them towards the outside. Buckhouse also right with them. For Auction's lost a little bit of ground. Coming down towards the next flight now, the third from home. Dawn Run on the inside with Buckhouse on the outside. Dawn Run from Buckhouse there, then comes Desert Orchid. Racing towards the second last flight now in the champion hurdle, and it's the mare Dawn Run being pressed by Buckhouse all the time on the far side. Dawn Run on the near side, Buckhouse on the far side. Seamer is in third place. Then comes Very Promising. Racing round the home turn now, and it's John Joe O'Neill on Dawn Run from Buckhouse and Seamer as they race towards the final flight. It's Dawn Run in the lead from Seamer and Buckhouse. Seamer producing a great challenge towards the near side, but Dawn Run with the advantage. Dawn Run lands in the lead over the last from Seamer, who's now gone a close second. And then Very Promising finishing fast, and Seamer on the near side, and Dawn Run on the far side. Dawn Run from Seamer as they race into the closing stages. It's Dawn Run from Seamer, and as they come to the line, Dawn Run has won it from Seamer, and Very Promising is third. That's the 1, 2, 3. Buckhouse was 4, and Fred Kateri next. Then Cutter-Dash and Amora and Maureen Prince, and behind them for auction, and behind him was Robin Wonder, and then Desert Orchid and Sula Bula, and finally the Food Broker in Fine Sun. And so the result of the 1984 Waterford Crystal Champion Hurdle, first number 16, Dawn Run, owned by Mrs. Charmian Hill, trained in Ireland by Paddy Mullins and ridden by John Joe O'Neill. Second was number 5, Seamer, owned by Mr. Roy Padmore and Mr. W.E. Sturt, trained by Jim Old and ridden by Peter Scudamore. And third was number 15, Very Promising, owned by Mr. Bob Mann, trained by Mrs. Mercy Rymel and ridden by Sam Moorshead. Fourth was number 3, Buckhouse. Here is the heroine of the race with a congratulatory handshake from Tommy Carmody to John Joe O'Neill.
And it had been a good pace in the early stages, in fact, not over fast, but then when the grey horse took, Desert Orchid took on this mare, it really went some pace. A good, as we expected, fast gallop, and this was the answer. Coming to the last and facing up the hill, the mare not seeming to be going anywhere particularly, and a bit of a clumsy jump there, and it's Seamer with Peter Scudamore looking for his first winner at the festival meeting, who is the challenger. Buckhouse there in the light colours, just weakening, but the mare whose action is quite high, isn't it? Probably better, happier in the softer ground, keeps going. Guts have always been her great forte, but Seamer has run a tremendous race. Jim Old has always thought the world of this little horse. I saw him at Chepstow last week and he said, well, they haven't quite come yet, he said, but they'll come. Well, they very nearly did come, but it's a great triumph for this mare.
She's getting a real mobbing, and everything to suggest that she's really enjoying it. Well, I think Dr. Desmond Morris would have to admit that this racehorse knows she's won all right.
And this is it, the great moment, as Charmian Hills holds aloft the Crystal Trophy, that the son of the chairman of the sponsoring company, Patrick McGrath. And afterwards, Jonathan Powell spoke to the winning rider.
I was always fairly confident. She was always going pretty well and jumping really well for the last one, really.
A lot of horses seem to come up and sort of take you on going to the third last.
Yeah, but that's always the way with her, you know. But she keeps, so long as she keeps jumping well, she keeps pulling out a little bit. And she just does enough to win, really. She's very lazy.
And then going to the last, Seamer came with a challenge, and you just seemed to hang across a bit on the run-in.
Yeah, she was lying across a little bit, but, you know, I mean, she was entitled to be a little bit tired at that stage, you know. So she kept going, there wasn't any interference, but she kept going well, and I think if we went for another mile, she'd have kept going, you know.
Mrs. Hill has always said that this mare would go chasing next year, even if she'd won by 20 lengths today. Would you like to see her over hurdles for another year?
I don't mind where she goes, so long as I keep the ride on her.
John Joe, you've had a pretty tumbling sort of season yourself. You had a lot of nasty falls, and you had a nasty cheekbone injury just over a fortnight ago. Does this make up for it?
Oh, yeah, I had a great run up until Christmas, and from Christmas on I've had a few bad falls here and there, but that's racing. You're up today, you're down tomorrow. It's a great leveller, you know, so long as we're here and back and try and keep winning again now.
Well, Mrs. Hill, many, many congratulations. You must be very relieved.
I am relieved. I am absolutely thrilled.
How did you spend the last 24 hours? Very worried, I imagine.
Well, you know, you go over and over and over in your head, could it happen, couldn't it happen, but and I was very glad when the the time came for the race.
Did you have a good view of the race?
Yes, very good. Yeah, I had a grand view of it.
And did it go roughly as you hoped that it would?
Yes, though I thought possibly the Desert Orchid I'd heard was such a front runner, I might go off faster again in front of us, so I was rather relieved to see that they kept company.
I don't think you could get in front. Well, it was the most amazing reception for the mare, having scenes that really have never been seen at Cheltenham before. I mean, you must really have been quite concerned in there, weren't you?
Well, I was a little bit concerned because she can kick, and I was afraid she might kick somebody. I think she was too, excited herself to think about kicking.
Well, now, what plans for the mare now?
Well, we decided to send her chasing next season, no matter what happened today, because I think she'll make as good a chaser, if not better, than she's a hurdler. She's a natural jumper, and she's a big, strong mare. I think, anyway, that she'll do the fences as well as she does the
Don't
hurdle.
forget, 3-1. Harveystown 11-2. Letok 8-1. Ballinacurra Lad 9-1. Duke of Milan and the Kinsman 10-1. Lanarei at 12-1. Arden Spy is 20-1. And there are 4 of them on 25-1. West Tip, Royal Fair, Starkogan and Heiko. Balligo is 33-1. Judy is 40-1. 50-1 bar.
And the last time the favourite won this race, I hate to tell you if you've piled on this horse, was back in '73 when that great horse Killiney won it. He carried me around, luckily, and won very, very easily indeed. But that just does show you how long the favourites have been turned over in this race. That occasion, he was 2-1 on. Unfortunately, he was killed only 3 weeks later at Ascot, and it was a great loss to racing. But the sort of winners we've had, Canny Danny last year at 33-1, Brown Chamberlain was 7s, 25-1 Leslie Ann, 16s Laxon and Master Smudge, and on it goes. But I think that this favourite, if you've backed him, will give you a run for your money. They're in the light colours with the number 16, one we hadn't seen, that's Mac Oliver. Mac Oliver, who has some good, regular, consistent form to himself. He's trained by David Ellsworth, ridden by Jim Davis. He's having a much quieter season this year. Good jockey, Jim. He's topped the young lads table a couple of seasons ago, but hasn't quite been getting the mounts this season. Well, Mac Oliver was second last time out, and that was at Newbury to Simon Legree. And Simon Legree is a fair animal when he's on his best form. Golden Friend was third. Stars of Shorty Leach. Stripes there of Doody. And there's Starkogan standing very still in the middle. That's trained by Paddy Mullins. Starkogan, ridden by Frank Berry. And this one has fallen 3 runs ago, been second twice since, had quite a bit of running and very consistent. I don't expect him to hit the ground here because I've seen him jump in public and he jumps well enough to respect these fences. Frank Berry, one of the very best Irish jockeys, cool as a cucumber. Yesterday he was unmoved going to the last in the Arkelon Bob's line, just making sure that the horse popped it rightly. They were slightly frightened that he may not last out up the hill. It's a very stiff 2 miles here, and Frank was just trying to keep that little bit in reserve. So Starkogan, 25, and the only one not on 11 stone 4. He carries 10.8, and that's for an age allowance. Well, it looks very much as if they're going to take their positions, so let's join Peter.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, the 18 runners who faced 19 fences this time being called in. The white flag up, they're under starters orders. You can get a little bit behind the remainder, the favourite, but John Frankham clearly not worried by that, and Duke of Milan and Ballinacurra Lad come to this with Heiko and Letok. And all safely over the first with Forgive and Forget, the back marker. And Duke of Milan disputing it with Heiko and Letok, and then Ballinacurra Lad on the inside. Then comes Fearless Seal and Arden Spy. And then West Tip as they race towards the next. Over the second, the Duke of Milan with Heiko right up sides him. Then comes Letok and Fearless Seal and Ballinacurra Lad together, and Arden Spy and West Tip, and behind them Harveystown. And then a Kinsman and Lanarei with Doody on the outside. The leaders over the third, and the favourite just jumping it now, Forgive and Forget. So the water, for the first time, Duke of Milan in the lead from Heiko, Letuk, Duty on the outside, Ballinakara on the inner. Just in behind them, Ardent Spy. Then Fearless Seal and a Kinsman and Harvest Town and West Tip and Lanarag on the outside. Then Mac Oliver. Behind Mac Oliver is Black Rod. And then Oak Ridge Boy, Ballygo, Forgive and Forget, and now Star Kogan is the back marker. Another plain one, the fifth. Heiko on the inside of Duke of Milan. Letuk close up in third. Ballinakara Lad, 4 on the inside. Then Duty, 5 and 6 Ardent Spy. 7 is Harvey's Town, and then Lanarag and a Kinsman and Fearless Seal as they come to the ditch. Duke of Milan landed in the lead there. From Heiko in second and third, Letuk and 4, Ballinakara led. And Ballygo was a faller at that one. Ballygo, a faller at that ditch, and Duke of Milan in the lead. From in second place, Heiko, then comes Letuk and Ballinakara lad close, then Lanarag and Duty on the outside, then Harvey's Town on the inner with Ardent Spy, and then a Kinsman. Then Fearless Seal as they jumped the 7th. Then Mac Oliver, West Tip on the inside. Star Kogan's the back marker. Racing to number 8, Duke of Milan. Jumps it in the lead from Letuk and Heiko on the inside. They're all safely over that one. Then Ballinakara lad, and behind him Lanarag and Duty, and then comes Harvey's Town. Behind him is a Kinsman, and then Ardent Spy and Black Rod, and then Mac Oliver, and then Forgive and Forget, and then Harvey's Town. As they come to the fence, that'll be the last on the next circuit. Duke of Milan lands in the lead just from Letuk. Behind them come Lanarag and Ballinakara lad and Heiko and Duty, and then Harvey's Town, and then a Kinsman. Behind them Ardent Spy and Black Rod and Mac Oliver, and then West Tip, and then Forgive and Forget and Harvey's Town. At the 11th, Duke of Milan lands clear. Ballinakara lad makes ground on the inside of Letuk. These three clear at the moment of Lanarag, Heiko, Duty, Harvey's Town. And then on the outside, Fearless Seal has been pulled up. And on the outside is a Kinsman. They're running down towards the next. The water. Over the water. Duke of Milan from Ballinakara lad, Duty on the outside, Lanarag, 6 left to jump. Forgive and Forget is making progress, but got quite a lot to do at the moment. And Royal Fair has gone at that one. Royal Fair and Oak Ridge Boy is tailed off. And it's Duke of Milan in the lead from Duty in second, Ballinakara lad being chased along, Letuk holding his place. Just in behind Letuk is a Kinsman, then comes Lanarag, and then Forgive and Forget and Harvey's Town, both making ground together as they come to the final ditch. 4 from home, Duke of Milan lands in the lead. Duke of Milan from Ballinakara lad, Duty, Letuk on the inside, a Kinsman, and Forgive and Forget making ground now. Then comes Harvest Town, and then Lanarag. They're racing downhill with 3 left to jump. Duke of Milan is in the lead. Duke of Milan from Ballinakara lad, Letuk. Then comes Duty. Behind Duty is a Kinsman, then Forgive and Forget and Harvey's Town, who are both still making significant progress. Coming down now towards the third last, Ballinakara lad coming to challenge Duke of Milan with Letuk on the inside, a Kinsman on the outside, then Duty, then Forgive and Forget and Harvey's Town. Racing towards the second last fence now in this Sun Alliance chase, and a Kinsman coming there strongly on the outside, Duke of Milan on the inner, Ballinakara lad, Letuk, and then comes Forgive and Forget, and John Frankham still making ground, but a bad jump there. Letuk is a faller there, and they're racing round the home turn now, and it's a Kinsman who's gone to the front from Duke of Milan. Then comes Forgive and Forget and Harvey's Town and Ballinakara lad. It's a Kinsman though in the lead as they race towards the final fence, with still Forgive and Forget making ground towards the stand side. high. Duke of Milan still there in the centre. Harvey's Town over on the far side. A Kinsman lands in the lead. Forgive and Forget jumps it second. Then comes Duke of Milan, and then comes Harvey's Town. And it's a Kinsman with Forgive and Forget chasing him. Harvey's Town over on the far side. A Kinsman is holding Forgive and Forget in Harvey's Town. And as they race to the line, a Kinsman wins the Son Alliance chase. And second is Forgive and Forget. And third, Harvey's Town. And fourth is Duke of Milan. Then Ballina Carolet and Arden Spine. West Tipton behind them, Doody. And they're the only finishers in the result of the 1984 Son Alliance chase. First, number 1, a Kinsman, owned by Mrs. John Brockbank, trained by John Brockbank at Carlisle and ridden by Geordie Dunn. Second was number 11, Forgive and Forget, owned by T. Kilroe and Sons Limited, trained by Jimmy Fitzgerald and ridden by John Frankham. And third was number 12, Harvey's Town, owned by Mr. J.C. O'Keefe, trained by Ruby Walsh in Ireland and ridden by Mr. Ted Walsh. And fourth was number 9, Duke of Milan.
I think a touch of Eurythmics is called for there. A digital compact disc player which uses a laser beam to read the musical information from the record. And it's a terrific sound. It's just a shame that you can't fully appreciate it, since the average home television can't reproduce the superb, clear sound. But anyone fortunate enough to have a digital disc player in their living room will know just how good that sound is. And now, predictably, manufacturers want to extend digital hi-fi from the living room to the great world outside. And that means portable units, and ones that'll work in the car. But it's a pretty sensitive piece of equipment. Any vibration causes the music to skip from one section to the other. And you'll appreciate how tough a test that was when I tell you that the laser inside here is having to follow a spiral track that's so fine that if we increased the size of the disc to fill the Albert Hall, that track in the surface of the disc would still be no bigger than a match head. So, for the laser to follow that fine spiral accurately enough, the head must be precisely moved in by electronically controlled motors. But just like an ordinary record, a vibration makes it jump. So, for portable use, a new circuit has been added that constantly monitors the laser's position. Now, when a vibration tries to make the disc jump, the circuit instantly tells the laser to lock itself back on to where it should be. And here it is, using that circuit, the world's first portable digital disc player. And that's the little laser just there. You can use it with its very own battery pack and headphones, but just so that you can hear whether the anti-vibrator circuit works, we're using it in its other mode, that is, plumbed into mains electricity and fed through a home hi-fi. There it is, on there. It has all the usual features that you get on a much bigger set, like fast forward, or a quick backward search. And that same circuitry means digital hi-fi can now perform in that favourite of listening environments, the car. They reckon that the equipment that's inside this car can cope with more or less any bump you like. So let's hope it keeps tracking, and I'll keep tracking over my, wrong way, my road here. So here we go. There we are. Not a hiccup, which I suppose means for the very first time I can enjoy getting into dire straits while motoring.
Well, he's won £58,000 in prize money so far, first prize money, and a very good horse. He likes any sort of ground, really. He's won in heavy, he's won in decent ground, so I think that is the mark of a very good horse, isn't it, when they can win in any conditions. Robert Earnshaw, who doesn't get all that many rides, in fact gets very few outside of the Dickinson stable, but by golly, he does get some good rides for his retaining stable. You don't need to ride all sorts of odds and ends if you get horses like this. And his great attribute is the way that he gets horses to settle and jump in the mould of John Frankham. Badsworth Boy, 13-8 on, from 7-4 on, 5-1, bar the favourite. Officially Gamble, the grey there, kicking, look, he's really well. Well, this horse forfeited a race at Ascot last season when coming to the last, absolutely turned sideways, but I would imagine that he's just not feeling the spring in the air, but he's probably feeling the saddle on his back. Some horses are cold back. We have some betting for you.
Now, Fischler Gamble probably knows he's 100-1, the outsider. Badsworth Boy is 8-13, and favourite, of course, Kilkillowen 5-1, Rathgorman and Artifice 10-1, Little Bay 14-1, Ponentes 25-1, and Drumgora 33-1, but the Brockshire has gone from 33s to 40-1. Royal Radar 66, and Fischler Gamble 100-1.
So in the pink colours there, one we've seen little of, number 10. The Brockshire fell yesterday, going well actually at the time. And there's Ted Walsh riding him. Well, you've just seen Ted Walsh being kicked along like a football, and yet here he is, back in the plate, ready for some more. Brockshire, trained by Arthur Moore in Ireland. Also the trains, of course, Drumgora. And all level weights for this championship race. The Queen Mother Champion Chase had some very good horses winning this, and Michael Dickinson trying to win it for the third year running. Goggles are down, flags up. Over to you, Peter. Come on!
Yes, and they're running the first of the 12 fences. Kilkillowen in the lead for Ireland at the moment. From the Brockshire, Fischler Gamble, Royal Radar, Artifice over on the far side. Kilkillowen from Royal Radar and Artifice. Slight mistake there by Drumgora. And Royal Radar coming to take it up off Kilkillowen, Artifice and Fischler Gamble, then the Brockshire and Little Bay and Drumgora. Badsworth Boy over on the far side. Royal Radar hands in the lead here, and they're going a real good clip. And racing uphill towards the next. And Royal Radar in the lead from Kilkillowen, Artifice on the inside of Rathgorman, then Fischler Gamble and Little Bay as they come to the fourth. Royal Radar, Kilkillowen. Royal Radar really dives for that, but gets away with it. Royal Radar, Kilkillowen on the inside, Artifice, then Rathgorman close, then Little Bay. Behind Little Bay is Fischler Gamble, then Badsworth Boy. And then Drumgora, the Brockshire, and finally Ponentes as they run down to the next. Kilkillowen jumped that in the lead from Artifice on the inside. Royal Radar on the outside, Little Bay on the inner, between horses Fischler Gamble and Rathgorman, and then Badsworth Boy getting a little bit closer with Drumgora also. That was the water. And now coming to the first of the ditches, and still motoring at a real good clip, Kilkillowen in the lead. Fischler Gamble, the grey, behind him. On the near side, Artifice. Drumgora and Little Bay well up there. Badsworth Boy going well in behind the leaders. Coming to the eighth now, Kilkillowen in the lead from Artifice, Rathgorman, Little Bay on the inside. Fischler Gamble well up there, then Badsworth Boy and Drumgora, Ponentes, then the Brockshire, and finally Royal Radar as they come to the final ditch now, 4 out, and Little Bay has just struck the front. Little Bay landed marginally in the lead there from Artifice and Kilkillowen. And racing now down towards the third last, it's Little Bay in the lead from Kilkillowen. Then comes Artifice, then Rathgorman, Fischler Gamble, Badsworth Boy. Behind Badsworth Boy is Drumgora. And then comes Ponentes. Royal Radar was a faller at the previous fence, and Little Bay is in the lead with 3 left to jump. It's Little Bay on the near side, Kilkillowen, and then Badsworth Boy, who moves into third on the inside, Fischler Gamble on the outer. Rathgorman is losing ground, and Little Bay is in the lead now from Kilkillowen, Fischler Gamble and Badsworth Boy. Little Bay landed in the lead there from Badsworth Boy. Fischler Gamble, a faller there, has interfered with Drumgora. They're racing into the home turn now, and Badsworth Boy scoots through on the inside now to take it up from Little Bay as they race towards the last. It's Badsworth Boy clear of Little Bay, Artifice, Drumgora. Behind Drumgora is Kilkillowen, and then Rathgorman as they come to the final fence now. Badsworth Boy trying to win it for the second year in succession, jumps it well. Little Bay jumps it second, Artifice jumps it third, and 4 Drumgora and 5 Rathgorman, and racing into the closing stages. And Badsworth Boy makes it a 3-timer in the Queen Mother Champion Chase for Michael Dickinson as he wins it very easily Badsworth Boy is the winner. Second is Little Bay. Third is Artifice. 4 is Drumgora. 5 is Punenti. 6 and 7 Kilkillowen and Rathgorman. Those are the only finishes. And so the result of the 1984 Queen Mother Champion Chase. First, number 2, Badsworth Boy, owned by Mr. D.H. Armitage, trained by Michael Dickinson and ridden by Robert Earnshaw.
Wayward Lads, the favourite, relaxed. Robert Earnshaw, number 12 in the claret jacket and the light blue sleeves. Robert certainly at home in these big races, and it does count for a lot if a jockey does get nerves, but most of these are seasoned performers, and Linda Sheedy having her first ride in the race. Wayward Lad 11-8 favourite still. Borough Hill Lad 4-1, he's come in half a point. Brown Chamberlain 5's 10-1 bar. Well, John Frankham said last night that he could imagine Brigorn, Wayward Lad and Brown Chamberlain coming to the last together, and then it's anybody's guess. More so, you may notice than usual, the jockeys keeping the horses on the move at the start here. Might be a little inclination of the nerves just before a big race like this, and it is big. It's not just the prize here that's at stake. £47,375 going to the winner is a lot of prestige. Wayward Lad 6-4 now from 11-8, going out all the time, but I wouldn't read anything into that. 7-2 bar, so 7-2, that means the second favourite Borough Hill Lad attracting late money. This is the important factor. Will Brigorn do his stuff at the start? If so, will Brad go on? And if so, will the horse jump out in front? I would think he'll keep a bit of company. Looks like they're coming in. Over to you, Peter.
Yes, they're under starters' orders. And they're away. And Brigorn has jumped. Brigorn has jumped off with the others. Observe over on the far side. Brown Chamberlain, Brigorn, Foxbury on the near side, Borough Hill Lad just behind them. And Brown Chamberlain landed in the lead there. From Brigorn, Foxbury, $50 more on the far side with Observe, and then Borough Hill Lad and Scott Lane and Everett as they jump the second, and all safely over it with Royal Bond just the back marker. And Brown Chamberlain and $50 more, 2 stable companions making it. From Scott Lane and Observe, and then Brigorn, and on the outside of Brigorn is Foxbury. Then comes Borough Hill Lad, and on the outside of Borough Hill Lad is Everett. Behind Everett is Wayward Lad, then Canny Danny, Drumlargan and Royal Bond. $50 more on the inside of Brown Chamberlain. Very close to the lead is the third team member, Observe. Then Scott Lane, Foxbury on the outer. Brigorn, Borough Hill Lad, Canny Danny, Drumlargan, Everett, Wayward Lad and Royal Bond as they run down to the water for the first time. $50 more on the inside as we see them. Brown Chamberlain and Foxbury a little between the trio, and Brigorn very close to them, and then Observe. Then Borough Hill Lad and Scott Lane and Everett as they come to the first of the 4 ditches. Foxbury on the outside. And Brown Chamberlain in the centre, and $50 more on the near side. Plain fence this time. Brown Chamberlain, $50 more, and Foxbury. Very little between the trio. Brigorn is right up with them too as they race towards another ditch. Brown Chamberlain, $50 more, and Brigorn. Then Borough Hill Lad and Foxbury. Then Observe and Scott Lane and Canny Danny and Everett and Wayward Lad, and behind Wayward Lad is Drumlargan, and then comes Royal Bond. Mistake by Wayward Lad at that one. He's third from last. They're racing to the top of the hill. Brown Chamberlain's in the lead. From Brigorn in second. And then comes $50 more and Observe and Foxbury and Borough Hill Lad, and then Scott Lane and Canny Danny and Everett and Wayward Lad, and then Drumlargan and Royal Bond as they run down towards the next. The 9th of the 22 fences in all. Brown Chamberlain in the lead from Brigorn and $50 more. Then Observe on the inside of Borough Hill Lad. Then comes Foxbury. Then Scott Lane and Canny Danny. Then Wayward Lad towards the outside. Then Everett. Then Drumlargan and Royal Bond as they come down to the 10th. Brown Chamberlain, Brigorn. From $50 more and Borough Hill Lad and Wayward Lad and Observe. Then Scott Lane and Foxbury. Then Canny Danny and Everett, Drumlargan and Royal Bond. This will be the second last fence on the next circuit. It's number 11 of the 22 this time, and Brown Chamberlain's in the lead from Bregon. $50 more is next. Then Barra Hill Lad and Wayward Lad and Observe and Scott Lane are behind them, Kenny Danny, and then Everett. Then Royal Bond improving a little, Drumlargan, and Foxbury's now the back marker. Brown Chamberlain lands in the lead from Bregon, little between the two. $50 more is next. Then Wayward Lad, Barra Hill Lad, Observe, Kenny Danny, Scott Lane, Royal Bond, Everett and Drumlargan. Quite a long run to the next fence. A plain one before the water, and still John Frankham on Brown Chamberlain, making the running in the 1984 Gold Cup from Bregon on the inside. $50 more, and Wayward Lad and Barra Hill Lad and Observe come next, and then Scott Lane. And as they come to the 13th, Royal Bond improving a little on the outside. Brown Chamberlain lands in the lead there. $50 more, a bad mistake. Gets away with it. Bregon has lost a lot of ground there and looks as though he's pulling up with Graham Bradley. He's under pressure, losing a lot of ground. Brown Chamberlain landed in the lead there from Barra Hill Lad, making ground on the inner, and Bregon has now gone back into the picture. Wayward Lad is improving on the outside. Scott Lane's only just in behind him, and then comes Royal Bond as they jump the third ditch, and Brown Chamberlain landed in the lead there from Barra Hill Lad and Bregon, and Wayward Lad on the outside. Bregon once again losing ground and under pressure, but losing a lot of ground as they jump that one. Beginning to swing left-handed now and face towards the final ditch. Everett is tailed off last. This is 6 from home. Brown Chamberlain's in the lead from Barra Hill Lad and Wayward Lad. Just in behind them comes Scott Lane, Drumlargan, who's improving the final ditch. Brown Chamberlain lands in the lead from Barra Hill Lad, Wayward Lad, Scott Lane, Drumlargan. Racing towards the top of the hill now. 5 from home. Brown Chamberlain in the lead from Barra Hill Lad. Wayward Lad, Scott Lane and Drumlargan. Drumlargan still improving. Kenny Danny comes next. Racing downhill now towards the 4th from home. Brown Chamberlain in the lead from Barra Hill Lad second. Scott Lane has gone third. Drumlargan is still improving with every stride. Wayward Lad comes next, and then comes Kenny Danny improving from the rear. Brown Chamberlain down in the lead there from Barra Hill Lad. Then came Scott Lane. Mistake by Wayward Lad at that one. They're coming down now towards the third last, and it's Brown Chamberlain from Barra Hill Lad. Drumlargan is still coming there. Then comes Scott Lane and Kenny Danny over the third last. Brown Chamberlain, Barra Hill Lad, Drumlargan a mistake. Then comes Scott Lane and Kenny Danny racing towards the second last fence now, and the elbow with Brown Chamberlain in the lead from Barra Hill Lad, Drumlargan, Scott Lane and Kenny Danny. Just 2 fences left to jump in the Gold Cup. Brown Chamberlain in the lead from Barra Hill Lad coming to challenge. It's John Frankham from Phil Tuck. There's little between the two at the second last. Drumlargan is third, Scott Lane 4, Brown Chamberlain and Barra Hill Lad together. Brown Chamberlain jumps out to the right a little bit. It's Brown Chamberlain on the near side, Barra Hill Lad on the far side. There's nothing between them. John Frankham and Phil Tuck at the final fence. Barra Hill Lad lands in the lead on the far side. It's Barra Hill Lad on the far side, Brown Chamberlain on the near side. Drumlargan is third. They're racing into the closing stages. Barra Hill Lad on the far side. Brown Chamberlain getting a great sprint out of the rails on the near side, but Barra Hill Lad's going to hold him and win the Gold Cup. Barra Hill Lad's the winner. Brown Chamberlain is second. Drumlargan is third. That's the 1, 2, 3. Scott Lane is just 4th ahead of Bregon, $50 more, and Kenny Danny, and then came Royal Bond and Observed, and so the result of the 1984 Tote Cheltenham Gold Cup. First, number 4, Barra Hill Lad, owned by Mr. Stan Riley, trained by Mrs. Jenny Pittman, the first lady to train the winner of this historic steeplechase classic, ridden by Phil Tuck. Second was number 3, Brown Chamberlain, owned by Mrs. Basil Samuel, trained by Fred Winter, ridden by John Frankham. And third was number 6, Drumlargan, owned by Mr. Michael Cuddy, trained by Eddie O'Grady, and ridden by Mr. Frank Codd. And fourth was number 11, Scott Lane. And here is the hero of the 1984 Gold Cup, Barra Hill Lad, owned by 59-year-old Stan Riley, who bred him and named him after the village where he was born, and getting a tremendous reception.
And just sat 4th or 5th and everything went according to plan. It seemed to go terrific gallop. Yeah, we went a real gallop, which it suited my horse because I know he stays, he stays really well, and I knew the hill would suit him as well.
Did he jump well?
Yes, he got close to 1 or 2, but nothing major. Nothing that I thought was going to end up on the floor through anyway.
Well, at the top of the hill, you had 1 in front of you, 1 behind. When did you start thinking you might win?
After I jumped the 3rd last, I was going well, and John was just jumping out the way to the right, and I knew that I would always going to be able to get up his inside, and then I've just sort of took it up after the 2nd last, and I thought I was going to win there.
Well, you must have felt good then, didn't you? Because John's gone away, and you just need a good jump at the last, and you're there.
That's right.
And how's he met it?
Grand has gone in and jumped it real well.
Barrahill lad on the far side. Brown Chamberlain getting a great sprint out of the rails on the near side, but Barrahill lad's going to hold him and win the Gold Cup. Barrahill lad's the winner. Brown Chamberlain is second.
Boss is coming, run! Noodles. I slipped.
They're away. Drumlargan 11 of 8 on now. Favourite punters really suffering this afternoon, and Drumlargan at absurdly skinny odds to come to the rescue. As he comes to this from Fred Pilliner, Bregon and Royal Bond, who just nodded a little bit at that one. 18 fences in all in this Perrier-Jouet Champagne Cup. Fred Pilliner on the far side of Drumlargan, then Bregon and Royal Bond. Drumlargan on the near side of Fred Pilliner, then Bregon, who'd, as John Hanmer said, would be odds on if it was known that he was going to behave himself. So they didn't put a foot wrong yet. They come to the water. Drumlargan from Fred Pilliner, Bregon and Royal Bond. And Bregon showing no signs of wishing to return from whence he came, the paddock exit. Continuing very sweetly behind Drumlargan, Fred Pilliner, and Royal Bond almost upsides Bregon. Frank Codd with a bit of a problem here, the rider of Drumlargan, as to whether to make it or not. He hasn't got a turn of foot like Bregon, of course, or come to that Royal Bond if he happened to put his best foot forward. Quite a few imponderables in this race, because Royal Bond didn't seem to put it in at all at Cheltenham. But on his day, pretty useful horse. Lovely jump there by Bregon, in behind the 2 leaders. As they come to the next, Drumlargan and Fred Pilliner, Bregon and Royal Bond. They're going pretty steady at the moment, all of them. Now the first of the ditches, this is number 6. Drumlargan, Fred Pilliner, Bregon and Royal Bond. Will jump it well. Drumlargan, Mr. Frank Codd, and incidentally Corals bet 9-4 against an amateur winning the national tomorrow. They include Donald Hassett, John White, Roger Grand, Jim Wilson, William Mullins, John Quealy, and Adrian Sharp, so quite a few of them. They're running down to the next now. Drumlagen. Screwed a little bit at that. Drumlagen. And Fred Pilliner, Royal Bond, and Brigorn going very well within himself at the moment. This is a ditch. Drumlagen. Fred Pilliner, Brigorn and Royal Bond. This is the fence, will be the second last on the next circuit. Drumlagen, Fred Pilliner, Royal Bond, and Brigorn as they run to the next. Drumlagen, Fred Pilliner, Royal Bond and Brigorn. And now to the water. Corals also bet incidentally 9-1 against a lady training the winner of the national. Mrs. Pittman, of course, represented by Corbier, Mercy Rival by pilot officer. Drumlagen at the water from Royal Bond. Very big jump there by Drumlagen from Royal Bond. An Irish 1-2 at the moment. Fred Pilliner and Brigorn still going well within himself. Graham Bradley having a very much more enjoyable ride than he did at Cheltenham, where he was going back and forth and occasionally grabbing hold of his bit and taking a keen interest, then dropping it and saying, oh, hell with it. Drumlagen from Fred Pilliner gone back into second, Royal Bond and Brigorn. Drumlagen, Royal Bond, Fred Pilliner, Brigorn. Asking rods are 7-4 in the ring about the leader at the moment. Drumlagen, Royal Bond, Brigorn just not foot perfect at that one. Fred Pilliner on the outside, third now. This is the third open ditch. Drumlagen from Royal Bond. Drumlagen, Royal Bond. Fred Pilliner and Brigorn not very clever at that one. Swinging left-handed now. Drumlagen from Fred Pilliner, Royal Bond and Brigorn. Frank Codd from Tom Taff on the inside of Peter Scudamore and Graham Bradley back and forth. But Brigorn getting closer again now. Coming down to the final ditch in this Perrier-Jouet Champagne Cup. And Drumlagen trying to break the hoodoo today on the favourites. Lands in the lead from Fred Pilliner, goes through the top there. Royal Bond on the inside. And Royal Bond going strongly on the inside too for Tom Taff. As they come to the second last, Drumlagen from Royal Bond jumps it second, Fred Pilliner third. Racing down to the final fence now in the Perrier-Jouet Champagne Cup, and it's the two Irishmen. Drumlagen from Royal Bond at the final fence. Drumlagen goes, he's down, no, he's recovered, and it's Royal Bond on the far side, Drumlagen on the near side, but Royal Bond looks as though he's going to hold Drumlagen as they race into the closing stages. It's Royal Bond from Drumlagen renewing his challenge, but he's not going to get there, and at the line, Royal Bond wins it from Drumlagen, second and third Fred Pilliner, and fourth Brigorn, and that final fence error of Drumlagen, in which his rider Frank Codd lost his irons, made the difference between success and failure, but it was an Irish 1-2 in this Perrier-Jouet Champagne Cup, in which the official result is first number 5, Royal Bond, owned by Mrs. G. Malcolmson, trained by Arthur Moore, ridden by Tom Taff. And settling down in the early stages, the Brockshire Western Rose with the old man Artifice between horses, and quite a little gap then to Ragafan and Sea Merchant and Rathgorman, and their Artifice landed in the lead. Artifice, last year's winner, with the 1981 winner Western Rose on his inside, the far side as we see them at the moment. Then the Brockshire for Ireland, jumping it in fourth and fifth Ragafan and Sea Merchant, and just in behind them, Little Bay, and finally Rath Gorman as they come down to the next. Artifice lands in the lead from Western Rose and the Brockshee. And now the fence before the water. The water, the only obstacle which is on the Grand National course that they take in this race over the Malmö course. Artifice from Western Rose and the Brockshee and Sea Merchant. And then comes Ragafan and Little Bay, and finally Rath Gorman. So coming down to the water, number 5 of the 12 fences is in this Captain Morgan's Aintree chase. Artifice lands in the lead from Western Rose, the Brockshee, Ragafan and Sea Merchant together, and then comes Little Bay and John Frankham, and finally Rath Gorman and Sooty White. Sooty White has competed in this race twice previously, and he was saying just beforehand, the weighing run, that he's yet to get round. So Artifice, the old man of the party, 13 years old, leads them over the far side, going a real good gallop from Western Rose. Then comes Ragafan on the outside of the Brockshee. Ragafan and young Patrick Farrell riding this course for the first time in his life. On the inside, Artifice, on the far side, Western Rose. They land in unison from Ragafan, Freddie Starr's horse, then the Brockshee, Little Bay making ground on the inside, then Sea Merchant, and finally Rath Gorman. Another plain fence now. Western Rose and Artifice, stride for stride, from Ragafan and the Brockshee and Little Bay and Sea Merchant, and Rath Gorman, Sea Merchant, a mistake there. Coming to a ditch now. Number 8, the last over on the far side. Artifice on the inner as we see them. Western Rose on the far side. Then came Ragafan, made a slight mistake there. Little Bay is getting closer in 4th. Sea Merchant's in 5th. The Brockshee is losing ground in 6th, and 7th is Rath Gorman. They've got a long run now towards the next fence. A long run towards the 4th from home. This will be a plain one. And then the final ditch, and it's Artifice, last year's winner. From Western Rose, the 81 winner, Little Bay, the 82 winner, moving into 3rd now, just in behind them. So 3 previous winners at the moment, fighting out this opener on Grand National Day as they come down to the final ditch. Western Rose and Artifice, then comes Little Bay in 3rd, then Sea Merchant and Ragafan. Sea Merchant's making ground. Coming down now towards the 2nd last fence, Artifice, Western Rose, then Little Bay, and then Sea Merchant as they come to the 2nd last fence. Western Rose from Artifice, Little Bay's in 3rd, and John Frankham improving on the inside towards the left of the picture, towards the near side as they come to the final fence now. Little Bay coming to challenge Western Rose, looks as though he's going to land in the lead. Little Bay lands in the lead from Western Rose 2nd, Artifice 3rd. 3 previous winners fighting it out now as Little Bay strides away as they race towards the line from Western Rose and Artifice. It's Little Bay and John Frankham deputising for injured John Joe O'Neill, coming up to the line to win the Captain Morgan's Aintree chase. Little Bay is the winner. 2nd is Western Rose. 3rd is Artifice. They're the 1, 2, 3. Then came Rath Gorman and Sea Merchant, and finally Ragafan. And 12 flights to be jumped this time, and the mare is the first to show. Dawn Run from Pamabus, with Seema on the inside of Fred Kateri. Then comes Buckhouse, very promising Dairy Run and Manbolas. Dawn Run lands in the lead. Slight mistake there by Pamabus in 2nd. Then comes Fred Kateri and Seema, followed by Very Promising. As the mare comes to the next and jumps it. And Tony Mullins asking her to achieve a very tough feat here in making all over 2 miles, 5.5 furlongs. Jumped that clear of Pamabus. Fred Kateri jumped at 3rd, and then Seema, and behind them Very Promising. As they begin to swing left-handed, it's Fred Kateri we're looking at the moment. And move up a little bit, we'll see Dawn Run. I have Dawn Run out of picture at the moment. Fred Kateri on the inner. And Dawn Run now we see in the lead from Pamabus. And we were looking at Fred Kateri in 3rd. and then very promising in fourth. So Dawn Run coming to the first in the straight, jumps it clear of Pamabas. Then Fred Kateri with Buckhouse improving on the outside, showing with his white face there. Dawn Run, Pamabas, Buckhouse goes into third, and then very promising. And just in behind them, Seema, Mount Bolus and Daring Run. That's the flight that'll be the last on the next circuit. She just wasn't foot perfect, the mare there, but continuing, ears pricked in the lead. Dawn Run as they come up to the winning post on the first circuit in this Sandeman Aintree hurdle. Dawn Run in the lead from Pamabas and very promising, and Buckhouse and Fred Kateri on the rail. Then comes Seema, Daring Run and Mount Bolus. Tony Mullins goes out into the country on this 6-year-old champion hurdler. Dawn Run, the only member of her sex in this race, and not meeting the Colts and Geldings on advantageous terms here. Levels with Buckhouse and giving weight to all the remainder, or trying to anyway, as they come to the next over on the far side. Dawn Run lands in the lead from Buckhouse and very promising, and then Pamabas. Fred Kateri just in behind Fred Kateri. Mount Bolus has made a bit of ground. Daring Run is the back marker, Ted Walsh, at the moment. But that pursuing group quite reasonably tightly packed. This is the last right over on the far side. Dawn Run jumps it in the lead from Buckhouse, very promising. Pamabas, Mount Bolus, Fred Kateri getting chased along there by Tom Taff. Tom Taff, who at 20 years of age will be the youngest rider in the National when he rides Clonthurtin in our next race this afternoon. Of course, the big one. Dawn Run now being chased by very promising, then Mount Bolus, then Buckhouse, and they've got 3 flights and the whole straight to cover here at Aintree. Very promising, who lately changed hands for a tall sum, is the one who is chasing Dawn Run, with Mount Bolus in third. Buckhouse and Fred Kateri is next as they come down to the third last. Dawn Run lands in the lead from Under Pressure, very promising. Pamabas has been pulled up. This is the second last flight. Dawn Run lands in the lead from very promising second. Mount Bolus is going to jump it third. Tony Mullins coming to the last now with just under 2 furlongs to run and 1 flight to be negotiated in this Sandeman Aintree hurdle. Dawn Run is over. She makes a bit of a mess of it, but it doesn't seem to interrupt her impetus at all. And this remarkable mare, the champion hurdler, Dawn Run, inside the final furlong now, and Tony Mullins permitting her to relax as she races up towards the line, being chased all the time by very promising, who has no chance of getting to her, and at the line getting a great reception. Dawn Run is the winner. Second is very promising. Fred Kateri is third.
Right, well, this is it, John. You know, this we've been working out all year. The horse is in great shape, and basically, as we've discussed, try and get him relaxed and settled, and if you can just get him popping, you know, that'll be in your best interest early on. Go hunting a circuit, race riding a second circuit, have fun.
Well, hopefully everything goes to plan.
Yeah,
well,
I don't mind, you know, you've got to go where you want to go. That's your business.
Well, I think I'm going to follow Gritar and
the established ones. Yeah, they know their way around.
And, you know,
go from there.
Go from there. Yeah. Hopefully, we'll see you back in there.
Well, I'm a great believer. Patience is a great virtue around here. It's a long way.
Long way. Well, keep our fingers crossed.
We think he'll get the trip, but he can quicken as well.
Being called in towards the start at John Frankham, right over on the near side on Gritar, with Hazy Dawn, the only mare right upsides him, and Jim Wilson sneaked up on his inner there on Broomy Bank. There are a few still out of the back, so they won't be off just for a moment. They're being called in on the far side now. Valerie Alder on Bush Guide, the only girl right over the far side. She's going to plough a lone furrow by the look of it. The grey Two Swallows is over on the far side as well. And that's it. They're under starters' orders. And they're off. And running down towards the first. And Hill of Slane, one of the first to show in the centre. Gritar on the inside, chased by Corbière. Imperial Black is right up there with them, but it's Gritar on the near side. with also well up there Drunken Duck in the centre of the course. Right over the far side running fast is Midday Gun with also Burnt Oak. Burnt Oak on the far side, and on the near side Grittar. Corbier's just in behind Grittar. They're racing down towards the first. Imperial Black in the centre, and we join John Hanmer.
And Burnt Oak on the wide-eyed side for Midday Gun, who's jumped it successfully this year. A bad mistake by Roman General, but I can't see a faller at the first as they jump the second. It's Burnt Oak from Golden Tricks, then Midnight Gun, then Bush Guide, then Earthstopper, Two Swallows, Spartan Missile, then comes Ashley House, and I haven't seen a faller at the second either, and Burnt Oak and Golden Trick. Golden Trick's the first to go. Golden Tricks has fallen, and a very bad mistake by Beach King, but I can't see any other faller at the third fence as they jump the fourth. Burnt Oak out clear from Earthstopper, Spartan Missile, Two Swallows, and over to Julian Wilson.
Yes, Burnt Oak is clear from Earthstopper. Two Swallows on the far side with Midday Gun, and the ones on the far side are clear as they come to the fifth, and Burnt Oak jumps it clear from Earthstopper second, then Two Swallows, Midday Gun, and Ashley House is in a prominent position, and they're all over that one as they run down towards Beecher's Brook with Burnt Oak and Peter Scudamore in a clear lead. Burnt Oak comes to Beecher's, 10 lengths clear, and flies over it. Earthstopper over in second, then Two Swallows, Midday Gun, then Spartan Missile, and Midnight Love is a faller. Midnight Love is a faller, and Clonturton's a faller. 3-1 is a faller, and Hazy Dawn is a faller. As they run down towards the canal turn now, having negotiated the seventh fence with no casualties, and Burnt Oak is still well clear from Grease Paint, now disputing second with Earthstopper. Then is Two Swallow and Grittar on the inside as they jump the canal turn, and the lead is all over the canal turn, and Burnt Oak well clear. And in second place, disputing it, is Grease Paint and Earthstopper, then Grittar, then Two Swallows and Imperial Black and Yaman and Corbier, Spartan Missile and Tacroy as we rejoin John Hanmer.
And over the 10th, Burnt Oak is over well clear of Earthstopper and Grease Paint a mistake, Grittar a mistake, but he's all right. And as they go to the next open ditch, the 11th fence, Burnt Oak still well clear of Earthstopper, Two Swallows, Grease Paint, then Imperial Black just in behind them, Corbier's there, and Grittar as well there, and Silent Valley. And as they go to the 12th, it's Burnt Oak still clear, doesn't jump that very well. Earthstopper is second, then Grease Paint, Spartan Missile, Two Swallows, Tacroy, then Grittar, Imperial Black, Corbier, Silent Valley, Canford Ginger, Your Man, Ashley House, then Broomy Bank, Midday Gun, and then Eliogarty and Lucky Vane, and then comes Points Pass, but as they head towards the 13th fence, over to Peter O'Sullivan.
Yes, and it's Burnt Oak still a long way clear of Earthstopper and Grease Paint, then the grey Two Swallows on the inside, then comes Spartan Missile, then Tacroy. Behind Tacroy is Grittar, then comes Silent Valley, and then comes last year's winner Corbier just in behind the leaders with Your Man chasing him. Coming down now towards the next fence, and it's Burnt Oak still a long way clear of Earthstopper and Grease Paint and Spartan Missile and Tacroy and Two Swallows and Grittar, who's on the inside. He's being followed by Corbier. Coming down now towards the fence that'll be the last on the next circuit, and Burnt Oak still with a commanding advantage from Earthstopper, Grease Paint, Two Swallows, Imperial Black not far behind the leaders. On the inside is Grittar being chased by Corbier. Now they're coming to the chair, one of the most daunting in the race. This is fence number 15, the chair, and it's still Burnt Oak clear of Grease Paint in second, Earthstopper is third, then Grittar on the far side and Two Swallows. Burnt Oak lands well in the lead from in second place, and a faller there, and another captain has gone there, and also another faller there is the Irish horse, Carl's Wager has gone there, and there was Burnt Oak who cleared the water in the lead. From in second place, Earthstopper. Then comes in third place, Grease Paint, 4 Tacroy, 5 on the inside is Grittar, 6 on the outside comes Spartan Missile, then Corbier and Two Swallows, behind them Eliogarty, behind Eliogarty is Broomy Bank, on the outside of Broomy Bank is Imperial Black, behind Imperial Black is Lucky Vane, then Canford Ginger, then Your Man, behind Your Man, and joining them now on the far side is Silent Valley with also up there Ashley House, and they're racing across the Melling Road now. with going up in the centre of the course, Earthstopper. On the inside, Grittar. On the outside is Grease Paint, and over to John Hanmer.
And Burnt Oak still there on the wide outside too, and Earthstopper's up with him, so it's Grease Paint and Tackroy and Points Pass and Spartan Missile. Then Lucky Vein and Corbiere tracking the leaders towards the inner over the 18th. Earthstopper, Grease Paint, Burnt Oak, Tackroy, then Eliogety, then Two Swallows and Grittar and Lucky Vein as they come to the big ditch. And Grease Paint just about takes the lead, but Earthstopper jumps it better. And a faller at that one was Kumbai, and another faller would be Fortune Seeker as they jump the next, and it's Earthstopper in the lead, then Spartan Missile, Grittar, close up as we join Julian Wilson.
Yes, Grease Paint in the centre of the course, Earthstopper under the stand rails with Grittar, Two Swallows towards the centre as they jump the next one, and Eliogart is right up with them on the far side as well. Lucky Vein made a slight mistake at that one, but they were all over it, and running down to Beaches for the second time. Now the leaders are very closely bunched, with Two Swallows, Eliogart towards the outside, Grease Paint towards the inside as they jump Beaches. Eliogart over, Grease Paint makes a mistake, Earthstopper's over in second, then Two Swallows, Hello Dandy, Grittar's well there in the inside. Imperial Black was the faller at Beaches as they jumped the 23rd fence with Earthstopper in the lead from Grease Paint and Eliogati. Behind that comes Grittar and Two Swallows, then Corbiere, then Hello Dandy, then Broomy Bank and Lucky Vein and Fettered Friend as they come to the canal turn where Valerie Order and Bush Guide fell the first time round. But this time it's Grease Paint and Earthstopper. Eliogati is third, Grittar is fourth, then the great Two Swallows. Behind those is Hello Dandy, then Corbiere and Lucky Vein, then Broomy Bank and Fettered Friend as they jump Valentine's. Grease Paint over, a length clear from Earthstopper in second. Eliogati weakening now. Hello Dandy goes into third. In fifth is Grittar. Sixth is Corbiere, then Two Swallows and Lucky Vein as we rejoin John Hanmer.
A mistake there by Earthstopper, who was in second place, and it's Grease Paint out in front. Then Hello Dandy, Eliogati and Earthstopper and Lucky Vein and Two Swallows. Last ditch fall from home, and Hello Dandy's gone right up to Grease Paint. Then in third place Earthstopper, 4 Eliogati, 5 Lucky Vein, 6 Two Swallows, 7 Corbiere as they go to the third last. And it's Grease Paint from Hello Dandy. Then in third place Earthstopper, 4 Eliogati, 5 is Two Swallows. Silent Valley's been pulled up. Your man's well behind, but as they go across the Melling Road, it's Hello Dandy going up to join Grease Paint, then Earthstopper third, Lucky Vein 4, and over to Peter O'Sullivan.
And it's still Grease Paint, last year's second in the lead from Hello Dandy, last year's fourth. Then comes Earthstopper with quite a long gap behind him. Is Lucky Vein. Behind Lucky Vein is last year's winner Corbiere making good progress. Eliogati is just behind him. And then the grey Two Swallows, and then comes Fethard Friend, and then behind him is Grittar. As they come down to the second last fence in the National, it's Hello Dandy on the far side as we see them. On the near side is Grease Paint. There's little between the two, Grease Paint and the Sheepskin Noseband. Hello Dandy lands in the lead though. Earthstopper is third, and it's Hello Dandy in the lead as they come to the final fence in the 1984 National from Grease Paint. Earthstopper is third, Corbiere is now fourth, then comes Lucky Vein over the last fence. Hello Dandy lands in the lead from Grease Paint. Behind them come Earthstopper and then Corbiere, and then comes Lucky Vein racing towards the elbow now with just over a furlong to run in the National, and it's Hello Dandy being challenged again by Grease Paint. Hello Dandy is wandering off a true line. Grease Paint sticking to the far rail as they come to the furlong pole. It's Grease Paint on the far side, Hello Dandy on the near side. Corbiere is trying to get on terms with them, but it's Grease Paint on the far side, Hello Dandy on the near side. There's nothing between them as they come to the line. Hello Dandy on the near side is just going to win it. Hello Dandy is one, and Grease Paint is second, and third is Corbiere, fourth Lucky Vein, and 5 Earthstopper. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then came Two Swallows, and behind him Fethard Friend and Brummy Bank and Givago de Nervi for France. Then Grittar and Hillis Lane and Tackroy, and behind them came Beach King and W again, and Eliogati and Spartan Missile and your man, and this is the winner, Hello Dandy. Hello Dandy and Neil Doughty, his third attempt at the National, wins it at his third attempt. 26-year-old Neil Doughty, and Gordon Richards, who won it in 1978 with Lucius, has won it in 1984. with the horse who was 4th in 1983. Hello Dandy, another triumph for the Tsar Menelek, who was responsible for Rag Trade. Hello Dandy, the winner of the Grand National. Hello Dandy, owned by Mr. Richard Shaw, trained by Gordon Richards and ridden by Neil Doughty. Second was number 7, Grease Paint, owned by Mr. Michael Smurf, trained by Dermot Weld and ridden by Tommy Carmody. Third was number 1, Corbière, last year's winner, owned by Mr. B.R.H. Burrow, trained by Mrs. Jenny Pittman and ridden by Ben DeHaan. And fourth was number 10, Lucky Bay.
Congratulations on the second national for you, isn't it?
Thank you, it is, yes.
Lucius was the last one, but I recall you saying yesterday to someone, I'm even better, more confident this time.
True, you know, Mr. Shaw owns him. He bought him specially for the Grand National. And we were a bit anxious with him last year, new owner, and I went and we ran him a couple of times. And since November, he says, treat this horse as your own and train him the way you want to train him. And every week we've been having a little word on the phone, and I'm very, very pleased with the horse. I've been telling him I knew I had him really, really well.
Did you follow the horse pretty closely during the race, or did you lose him on the far side a bit?
I just lost him for a little bit, and then Richard, the owner of him, said to me, was that our horse that fell? I said, not bloody likely. I said, we're going all right. But he had me worried for a second until I really picked him up again.
What about coming off the last?
Yeah, just a bit worried. I was saying, come on now, don't let that beggar run away across like that. But why he's done that, you know, Grand National, long run in, they get very tired, don't they?
Yeah, I did. Well, well done. Congratulations, the second Grand National. Many people don't achieve even one, never mind two.
This is Ross-on-Wye, a town where people point out with pride the number of pubs. There is one, however, which rarely finds a place on any visitor's itinerary. You can't get a drink here anymore. What it offers is a remarkable peep into the past.
This isn't just a short hop from the street. This, in fact, is a trip 40 years back in time, because what you can see behind me here is almost unchanged since 1942, the year when Rommel was retreating after Alamein, when the Russians were holding Stalingrad, and when the French were scuttling their fleet in Toulon.
1942 was the year which set the style for the wine vaults in Mary Street, a pub known to its friends as the Hole in the Wall. In that year, it became locked in time like a fly in amber, a relic of an age when the price of a pint was a shilling, 5 pence in current terms. The cost of a small whisky was 7 pence, barely 2.5 new pence, a fact with which the old cash till seems no longer able to cope. This little time capsule has been opened up to public gaze because it's to go on sale. And if it could speak, what a sad and curious little tale the bar would tell.
For the Hole in the Wall, the clock stopped the day the old landlord died. The licence was taken over by his widow, but from the day she took over, nothing was changed. Time passed by outside, but here inside, in her favourite position, by the fire, she presided over a slow process of decay, ruling her dwindling band of customers in increasingly eccentric fashion.
It wasn't open all day, like 10 o'clock in the morning till 10 at night. She just opened when she, you know, felt like it.
Just when she felt like it?
Yeah. It was a free house.
But she never dusted the bottles or cleaned the pub very much?
Oh, yeah, it was clean. She didn't bother with the back of the bar, but the rest of it was perfectly clean. And the glasses they were spotless.
But the bottles covered in dust?
The bottles was covered in dust, yeah.
Did anyone ever suggest to her that she might sort of tidy the place up a bit and bring in a few modern fittings?
No, my wife used to say to her, "What you got in there, Mrs. Morris?" And she used to say, "Now some be empty and some be full." And that's all I'm telling you.
Strangely, till 1942, it had been quite a fashionable place, popular with the dancers from the big hotel across the road.
You could come in one night and you'd have ladies in their long evening gowns and the gents in their towels, and they'd be 20 or 30, they'd come from the Royal.
When did that used to happen? What time are you talking
the
about
later
now?
part of the war. And then that'd clear, and you could come in 20 minutes later and you'd have 4 deep round the bar here, the troops.
Another echo of the past, the bagatelle machine, still taking old pennies. But it'll take more than pennies to buy this lot.
Well, I would hope, for my client's sake, that the property could make in excess of £40,000 or £50,000, but I'm not going to be too pompous about it, I would hope.
Do you know how long it's been since those shelves were completely cleared? How long have the oldest bottles been there?
I would suggest the oldest bottles must be probably between 1910 and 1920, could be earlier, but I think probably the majority of the older ones would be just around the First World War.
So, is there really gold in them there bottles? Is the hole in the wall, for so long lost in obscurity, now to be revealed as a sort of liquid gold mine?
That is absolutely terrible.
24 fences in front of them, and as they settle down and come to the first, up on the inside, Ashley House is the early leader with Special Cargo and Plundering, and up on the very wide outside of the field comes Ocean Cruise. As they come to the first of the 24, and about 6 in the line, they're all safely over the first, including Donegal Prince, who made a slight mistake and gets the reminder early on. But it's Special Cargo in the lead. From Polar Express in second place, and then on the inside comes Diamond Edge, and then on the outer Plundering. The leaders skip over the second, and they're all safely over the second. After the leading four comes Skegby, Kudos, and then on the inside comes 14ers Express, followed by Integration. And so the order as they pass the post is that Polar Express and his moment of glory in the lead in the Whitbread, from Special Cargo in second and Plundering third, and then Diamond Edge 4 and Skegby close up 5, and then up on the outside of these comes Donegal Prince, on the inner Ashley House and 14ers Express and Kudos, and towards the rear Ocean Cruise, also towards the rear Letok Integration, and just last is Sointella Boy as they race away from us and head towards the third. With Polar Express leading, from Special Cargo in second and Diamond Edge just in third place on the inside of him. These are followed by Plundering, and then Ashley House and Donegal Prince and Skegby in Integration, and Kudos and 14ers Express. Very closely grouped indeed as they come down towards the third. On the left of the picture, Diamond Edge, just headed by his stable companion, and there the faller was Donegal Prince. Donegal Prince on the deck at the third. The horse is perfectly okay. I think John Southern is just about to get up. They swing into the back straight, and here Special Cargo going on from Diamond Edge, then Polar Express and Plundering, and Ashley House and Skegby. Then Kudos and 14ers Express and Integration, the leaders as they skip over that. A gap then to Letok, and with Letok towards the rear is Sointella Boy over the next, and there Diamond Edge led. Diamond Edge in the lead from Special Cargo and Plundering. Then comes Polar Express as they skip over the next plain fence. Integration, the last horse in the picture, and he is some 6 to 8 clear of Sointella Boy, Letok and Ocean Cruise, who's the back marker last of all. Go towards the water jump for the first time, and here it's Polar Express in the lead. Polar Express from Diamond Edge on the inside, Special Cargo third, Ashley House 4, Skegby 5. Plundering on the outside is 6, and then comes Kudos 7, and 14ers Express 8, Integration is 9. Letok is 10th, 11th is Sointella Boy, 12th and last jumping slowly out to the left and beginning to tail off Ocean Cruise. Go to the second of the railway fences, these three very close up together, and it's Diamond Edge on the inside of Polar Express. At the 10th, leaders safely over, and it's still Diamond Edge in the lead. From Polar Express in second and Ashley House third, and Skegby, I should say, is fourth, and then comes behind the Special Cargo and Plundering. They begin the sweep into the home straight for the first time and come towards the 11th. And as they do so, it's still Polar Express on the outside of Diamond Edge. Little to choose between these two. Then comes Special Cargo, and Ashley House makes a little bit of ground up on the outside, and up on the outer of him is Plundering at the pond fence for the first time. This is the 11th of the 24, at which Diamond Edge led, and again Ocean Cruise jumped out a little to the left, but is certainly closer than he was when they were racing down the back straight. Come towards the 12th, and Diamond Edge towards the left of the two leaders, touches down just in the lead from Polar Express. Then comes Skegby and Special Cargo and Ashley House and Plundering and Integration and 14ers Express and Kudos and Sointella Boy and Letok. And last is Ocean Cruise as they jump the 12th. And they're over that. Again, Ocean Cruise jumping badly out to the left. But the order as they pass the stands with Polar Express in the lead and John Oaksey, Diamond Edge going well at this stage.
Yes, he's going marvellously, Graham. So is the Queen Mother's Special Cargo, and tucked in close behind them are Ashley House and Plundering. You can see Ashley House there towards the outside, and Plundering is only about 5th or 6th. The unlucky horse of the race so far has been Let Off, who was badly balked at this downhill fence first time when Donegal Prince fell, or stopped Let Off in his tracks. But Diamond Edge really running a most marvellous race. I hope he's not taking too much out of himself by being up there early, but I don't think he necessarily is. This is how he very often used to run his races, and so far, touch wood, most of his jumping has been pretty good. He takes the occasional chance, but knows how to get away with it. Special Cargo, no, Plundering now. Ashley House has now moved up to share the lead with Diamond Edge. Plundering close behind them, and Special Cargo close behind that, and Let Off not far away. So battle is nearly joined between the Winter and the Dickinson forces. It's all to play for.
But it's Diamond Edge, trained by Falk Warren, in the lead from Ashley House second, Plundering is third. Then Special Cargo and Fortina's Express and Let Off getting much, much closer. Then Skegby, then Integration, Kudos, and Polar Express has had his moment of glory, weakening and beginning to trail. Diamond Edge in the lead from, in second place, Ashley House, and then Plundering third, and Special Cargo 4, and Fortina's Express 5, and Let Off 6. Skegby is 7th, and Integration 8th, and these clear from Kudos 9th, and the race with all to play for as they skip over the water jump, at which Diamond Edge led. Diamond Edge from Ashley House. There comes Fortina's Express and Special Cargo, Plundering under pressure, but getting a little bit closer, now in third place. Ashley House on the outside of Diamond Edge as they go to the next. Diamond Edge the better jump from Ashley House in second place, and then comes Plundering in third. Go to the fifth from home, and it's Diamond Edge on the inside of Ashley House. Diamond Edge from Ashley House, and Plundering and Fortina's Express and Let Off getting ever closer, now in fifth place. Diamond Edge on the inside of Ashley House, and Plundering and Fortina's Express and Let Off now in fourth place. They begin the sweep out of the back straight. They've got just 3 more fences to jump, and it's Diamond Edge and Bill Smith in the lead from Plundering in second place. Ashley House is third. Plundering moves up on the outside of Diamond Edge. Let Off getting closer. Ashley House getting closer. Fortina's Express is not done with. Kudos is staying on. Special Cargo is under pressure. Skegby is trying to get closer. They've still got 3 more fences to jump, and it's Plundering now with up on the outside Let Off. Let Off and Plundering from Ashley House and Diamond Edge and Fortina's Express. 3 out and Let Off now. Let Off in the lead for Michael Dickinson from in second place. Plundering 2 more to jump, but it's Let Off going on from Plundering. Diamond Edge in third place, but he came from this place when he won a couple of years ago. However, Let Off has the advantage from Plundering. 2 out. Let Off, Plundering, Diamond Edge from Ashley House, who made a mistake. Special Cargo is rallying on the inside. They've got 1 to jump in the Whitbread, and there's nothing to choose between Plundering and Let Off. Very little to choose between the two. Plundering on the near side, Let Off on the far side. At the last, they took it together, landed together, with Diamond Edge racing in between these horses again. It's Plundering, Let Off, Diamond Edge rallying, Special Cargo coming on the run, and Diamond Edge is coming through. Diamond Edge just coming through to shade Let Off. Special Cargo finishing well, a 3-way photo with the Whitbread. What a fantastic finish, Diamond Edge, Special Cargo and Let Off. These three in a photo, and Kevin Mooney thinks that he's won on Special Cargo, giving a victory salute. These are clear from Skegby and Kudos, and behind these came Fortina's Express and Ashley House and Sointella Boy. Integration has pulled up, and it's a 3-way photo for the outcome of the Whitbread Gold Cup between number 10 Special Cargo there, Kevin Mooney shaking Bill Smith's hand. Special Cargo, who rallied most gamely on the far side, and well, you wouldn't like to say that he hasn't won. Also in that photograph, though, is his stable companion Diamond Edge, ridden by Bill Smith, and also in that photograph is number 14 Let Off, ridden by Robert Earnshaw. You'd have to travel 1,000,000 miles to see a better
First
race.
turn, they had a clear advantage from videotape. Shawnee Light, with the previous winner of this race, World Citizen, next in 4th place. Well, down the back straight for the second time, the British champion hurdler hardly looked as if she was working. But the Wildenstein pair, World Citizen and Videotape, were making little headway in chasing her. But even having swung wide on the last bend, Dawn Run forfeited little ground, and with 1 fence to go, the only question was who would be second. Master Jack ran on, but to no avail, and though jumping slightly left at the final jump, Dawn Run is hardly extended to take the £41,000 first prize. The eventual winning distance of 6 lengths, not really representing her true class. For her trainer, Paddy Mullins, and sporting owner, Mrs. Charmian Hill, this victory caps a brilliant, unbeaten season in which she has won the English, Irish and French champion hurdles. The second horse was Master Jack, and third, Salute. And Tony Mullins, naturally delighted, just pulls her ear at the end of a very easy victory.
Presidio just on the outside of Tutbury, then behind these Elegant Port, Shipmate up on the outside, Video Rocket and Path over the more well beaten, but Presidio goes for home. Presidio and Tony Eyes going on from Tame Affair and Elegant Port, then just in behind these comes Shipmate, a furlong and a half to travel in the Playfair Racing Annual Brocklesby Stakes, and it's Presidio in the lead from Tame Affair in second place up on the outside. Tutbury next to the rails is beaten. They come inside the final furlong, and Presidio going 2, 3, 4 legs clear. Presidio clear from Tame Affair and Elegant Port up on the outside. Presidio in the lead from Tame Affair. Presidio well clear as they come up towards the line. Presidio the winner. Tame Affair second, Elegant Port third. Tactics in the very, very early stages are going to play an important part in this race. So under orders and they're away, and let's just assess the situation as they begin to settle down. On the left of the leading group comes El Mansur, and also up with the leads on the left-hand side, Alaware, Christmas Cottage behind these, and Follow the Stars. On the far side, telephone numbers, you can spot his white blinkers right next to the rails. Also on the far side, Caballo, Guverno in that group, and also is Star of a Gunner up with the leaders in the early stages. Just in behind them comes Florida Sun and Moore's Metal. They've split into those two groups, and as they come down through the first quarter of a mile, and telephone numbers stumble there, that certainly cost him the race. They've got just over 4.5 furlongs to go, and on the far side, Star of a Gunner with Caballo and El Mansur. On the near side, Rear Action just tracking the leaders, and also up with them Christmas Cottage and Alaware and Grey Desire and Loch Pearl there at the halfway stage in the William Hill Lincoln. And on the far side, it's Caballo and Star of a Gunner with Florida Sun. On the near side, it's Hooligan and El Mansur and Macmillan. Just over 3.5 furlongs to go, and it's Hooligan in the lead on the near side. On the far side, Vintage Toll comes sweetly to join Star of a Gunner, tracked by Guverno, who's right next to the rails. 2 furlongs left to go, and Hooligan coming down the centre of the track has the advantage. Hooligan, but on the far side, Guverno, Star of a Gunner and Vintage Toll, and the Irish Raider Saving Mercy. Just over a furlong to go. The race is on the far side as Vintage Toll, Guverno and Star of a Gunner are challenged strongly by Saving Mercy inside the final furlong, and it's Star of a Gunner now who's beaten as Saving Mercy comes through to take it up. Saving Mercy from Vintage Toll and Guverno. Saving Mercy from Vintage Toll trying to fight back. However, Saving Mercy's going to get there. A win for Ireland. Saving Mercy the winner. Vintage Toll second. Guverno third. Star of a Gunner 4. A big gap then to Ballad Island. Then came Wybis Range of Florida Sun and El Mansur, followed by Basil Boyer, Moore's Metal and Caballo and Marshalla. Then Macmillan and Skyboot and Christmas Cottage. Follow the Stars, telephone numbers, Hooligan. Then Rear Action, and behind Rear Action came Alaware. Towards the rear was Grey Desire, and last of all for me was Quite a Night. And so the result of this William Hill Lincoln handicap, it's a win for number 13, Saving Mercy, owned by Dr. M. Benacerraf, trained in Ireland by Dermot Weld and ridden by Walter Swinburne. That's Walter's first Lincoln winner. Second was number 19, Vintage Toll, ridden by Edward Hyde. A third was number 7, Guverno, ridden by Greville Starkey. And fourth was number 28, the gamble of the race, Star of a Gunner, ridden by Willie Carson. Well, in fact, it was the low numbers who prevailed. Saving Mercy, the winner, was drawn 8. The second horse home, Vintage Toll, was drawn 5. And the third horse home, Guverno, was drawn 2. But there's our winner, a mud-splattered Walter Swinburne on this daughter of Lord Gale, Saving Mercy, who's won the Lincoln.
Got the 4 wise men with me. Let's see how they return the starting prices. Gentlemen, Don Dealer.
130. 130. 130.
So there it is, 130 favourite return Bond Dealer, absolutely unanimous between them.
Right. Next horse I've got is 72 Just Autumn. It's the same with me. Well, back 72. Okay. 72 is best with me.
72 Just Autumn, second favourite.
Pictures my next one, 4 or 72 in places with me. Still get 4. Still 4. I can get the 4. 4 to 1.
4 to 1 concert pitch.
Now, Ched's Gamble is 5 tight with me. Still get 5.5. Gillett still offers 5.5. 5.5, I think. And 5 firm. Well, they're only taking 6 and 5.5. I think if you can get 5.5, make it 11 to 2 then. 11 to 2,
that's 11 to 2, Chad's Gamble.
Next one is Vaguely Realm. I've got 7 and 8 in a place. 7 with me. 7's been made. 7 the 1 steady. Make it 7 then.
7 to 1, Vaguely Rail.
Now, Sky Jump is a mixture of 12 and 10.
Gillett offers 14 and Taffy offered 16 before he rubbed down, just before the off.
12 to 1. 12. Well, I think 12 to 1 Sky Jump.
12 to 1 Sky Jump.
Now, the last horse is blowing bubbles. They've taken 14 off at 12.
It's 12, isn't it?
12 to 1, the last horse which is blowing bubbles.
And 12 to 1 blowing bubbles. So there you've seen how the starting prices were returned. I'll give them to you. Number 4 Bond Dealer, the winner. That's the 100 to 30 favourite. Sky Jump, just once again, blowing bubbles was a 12 to 1 chance. And Sky Jump, gentlemen?
Sky Jump 12.
And also at 12 to 1. So it's 100 to 30, 12 to 1 twice, 100 to 30 favourite, very popular with your Channel 4 timers. That's how these gentlemen return the starting prices.
And they're off, and a little bit of a tardy start there by Old Jazzy, also Leipzig, but as they start to settle down, Elkie Brooks and Callaloo Sue are the first to go on. So those two share the lead through the first furlong, being followed then by Fair Dominion and Pebble. Then just in behind Pebbles, then comes Leipzig on the near side, Mycel Ream on the far side, then comes El Jazzy, and the last one now in the early stage to Maya. They've run about 2 furlongs, and Callaloo Sue with the white face just continues to make it from Elkie Brooks on the left. Then towards the right is Pebbles, another white-faced runner, and just in behind them comes Fair Dominion. Lester Piggott now moves up El Jazzy right on the outside to come into a prominent position, but they pass the 4 from home marker. Elkie Brooks on the far side, just about on terms now with Callaloo Sue. Then comes Pebbles. That's the order. Back to Graham.
And Elkie Brooks next to the rails, with up on the outside of these Pebbles, El Jazzy coming with a run, Mycel Ream again as at Salisbury, just in behind a wall of horses at this stage. Samaya is the one that's tailed off. Pebbles leads from Leipzig, who comes out of the pack, just under 2 furlongs to race. Pebbles in the lead from Leipzig, and here comes Mycel Ream. Here comes Miss Bewley. El Jazzy is under pressure and beaten. Fair Dominion is beaten. Callaloo Sue is beaten. Elsie Brooks is beaten. And as they come inside the final furlong, it's Pebbles sticking her neck out very gamely indeed, being challenged by Leipzig, but Pebbles is going to hold on from Leipzig, with Mycel Ream finishing well, but up the line Pebbles is going to win it. Pebbles from Leipzig, Mycel Ream, Miss Bewley, then El Jazzy and Fair Dominion, a gap to Callaloo Sue, a gap to Elkie Brooks, and a gap to Samaya, who was always outpaced. And so the outcome of this Nelgrin Stakes, it's a win for number 8 Pebbles, owned by Captain Marcos Lemos, trained at Newmarket by Clive Britton, ridden by Philip Robinson, Philip's 6th winner of the season. Second was number 5 Leipzig, ridden by Walter Swinburne, and third was number 6 Mycel Ream, ridden by Alan Lecure. A very, very game and gutsy performance by this daughter of Sharp.
That Leo Fan was very likely going to have a hood on. He has got it on now and is showing very much the same sort of signs of reluctance and anxiety which he showed at Doncaster. So this is a very, very nervous moment for Guy Harwood, Greville Starkey and the connections. But he's in, so over to you, John Penny.
Yes, John, he's safely in. Leo found the last of 5 to be installed for the Craven Stakes, and just waiting for the handlers just to come away. The blindfold being thrown over the back, and they're under starters' orders, and they're off as they break out. Blazer Tara just about the early leader, but now immediately being collared by Greville Starkey on Leo Fan. So Leo Fan now settles down in the lead, being followed by Blazer Tara, Rainbow Quest. Then comes Telios. The back marker in the early stages, Willie Carson on Cherry Hill. They've run about a furlong and a half. Leo Fan blazing the trail ahead of Rainbow Quest. Then comes Blazer Tara, Telios. And then comes Cherry Hill with 6 furlongs still to go. That order being maintained. Greville Starkey quite content to sit in front, with Leo Fan being followed then by Rainbow Quest, Steve Corton. Then comes Blazer Tara, and still bringing up the rear, the last of the quintet at this stage is Cherry Hill. They're running now just inside the final 5, and as they do so, Leo Fan the leader from Rainbow Quest. Those two then being followed by Telios. Then comes Blazer Tara, and the back marker still remains Cherry Hill. With that order, back to Graham.
And both the first two running very freely early on. Leo Fan the leader from Rainbow Quest, who almost got away with Steve Corthon, very, very free indeed in the early stages. Telios comes through to be third. Blaze of Tara, Declan Gillespie asking that one to quicken and can find nothing. They're coming past the bushes, raced down into the dip, 2.5 furlongs to go. And Leo Fan, look at his stride, but look to it, Rainbow Quest. Don't forget a difference in weight here today. Leo Fan next to the rails, Rainbow Quest on the outside. The rest seemingly beaten. Telios is held, Cherry Hill is held. And it's going to be a battle royal now with a furlong to go. Leo Fan and Rainbow Quest. Leo Fan next to the rails, sticking his neck out. Rainbow Quest on the stand side, asking to quicken. Very little to choose between the two. Leo Fan and Rainbow Quest really stretching, both of them magnificent horses. Leo Fan just in a photo from Rainbow Quest. These well clear from Telios and Cherry Hill, and then came Blades of Tara. What a marvellous, marvellous race. It's a win for number 1, Leah Fan, maintaining his unbeaten record, owned by Mr. A. Salmon, trained at Pulborough by Guy Harwood, and bred by C.P. Carpadis, ridden by Greville Starkey. I'm preempting the result. Officially, it's a photograph. But for me, second was number 5, Rainbow Quest, owned by Mr. Khalid Abdullah, trained at Marlborough by Jeremy Tree, bred by Alan Claw and ridden by Steve Cawthon. For me, the third horse home was number 6, Telios, but if in fact, for me, it was Daylight that was third. These two magnificent racing machines, who both ran freely early on, were both asked to quicken inside the final furlong, and a tremendous roar went up from the crowds here as each battled, each gave his all. A better race you'd have to travel a long way to see. For me, Leah Fan has prevailed from Rainbow Quest. And there is my idea of the winner, Leah Fan, in the diamond jacket of Mr. A. Salmon. Also there is the horse he narrowly beat for me, Rainbow Quest, in the green with the pink sash and white sleeves. The other horses were left toiling in their wake. Two very good horses indeed. But it's the horse in the background, Leah Fan, and it must have taken Greville a full furlong and a half to pull this fellow up, because in the final furlong they were really motoring, both stretching majestically and magnificently. But here for me, my idea of the winner, Leah Fan. Let's review this race again.
And it's lived up to all our best hopes, hasn't it? Leah Fan, as we expected, came out of the stalls in front. He never was able to establish a clear lead. In fact, as Graham said, Steve Cawthon had quite a lot of trouble with the brakes on Rainbow Quest. He took a really strong hold for the first furlong or couple of furlongs, but Steve got him settled in the end, and now he's just beginning to launch what at one time looked a desperately dangerous challenge. Greville Starkey is also asking Leah Fan to lengthen, and when he lengthens his stride, it gets very long indeed. Well, actually, both these horses have got a tremendous stride at full gallop. Now, here I thought Rainbow Quest was probably going to just do it. Steve Cawthon hasn't picked up his whip. Neither jockey really gives these horses a tremendously hard race, but I don't believe they need to, because these are two colts who are really willing to run for their lives. That's what they're doing, but Leah Fan keeps sticking out his neck. I'm practically certain he's kept it in front. I don't believe Rainbow Quest ever quite gets to him. You see now, yes, there must be at least a head in it, possibly a neck. Rainbow Quest in a very similar situation to that he enjoyed against, or didn't probably enjoy, against El Gran Senor in the Dewhurst. There comes a delighted Greville Starkey on Leah Fan.
And don't forget, of course, that Leah Fan was today conceding £5 to Rainbow Quest. And if Rainbow Quest has went up to his form, then we're going to have some sort of race in the 2,000 guineas between Leah Fan and El Gran Senor. Leah Fan, the 6-5 on favourite of this Craven Stakes.
And I wonder now, will he displace El Gran Senor as favourite for the 2,000 guineas itself? We shall no doubt very soon hear. I think Derek's got some news of betting.
Well, John, the winner was very well backed indeed. The biggest bet I saw was 3,000 on Leah Fan to win 4,875. I saw an even 2,000 and an even 1,000 about 6 times. So bags of money for Leah Fan, who ended up 6-5 on, and Rainbow Quest second at 7-4.
Mahogany, the 11-10 favourite. Desirable 7-1. Pebbles 15-2. Capricorn Bell 11-1, Seattle Siren 14s, Miss Bewley and Shoot Clear 16-1, Betsy Bear 20s, Glowing with Pride 25-1 and 33's Bar.
Talking of nerves, Willie, this filly Pebbles has been known to get very much on her toes. I see Philip Robinson's pulled his feet out of the irons.
Yeah, today I think she's been the best I've ever seen her. Usually you'll see her when they're sweating, all the dark hairs on her, and she goes very dark, but there she's still very chestnutty.
Yes.
So she's not sweating too much.
Reasonably cool. There's Miss Silka Key, Cash Asmussen. Very much an outsider, but very good luck to him on his first English Classic ride. And as Miss Silka Key goes in, there are only 2 more to go. So with the best of luck to them all in a really fascinating 1,000 guineas. Over to you, Rawley Gilbert.
Thanks, John. Yes, Miss Silka Key and Cash Asmussen were the last to go in for this 1984 1,000 guineas. The flag up and away they go, and away to an incredibly level break. No one's going to suffer from a paltry start. And in the early part of the race, it's Alain Lecoeur who sent Mycel Reem on. Mycel Reem in the lead from Pebbles, close behind these. Come Glowing with Pride. They've come a furlong already, and it's a terrific pace. After the three leaders, Capricorn Bell is well placed, then Miss Silka Key, but it's Mycel Reem making it. Glowing with Pride is second, and Pebbles is third, and Capricorn Bell is fourth. Desirable comes next. Towards the rear of the field, and just about last is Seattle Siren. Also towards the rear is Rocket Alert. But they're all in a heap, all well grouped together, with Mycel Reem, the Salisbury winner, continuing to make it. Mycel Reem and Alain Lecoeur as they come on down towards the final 5 furlongs in the 1,000 guineas. Mycel Reem in the lead, Pebbles only just behind, then Desirable. Making ground on the far side is Mahogany, the favourite. Spot that white noseband, but with Mycel Reem still in command, it's back to the grandstand and Graham.
And Joe Mercer on Mahogany going very easily indeed at this stage. Mycel Reem there, though, from Glowing with Pride, and then next to the rails is Mahogany, and here she goes. Pebbles coming with her. Walter Swinburne on Shoot Clear, tracking Mahogany. Look at him go through on that gap that Joe Mercer made. Mycel Reem has the advantage. They're at the bushes, 2.5 to go. Mycel Reem from Mahogany. Joe now down in the drive position. Betsy Bay comes out of the pack. Pebbles throws down a challenge. Shoot Clear is done with. Desirable comes with a run, but it's Mycel Reem in the lead. Mahogany getting squeezed out there by Pebbles, who's hanging across to the rails. They've got just over a furlong to go, and it's Pebbles who stormed through. Pebbles from Mycel Reem. Mahogany back in third place. Desirable finishing well. Pebbles putting daylight between herself and her rivals there in this general accident 1,000 guineas. It's Pebbles a long way clear from Mycel Reem. Desirable and Shoot Clear at the line. Pebbles is the winner. Mycel Reem second. Desirable third. Shoot Clear 4. Betsy Bay 5. Then came Miss Bewley and Marathon. Mahogany in the mid division. The back markers were Seattle Star and Miss Silka Key, and last of all was Kane.
And Rainbow Quest a 6-to-1 chance. Il Gran Senor now the 15-to-8 favourite from 2-to-1, and Leofan out to 130 from 3s. Keen 4-to-1. Rainbow Quest 6s. Dragon's Gore 14s. Chief Singer 16-to-1. Bountiful 50-to-1. King's Island 66s, and Native Charmer 80-to-1. All 9 show.
And the last word from Mr. Piggott. He's won this race 3 times. Keen, very inexperienced, though, only run twice in his life. John Oakes asked him how worried he was about the inexperience.
Well, ideally, you know, we would have liked to give him another race, but that was impossible. It's going to be against him, obviously, you know, but he's a very good horse. But so are the others, you know, we just don't know, really.
How do you think the race is going to go?
I think it should be a good race. There's only 9 runners, you know, there shouldn't be any excuses. Should be a good run race. I suppose Leofan will go in front. I don't know, but I suppose he will. And I suppose we'll have to beat him, you know.
Well, they're going through. One last shout from the ring.
15-to-8, El Gran Senor, absolutely solid. If you can get 2-to-1, you're very lucky. It's 7-to-2 bar now. Leofan's gone out right out from 2-to-1 to 7-to-2. Keen being back. Ladbrokes, the big off-course firm, are backing Keen from 9-to-2 into 7-to-2. 6-to-1 is the very best you'll get, Rainbow Quest. Chief Singer, I've seen 14 Chief Singer, the best backed horse of the outsiders. One punter's at £100 each way. Number 8, Native Charmer, at 100-to-1, stands to win more than £10,000. But the news down here is the desperate weakness of Leofan and the strength of El Gran Senor and Keen. They are being back to beat this Leofan.
There is, you saw Native Charmer, the last one there. Now, the likelihood, they're drawn. The likelihood speed horses, Leofan tends to go to the 3, 5 Native Charmer will certainly go in 5, and 6 Craig and Score, he tends to go up there. Willie, fairly tense time this. The Native Charmer last time out reared up in the stalls.
Yes, he's a bit fractious. Hopefully he won't hold these good horses up. It's a very tense time for the horses and the jockeys, you know, being a big occasion. There he is, he's gone in very well today. He's the best I've seen him go in for a long time. He's gone in nice and cool.
And Brown Rouse, well, do you think hope to settle him, or do you think he'll just go all the way?
Well, it's very difficult for Brian. He's never ridden a horse in a race, but he's ridden the horse at home, and he's had the feel of him. So I would think he'll have to go to the front, or attempt to go to the front, and see how fast Native Charmer or Crag and Score go. He'll have to just be a bit careful that he doesn't go too fast early.
So the Longfellow is loaded up for his 34th 2,000 guineas. He's ridden in the last 30 straight. Native Charmer is going in. And with himself to enter last, let's join Rory Gilbert.
Thank you, Ruff. Yes, Keane, the last to go in, as we see Judy Grange in the foreground of the picture, the assistant starter. Michael Sayers, the starter, on his rostrum now, just waiting for this one, Keane, one of the unbeaten colts in the field. He's only, in fact, ever run twice, this fellow, but a mighty impressive winner on both occasions. Vincent O'Brien, incidentally, the trainer of El Gran Senor, is seeking his 38th Classic winner in this 2,000 guineas. Lea Fan getting very hot indeed. He was sweating profusely on the way to the start. And Keane, the last to go in. This looks like it. All in stalls for the 1984 2,000 guineas. Nearest to us, the Frenchman, Bountiful, but away they go to a pretty level break, except for Rainbow Quest, who was a little slow, and Chief Singer, surprisingly, was also just a little slow to leave the stalls. But Native Charmer, one of the first to go on with Lea Fan. Then right under these standside rails for France is Bountiful. Right over on the outside come Kragan Score, being tracked by Kings Island and then Keane. But on the near side, it's Lea Fan who's pulled his way into the lead. A furlong and a half behind them now in the 2,000 guineas, and it's Lea Fan who leads from Native Charmer in second. Then Rainbow Quest, who's made up that ground, into third. Four is Kragan Score. Then after these on the outside comes Keane, tracking the leaders with the white cap. That's El Gran Senor. 3 furlongs behind them now, and it's still Lea Fan and Brian Rouse who continue to make the running in the 2,000 guineas, followed by Steve Perks and Native Charmer. These are 1 and 2. Kragan Score comes next, then Rainbow Quest, then the favourite El Gran Senor, and back to Graham.
The favourite, El Gran Senor, 3 from the right of the picture, as Lea Fan goes for home. Here comes El Gran Senor coming through on the inside of Native Charmer. Kragan Score, Leicester on the outside on Keane coming with a run. Chief Singer is trying to come with a run, but it's Lea Fan from El Gran Senor. Rainbow Quest, Keane on the very wide outside. Chief Singer going very easily indeed, coming through next to the rails. The 4-horse race is developing into a 5-horse race as Lea Fan is joined on the rails by Chief Singer on the outside by El Gran Senor. Keane is beaten, Rainbow Quest is beaten. They've got a furlong to go. It's El Gran Senor and Chief Singer. The race developing into a match between these two. El Gran Senor from Chief Singer. El Gran Senor lengthening his stride, coming away from Chief Singer. El Gran Senor's going to win it. El Gran Senor clear up the line. El Gran Senor is the winner. Chief Singer is second. Lea Fan third. Rainbow Quest 4. Keane 5. Bountiful 6. Kragan Call 7. Kings Island 8th. Last is Native Charmer. And so Pat Edery has had time in the final half furlong to give his horse a pat down the neck, because he has won this fantastic race in superb fashion, owned by Mr. Robert Sangster, trained in Ireland by Vincent O'Brien, bred by E.P. Taylor in the United States of America, ridden by Pat Edery, giving Vincent O'Brien his 38th European Classic victory. There he is, the winner, El Gran Senor, of the General Accident 2,000 guineas. Second was number 2, Chief Singer, owned by Mr. Jeff Smith, trained here at Newmarket by Ron Sheether and ridden by Ray Cochran. Third was number 7, Lea Fan, owned by Mr. Ahmed Salman, trained at Pulborough by Guy Harwood and ridden by Brian Rouse. I think we'll find that the 4th horse home is number 9, Rainbow Quest, but this was a devastating performance, both in class and acceleration.
And now Richardson. Whipping in a good cross. And shot. And a goal! His first cup tie goal of the season, and it comes at Wembley.
Funny thing today, the way the game's gone. Everton haven't really had the little breaks, Brian. You know, the ball, was it in, was it out, was it a corner, was it not, and the free kicks. Most of them have gone sort of against Everton, and yet here they are still 1-0 up.
Stephen. Whipping in quite a good cross there. Oh, Andy Gray, and it's given. It came out of Sherwood's hands, and Andy Gray has forced it home to put Everton 2 into the lead.
Well, another smashing ball in from young Stevens. I don't think it was a foul at all. There's Andy jumping up, and I think it was a case of the ball coming down and hitting him on the head and going in the net.
Looked like a very good refereeing decision. And the voices you can hear are mainly Merseyside voices now. And a victory for Everton in the FA Cup. There are the two goal scorers, Andy Gray and Graham Sharp. And Everton, who last won the Cup in 1966, they waited so long for this. As somebody was saying earlier, he'd queued for 14 years for this ticket for Wembley today. That's all over now. Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Kent, says the Cup is Everton's.
There's John Bailey, can't stop joking, can he? Look at the hat he's got on.
The biggest hat in Wembley.
Elegant Air 12 to 1, Claude Monet the 2 to 1 favourite, Rami and Kerman both at 8 to 1, and Telios now 17 to 2. Elegant Air and Hatim both at 12s, High Debate 14 to 1, and Head for Heights goes back to 14 to 1 from 16s, 16 to 1 bar that.
And there's the favourite, Steve Monet on Claude Monet. Steve Monet, I beg his pardon. I'm sure Steve would love to be able to paint like Monet. As a matter of fact, he'd rather prefer to be able to play tennis like Barotra. He's a very, very keen tennis player. But that's an elegant colt, isn't he? There have been vague rumours around that all wasn't well with him at Newmarket. The stable absolutely quashes those rumours. There's absolutely no truth in them whatever. And let's hope that this race proves it. Number 2, Claude Monet, an Elegant Air, has gone to 11 to 1 from 12s. Well, if I was betting, I think I'd be on High Debate. I'm very interested to see how Comanche Run runs. But the question is, will anything suggest that he's good enough to beat El Gran Senor and Alpha Betim in the derby? There's the outsider Patrizio, and he's one of the last to go in. I think, in fact, Hatim will probably be going in late in blinds, although he's only had one run. He was one, there he is, he's having the blinds put on now. So as that operation is, I hope, successfully performed, for a fascinating Mercadante Stakes, over to you, Graham Good.
1 mile, 2.5 furlongs the trip. As Hatim goes in, Patrizio going in on the far side. Patrizio, ridden by Philip Robinson. That's it. All in. Under orders. And they're all out. Telios just a length or so slowly away. Rami is towards the rear. And in the early stages, it's Elegant Air that goes on. But there's no pace through the first furlong. Elegant Air from Head for Heights, and then Long Pond up on the outside. Then just in behind these comes Takavi. Hatim is now the back marker, but it's Elegant Air in the lead. From in second place, Long Pond. Third is Patrizio, 4 Head for Heights. Fifth is High Debate. Then sixth comes Prince Ragusa. Seventh on the inside is Claude Monet. Takavi Motta just in behind these. Hatim just the back marker. Pigwidgeon towards the rear. So too is Rami. 7 furlongs to go, and it's Elegant Air on the outside of Long Pond. Then comes Head for Heights in third, High Debate pulling quite freely in fourth, Patrizio on the outside of that one, the favourite Claude Monet on the inner of the Takavi Botta, Telios on the outside of him, then Comanche Run and Kerman, followed by Belldale Lear, and behind Belldale Lear is Prince Ragusa, Hatim and Pigwidgeon. Turning for home, past halfway, Elegant Air leads. From Long Pond and Head for Heights, they've got 4.5 furlongs to go. And it's Elegant Air, Long Pond, Head for Heights, Patrizio up on the outside. Belldale Lear is the one that's struggling. They've got 4 to go. And it's a very wide open race with Elegant Air next to the rails, plugging on from Head for Heights and Long Pond. Then behind these comes High Debate. Claude Monet, you can just see him, 4 from the right of the picture in the light-coloured cap with 2.5 to go. Quite a bit to do, Claude Monet. It's Elegant Air in the lead from Head for Heights. Long Pond comes under pressure, but here comes Claude Monet. Hatim also making good ground on the outside. Kerman in behind them. Steve Cawthon asks Claude Monet for an extra gear. He's finding one. They've got a furlong and a half to go. It's Elegant Air, Head for Heights, Claude Monet and Hatim. Claude Monet strikes the front with a furlong to go. Claude Monet from in second place, Head for Heights. Claude Monet, Head for Heights. Elegant Air and Hatim inside the final half furlong. Claude Monet with Hatim fairly easy on the ground on the outside. Claude Monet's going to win it. Claude Monet in a photo from Hatim. And then came Kerman and Head for Heights. then Rami and Elegant Air, then Long Pond, Pigwidgeon, Heidi Bade and Comanche Run, a big gap to Telios, behind these Takavi Butter, also towards the rear was Patrizio, last was Prince Ragusa, and so the result of this Mecca Dante Stakes, or at least the outcome, is a photo finish, a photo between number 2, Claude Monet, owned by Mr. Daniel Wildenstein, trained at Newmarket by Henry Cecil, ridden by Steve Cawthon. If he's prevailed, and I believe that he has, Steve's 24th winner of the season. Second, also in that photo, I should say, is number 5, Hatim, owned by Mr. Khalid Abdullah, trained at Marlborough by Jeremy Tree, ridden by Pat Edery. Third could be number 6, Head for Heights, ridden by Willie Carson. Well, if Claude Monet was going to justify his position as third favourite in the Derby, for me, he should have won this with much more authority, and I'm afraid to say that he certainly hasn't sparkled in this Mecca Dante Stakes. And in fact, Belldale Lear, who we saw in distress turning for home, has pulled up lame with 3.5 furlongs to go. Belldale Lear pulled up and did not complete in the Mecca Dante. The other 14 did, and with 2.5 to go, it was a very wide open race. Steve Cawthon was just in behind them on Claude Monet, but it was Elegant Air in the lead as we review the closing stages.
Yes, Elegant Air has made the running. At this moment, he's in front of Head for Heights in Sheikh Mohammed's colours, with Long Pond outside him, and Claude Monet tucked in behind Head for Heights in 4th position at this place. Now you see, at this stage, now you see Hatim, who's been held right up by Pat Edery, coming down the outside with what I thought looked like a decisive run. But Claude Monet does quicken. He's going past Head for Heights now. Elegant Air can't find any more over on the far rails. Look at Lester Piggott coming through, second close to Elegant Air now, one off the rails on Kerman. But now Claude Monet's got in front, and Hatim, who's only having his second race, is running a little bit green for Pat Edery. When Pat gets him going, he does gain on Claude Monet. The favourite certainly hasn't gone clear. He's only just got his nose in front, and as the post comes up, Hatim is catching him steadily. Behind him are Head for Heights, and then I think Lester Piggott on Kerman, who will have had a real good view of this finish, just the sort of thing he likes in Derby trials. He is the winner. Claude Monet, I don't know whether you got the complete result, Graham.
Win for number 2, Claude Monet, who won by a head. Second was number 5, Hatim, and third was number 6, Head for Heights. Officially placed 4th, number 8, Kerman. The winning distances ahead between first and second, a length between second and third. And Claude Monet has prevailed. He was the favourite, and although this race doesn't often throw up a favourite, John McCurrick, it's thrown up one today.
Claude Monet, the 7th winning favourite in 27 runnings of the Mecca Dante, and a rank bad result for the bookmakers. They got it in their heads that Claude Monet wouldn't win. They stood it, and it's really taken money out of the books, and it'll be very bad for the betting shops at home. So he's 2-to-1 favourite, Claude Monet. The second horse, Hatim, 12-to-1. 12-to-1 Hatim. Third, Head for Heights, is 14-to-1, 4-to-1, and the fourth horse, technical reasons only, Kerman, was the 15-to-2 second favourite. Now, as Bruff has said, this has been a very poor guide to the ever-ready Derby. Only 2 horses have gone on to win the Derby from the Mecca Dante, St Paddy in 1960 and Shirley Heights in 78. Though, of course, Rheingold was just touched off by Roberto at Epsom after winning here in 1972. But Claude Monet, when bookmakers get it in their heads that a horse will not win, punters get the value, they ignore the rumours, and punters are very happy here. A great cheer went up, a great result for the punters, bad for the bookmakers.
Half a mile to run in the Ormond Stakes. Still Regal Steel from Mill Plantation, Tinoso, Kerpur and Tracadie. Coming up to the 3 furlong marker, Regal Steel, Mill Plantation, Tinoso, Tracadie, improving a little from the rear. Kerpur trying to run round him. Racing into the home turn now. Tinoso takes it up from Regal Steel, being challenged by Kerpur. Tracadie got a little bit hampered there. Coming down to the
furlong pole now, and it's Chinoso being challenged by Khairpur. Chinoso on the far side, Khairpur on the near side. Chinoso from Khairpur. Chinoso is holding Khairpur as they race up towards the line. It's Chinoso from Khairpur, and Chinoso's going to win the Ormond Stakes at the line. Chinoso's a clever winner from Khairpur in second and third, Tracadie, and then Regal Steel and finally Mill Plantation. And so Chinoso wins his first race since the Derby. And the result of the Ormond Stakes, first number 2, Chinoso, owned by Mr. Eric Moller, trained by Jeff Ragg and ridden by Pat Edery. Second, number 1, Khairpur, owned by His Highness the Aga Khan, trained by Fulk Johnson Horton and ridden by Steve Cawthon. And third, number 10, Tracadie, owned by Lady Beaverbrook, trained by Dick Hearn and ridden by Willie Carson. Fourth was number 8, Regal Steel. So Pat Edery, after his first ever ride in public on the former Derby winner, Chinoso, goes to the head of the jockeys table this season with 23 winners to Steve Cawthon's 22.
On the outside, also up towards the leaders Desirable, and towards the centre Sharp Wind, Sign of Life right in the front rank with Katie's, and up near them too is Real Gold as they run across, having covered about a furlong and a half. Shadowliah and Sign of Life prominent. Up with the leaders too is Ballet de France, and well there on the inside Princess Patty racing around the elbow. They've got approximately 6 furlongs to cover. And over towards the far side, Ballet de France prominent, Clarifi well there, Katie's on the outside, Shadowliah, Gliding Shadow and Saluce, Princess Patty behind them on the inside, and Mazarica just on the heels of the leaders too as they race down now past the halfway stage. And Ballet de France and Clarifi and Katie's, and close up to Shoot Clear, Princess Patty just behind the leaders on the outside, Shadowliah. Sign of Life has dropped back. They're racing down towards the 3 furlong marker now, and it's Clarifi the leader from Katie's, and Princess Patty and Ballet de France and Mazarica just behind these with Shoot Clear. Then a gap to Seasonal Pick Up and So Fine. They've 2 furlongs to race in the Golf's 1,000 guineas, and the blinkered Clarifi on the inside of Katie's. Princess Patty between horses, Mazarica towards the outer, then Shoot Clear and So Fine. Lady of the House and Aliana, Princess Tracy and Real Gold. They've over a furlong to race now, and it's Katie's the leader from Mazarica, and they're followed on the far side by Clarifi, and then Lady of the House, So Fine, finishing well on the near side. The They're well inside the final furlong now, and Katie's over on the far side. So fine, Aliana and Mazarica racing up towards the finish now, and that's Katie's the leader from Aliana, So Fine, then Lady of the House and Mazarica, and then Desirable, Real Gold and Terrific and Princess Patty, then Sign of Life and Shoot Clear and Seasonal Pickup, and behind these Ballet de France, Princess Tracy and Kel Johnson trailing back to the last group, gliding Shadow Laya, Saluce, then Auntie Katie and Harda Brain the last to finish. So victory in the Goffs Irish 1,000 guineas for the English train Katie's, owned by Mr. T.P. Ramsden, trained by Mick Ryan and ridden by Philip Robinson, who has now completed a remarkable Guineas double, having won the English equivalent on Pebbles for the Clive Britton stable. He's come here and been in the front rank throughout on Katie's and holding off
Secreto trying to go in now. He's almost in. He's halfway in, Secreto. He's getting the heave-ho, and in goes Secreto, and I think that's all the horses in.
Secreto is in, and they're racing.
And Lackluster is the horse we're racing without in the early stages. Secreto well there, up there to Fiery Celt. As they race across now towards the 6 furlong mark. Up there too is Sadler's Wells, and Proceda not far off as they race towards the approach to the straight. And the leader is Sadler's Wells, up there too on the inside as Proceda Hegemony is in touch. Racing around now the elbow with about 6 furlongs to cover, and Sadler's Wells is the leader, followed towards the outside by Fiery Celt. In touch behind them on the inside is Proceda, and they're followed up the straight by Secreto. Racing down now towards the halfway stage in the 2,000 guineas, and Sadler's Wells on the outside is Fiery Celt. In touch on the inside Proceda, Secreto tracking the leaders, Tom Ryland in touch too. Racing down now towards the 3 furlong marker, and as they do so on the far side Proceda, Sadler's Wells and Secreto, and towards the outside Fiery Celt. In behind these is Roussillon as they race towards the last 2 furlongs, and on the far side Proceda with Sadler's Wells, Secreto moving up to challenge. Out on the near side is Fiery Celt, and they're followed by Roussillon and Capture Him and Hegemony, Tom Ryland and Seafaring. They're inside the last 2 furlongs, Sadler's Wells, Secreto, and over on the far side is the French horse Proceda coming on the near side, Roussillon with Fiery Celt, but it's Sadler's Wells in the lead as they race inside the final furlong. Sadler's Wells, Proceda and Secreto as they race towards the finish. Sadler's Wells with Proceda on the inside and going to the line. It's Sadler's Wells from Proceda, then Secreto, and they're followed by Capture Him and Roussillon, and then Fiery Celt and Hegemony and Tom Ryland, and the last to finish is Seafaring.
Absolutely hawking Time Charter they are. 7-2, not a shilling for her. The favourites come in. 2-1 is absolutely top whack. 2-1 with the thumb. 15-8, and I've heard a 7-4 called. So the favourites very strong. Flame of Tara, solid 7-1. Sheer Walk now, they've soaked up Sheer Walk at 8. Any price the rag. But once again, this desperate weakness of Time Charter has unbalanced all the books. The bookmakers can't make a proper book because there's no money for the horse they thought would be disputing favouritism. Time Charter out with the washing, they're saying.
And there's Sun Princess. Joe, when you went past Sun Princess at Ascot, did Time Charter show better acceleration that day? She clearly did.
Well, it wasn't a particularly fast run race at Royal Ascot. You know, it was early on. If you watched the race, she was sort of half fly-leaping for the first quarter of a mile, but she showed tremendous acceleration, my filly. This filly's a very good filly, and if she's 100% right, a fast run race, and she gets the trip very, very well. You know, you can go from home a long way.
Oh, that's very delightful news I've just been given through my headphones, which is that Time Charter's the stable lass is with Brough.
This is Vanessa Jeffries. Vanessa, we've having disturbing rumours that Time Charter's coughing. You just led her up. What's the story?
Absolutely nonsense. No, she's very, very well. She might be short of work because she overreached being so well about 10 days ago, but she's never been coughing.
Well, that's the word to hear. And you believe she's going to beat Sun Princess?
Hope so, hopefully.
One quick word from David Jones over here, who does Sun Princess. How's she been?
She's working well. She's well.
You think you're going to beat Time Charter?
I hope so.
Don't fight about it.
We won't do that.
So for the 83rd Coronation Cup, the runners are installed. Flame of Tara very much on her toes, all in, and they're all out. And as they settle down, as expected, Sailor's Dance going on. From Time Charter on the outside of Lovely Dancer, with Flame of Tara just second, and in fact Sun Princess now pulls her way through into second place. So it's Sailor's Dance in the lead from Sun Princess second, then comes Time Charter third, and behind the is Sheer Walk in fourth. In fact, Sheer Walk moving up on the inside of Time Charter. Lovely Dancer and Flame of Tara just the back markers. Sailor's Dance in the lead from Sun Princess second, and then Time Charter third, and then Sheer Walk and Lovely Dancer and Flame of Tara. They've completed the stiffest part of the climb from the 1.5 mile start, and Sailor's Dance leads to Sun Princess in second place. Then comes Sheer Walk third, Time Charter fourth, Flame of Tara fifth, and Lovely Dancer just the back marker. Very, very sensible pace being set by Sailor's Dance in the lead. Brian Proctor doing a good pace-making job, settling Sun Princess in second place, and Willie Carson going well on her. Sheer Walk in the blinkers in third. These are followed by Time Charter, then Flame of Tara, and finally Lovely Dancer. So they're halfway now in the Coronation Cup, and it's Sailor's Dance in the lead from Sun Princess second, then Sheer Walk third, Time Charter fourth, then Lovely Dancer on the outside of Flame of Tara. And now they begin the descent to Tattenham Corner. Sailor's Dance the leader from Sun Princess in second, then Sheer Walk on the outside in third. Just over 4.5 to go. Time Charter in fourth, and Flame of Tara in fifth, and Lovely Dance at the back marker. And now Sun Princess ranges alongside the stable companion, and Willie Carson, left hand down a bit, brings her round into the home straight in the lead. Very similar tactics to those he employed when winning the Oaks, but Time Charter is going with her. It's Sun Princess from Time Charter. They've got 2.5 to go. Sun Princess from Time Charter. The race developing into a match between these two. The rest are struggling behind. Lovely Dancer is trying to come with a run. Flame of Tara is chopped for the room there. But with 2 to go, it's Sun Princess and Time Charter. Sun Princess and Time Charter cruising on the outside. Lovely Dancer is definitely getting closer in third. Flame of Tara is fourth. Just over a furlong to go. And it's Sun Princess next to the rails. Time Charter on the outside of her. And Time Charter goes into the lead. Steve Cawthon asks her to quicken, and she comes away from Sun Princess. Time Charter putting daylight between herself and Sun Princess. Time Charter wins this easily. Time Charter, Sun Princess, Lovely Dancer, Flame of Tara, well clear from Sheer Walk and well clear from Sailor's Dance, who finished last. And so the result of this, the 83rd Coronation Cup, a win in convincing fashion for number 9, Time Charter, owned by Mr. R. Barnett, traded wanted by Henry Candy, ridden by Steve Cawthon, Steve's 34th winner of the season, and bred by W&R Barnett Limited. Second was number 8, Sun Princess, ridden by Willie Carson. Third was number 2, Lovely Dancer, ridden by Alain Lecoeur. Just for the form book fans, the fourth home was Flame of Tara. Fifth was Sheer Walk, and sixth was Sailor's Dance. Well, the racecourse rumours in the ring about the well-being of Time Charter were smashed to smithereens. Time Charter came with a superbly timed run for Steve Cawthon, and then her acceleration in the final furlong was simply electrifying. Under orders, and they're away. Buffino just jumped a little bit out the stalls. Lester Biggert leads on Jolly Business, with Persian Pleasure on the outside of him. Tracked by Run with the Wind, and then Pennine Walk and Buffino. Persian Pleasure now in the lead from Jolly Business. Downhill here, so they're gathering momentum all the time. Inexperienced 2-year-olds, quite a severe test. Persian Pleasure the leader from Jolly Business in second place. You can see Lester there just niggling to get the horse round the bend. Pennine Walk is third, Run with the Wind fourth. Guafina at this stage outpaced. Halfway, Persian Pleasure leads from Jolly Business, trying to close and is closing, but so too Pennine Walk on the outside in third place. Just over 2 to go. Persian Pleasure, Jolly Business, Pennine Walk, Run with the Wind, and then Guafina closing, but they've got a furlong and a half to get to them. Still Persian Pleasure in the lead from Pennine Walk coming up on the outside. Just over a furlong to go. Persian Pleasure from Pennine Walk. Persian Pleasure, Pennine Walk, Jolly Business, Run with the Wind staying on very well indeed. Inside the final furlong, Persian Pleasure and Pennine Walk throwing out a challenge to Persian Pleasure, and Pennine Walk is going on by a head, by half a length. He's going to be the winner. Pennine Walk is the winner. Persian Pleasure is second. Run with the Wind is third. Jolly Business finished fourth, and Guafina was always really struggling at last. And so the result of this, the 178th running of the Woodcote Stakes, a win for number 2, Pennine Walk, owned by Mr. Stavros Niarchos, trained at Marlborough by Jeremy Tree, ridden by Pat Eddering.
And we rejoin you with a full show of betting on the Oaks. We have joint favourites, Circus Plume and Optimistic Lass, both at 4 to 1. Poquito Queen 15 to 2. And Malak also a 15-2 chance. Real Gold 8-1. Easy to Copy and Cansfers at 14-1. Miss Bewley at 16s. Out of Shot 20-1. Spinelli 33-1 from 25s. Media Luna, Rough Luck, Our Shirley and Mildred all at 66-1. And Camden Millie is the 100-1 outsider, all 15 show.
And they're walking across towards the stands, and there is Lester Piggott on Circus Plume. As we told you, Lester won on Miss Bewley at Goodwood. He could presumably have ridden her. So Bruff Scott asked him what the reason was for his choice. You could roll the windows on Bruff Scott a little bit earlier.
I'd rather do nobody, you know.
Your second thoughts after winning on Miss Beauty?
No, I think she's the best one, yeah.
John Dunlop said you...
Sorry, we seem to have lost the great man there. In any case, I suspect that he probably told John Dunlop he would ride Circus Plume in the first place, and I'm pretty sure he's made the right choice, although Miss Bewley certainly isn't out of it. But let's hear from him now. Here's Lester talking.
Well, I rode Circus Plume before I rode Miss Goodwood, and well, I took the ride on her after I rode her at Newbury, you know.
Your second thoughts after winning on Miss Beauty?
No, I think she's the best one, you know.
John Dunlop said he's not absolutely certain whether she'll last the mile and a half. What do you feel?
Well, it's possible, but I think she'll stay, you know. She seems that she would, you know.
That's the Irish
Do you think he's chosen right, Willie? I mean, Joe, good heavens, I knew I'd call you Willie.
I think that's a very good choice of rides here, because I saw the filly win at Newbury, and she won very, very comfortably, beating rather a good filly, which was unlucky at the time, Limesick, who appears to run second to most of the best fillies in the country.
Yep, she's certainly got a tremendous chance on form. Sweating just a little bit, but I don't blame her, so am I. Number 3, Circus Plume. That's Circus Plume. Number 7, Bill Shoemaker on Malark. Well, Bill only arrived in England the day before yesterday, or indeed maybe yesterday. He rode here yesterday, in fact. So Bruff asked him how much he knew about Malark.
Well, I rode her here this morning very early, and I got a good feel of her. And Michael Stout, who is a great trainer, told me some of her peculiarities and some of the strategy that we're going to use this afternoon.
And what are the tactics going to be?
Well, he said that she can get the trip, and she shouldn't be too far, you know, from the pace. It depends on how fast the pace is.
And Bill, you won everything in the book, but never an English classic. How important is it to you?
Well, it would be a nice topper on a pretty good career that I've had. I would love to do that.
Well, and we'd love to see him do it. He made a lot of the running on Hawaiian Sound in the Derby, Joe, didn't he? I don't know.
He did, yes.
But on the other hand, in America, he's famous for coming from behind.
He's got a marvellous dodgy pace. He's got a clock in his head. But this is a nice filly to ride. I saw her at Chester, and when Walter Swinburne won her, and he just tucked her in behind and just pulled right at the thread, and she's straight away. She's got to get the trip. She's already a winner over a mile and a half.
Yeah, well, she's unfortunately got the burden of my selection, but I think Bill Shoemaker will make up for that. Number 7, Malark. As they're walking round in the heat at the start, there is Walter Swinburne on Optimistic Lass. Well, the most controversial trial for the Oaks, and arguably one of the best ones, was the Musidora Stakes at York. So let's look at that race now with Optimistic Lass still quite a long way off the pace. You can just see her coming down the outside. Lester Piggott had been in front on Sandy Island with Satinette, but here comes Walter Swinburne, and really you can hardly see that his saddle's going back. Now watch, towards the outside in the diamonds is Steve Cawthon on Poquito's Queen. And just see how, although Optimistic Glass goes past Satinette and Sandy Island to win comfortably, just look how Poquito Queen is gaining in the last furlong. She's really coming, isn't she, Joe?
She's running on very well in the last furlong, but don't forget Walter Saddle in this particular race. He's really back on his flank. He's been doing a balancing act since they've sort of virtually jumped out the gate. I think for the filly, more or less, has done all the work herself.
You would think that would make an awful lot of difference.
It would make a very big difference, I'm sure. But today I noticed she's got different girths on. There's no elastic girths.
Well, we shall see. She is by Mr. Prospector, who basically is an influence for speed rather than stamina. But Walter chose her instead of Malark, and Bruff Scott, talking to him beforehand, asked him why he made that choice.
Because I think she's the better one of the two. But I hope I'm right, but I could be wrong.
What about staying the trip?
She's not bred to, really. She's got a lot of speed, but she's very relaxed and has got a lovely temperament, so I'm confident and hope she will.
And how different will your saddle be this time?
Oh, I'm sure it'll stay there this time.
Yeah, they're very cool down at the start, but I don't suspect they are in the betting ring, so let's join John McCraig and find out.
Well, had this Gold Seal Oaks gone off in time, Circus Plume would have started favourite, but she won't now. 7-2 is the best price you can get Optimistic Lass, because the offices have come in for her, and that's taken over from Circus Plume, who is 9-2 and 4. It'd be close between what price she's returned, 9-2 or 4, but it's 7-2 the field Optimistic Lass. Cans, popular with the public, but not with the big bookmakers. 16-1, you can still get Cans, so they're sending money in for Cans. There's one bet from an outsider, Media Luna, £250 each way at 66-1, wins that punter £16,500 or so. But the news is really that although the two favourites are sweating, Circus Plume and Optimistic Lass were sweating going down here, the punters are still coming in for them, but as the office money has proved the stronger, Optimistic Lass, 7-2 favourite for the Oaks.
Well, there's John McCrick. I think probably Willie Carson is already in stall 12. Willie Carson, of course, was the third choice for Miss Bewley, and Bruff Scott very daringly asked him whether she wasn't the crumbs from Lester Piggott's table.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, but these crumbs sometimes get together and make into a slice of bread, don't they? Let's hope that happens today. She's nice filly. I haven't actually ridden her before, but I'm expecting, for her to run a good race. Jeff Ragg seems very pleased with her, so Jeff's told me all about her, so I hope I can do what he wants me to do with her.
Well, I love that answer of Willie. The few crumbs to make a slice of bread. Here you are, Graham, for the 206 Oaks.
The first sponsored by Gold Seal. Out of shot. One of the last to go into the stalls. Miss Bewley now 14-1 from 16-1. And it's out of shot with the blindfold on, just about to go in. Swishing her tail is a mannerism. That's a view of the head-on position. Out of shot going into stall number 2.
Well done, Jeff.
That's it. They're under orders and they're away. Rough Luck nearest to us, and towards the rear in the very early stages is Cans, but it's Mildred going on. Mildred getting her moment of glory in the lead in the Oaks from R. Shirley in second. Then Malark is third. Behind these comes Spinell, and behind Spinell comes on the inside Ruff's Luck, and on the outer of Ruff's Luck is Paquito's Queen. Circus Plume in the mid-division at this stage, and Optimistic Lass and Cans, the Mohammed pair, are the back markers at this stage. But it's Mildred in the lead. Mildred from Ruff's Luck, and then up on the outside are Shirley, followed by Spinell and Paquito's Queen, then Malark and Circus Plume, and just in behind these comes Easy to Copy. But it's Mildred in the lead from R. Shirley in second place as they run through the first 4 furlongs, a mile from home. Mildred leads from, in second place, R. Shirley, then Russ Luck and Spinell. Up on the outside, Camden Millie trying to make up a bit of ground. Lester Piggott in the mid-division at this stage and on the rails. Mildred now joined by R. Shirley. Mildred, R. Shirley with Malark going sweetly up on the outside. then Rough's Luck and Spinell. Mildred just swished her tail there, and at the rear of the field is Out of Shot going quite sweetly, although she is last, is no more than a dozen lengths off the pace. Our Shirley and Mildred from Rough's Luck and Malark, then Camden Millie, with Miss Beauty making ground on the outside. Leicester is next to the rails. They're past the halfway stage in the Gold Seal Oaks, just over 5 to go, and it's Our Shirley, Mildred on the rails, Malark on the outside of her. Then in behind these comes Spinell, Miss Bewley, Leicester Piggott still next to the rails, bang next to the rails in the mid-division in the dark jacket. Out of Shot begins to make up ground from the rear of the field. Kansas towards the rear. Rough's Luck is last of all. They're rounding Tattenham Corner. And it's Our Shirley in the lead, with Malark now going up on the outside. And Bill Shoemaker, committed, goes for home on Malark. But Miss Bewley is second, then Our Shirley. Look at Leicester coming sweetly and through into 4th place. And it's Miss Bewley in the lead. Miss Bewley on the outside of Malark. Then comes on the outside, finishing quite well, Real Gold. Also with them is Circus Plume. Just over a furlong and a half to go. And it's Leicester Piggott on Circus Plume, who strikes the home from Miss Bewley in 2nd place. Just over a furlong to go. Circus Plume with Media Luna staying on most determinedly. Also coming with a strong one is Optimistic Glass. Then Paquito Queen. But it's Leicester Piggott bidding for his 27th Classic from Media Luna. And Media Luna with Out of Shot. Media Luna Out of Shot and Circus Plume. Circus Plume's going to get there. A record 27th for Leicester. Circus Plume the winner. Media Luna is second. Out of Shot third. And then came Paquito Queen 4. A big gap to Optimistic Glass. Then Spinell, Miss Bewley, Malark, Real Gold, Kantz, Mildred behind these, Camden Millie, Rough's Luck. Easy to copy, and last of all was Our Shirley. And so the result of this Gold Seal Oaks, Leicester has done it. Leicester Piggott the winner. A win for number 3, Circus Plume, owned by Sir Robin McAlpine, trained at Arundel by John Dunlop, ridden by Leicester Piggott. So that's a record equaling 27th Classic for Leicester Piggott. The 4-1 second favourite winner of this Oaks. Second was number 8, Media Luna, and a brilliant race for Paul Cook, who rode her. He had finished second earlier in the Oaks on Slightly Dangerous, second again on Media Luna. And third, for me, was number 13, Out of Shot, ridden by Pat Edery, who was last with 6 furlongs to go. That's the 1, 2, 3 for me in the Gold Seal Oaks. Well, Leicester, the king of Epsom, has prevailed again. It was quite remarkable performance, because Media Luna came out of the pack. Paquito Queen tried to throw down a challenge. So too did Out of Shot. But John Oaksey, this man Piggott is absolutely amazing, isn't he?
Well, Frank Buckle may be spinning in his grave wherever it is. I don't suppose he'll mind. But Leicester has overtaken him. No, he hasn't overtaken him. He's drawn level with him as the largest number of classics ever ridden by an Englishman. Frank Buckle, in fact, took 43 years to reach his total. Leicester hasn't gone on that long yet, and I'm afraid he probably won't go on for quite 43 years, Joe, will he? But what a marvel. I mean, what was very interesting was that Joe and I thought that really there were half a dozen fillies would dominate the race, but in fact 2 outsiders came into it. But Bruff is down there in the thick of things, so let's hear from him.
Just say congratulations from all our viewers. You've equalled the record 200 years or so on. It's absolutely astonishing.
Thank you very much.
You made it look easy once again. Was it a smooth run through?
Yeah, I had a good run through the race, you know. I was headed about a furlong out, you know, but she's really gained this filly, you know, and she came back and beat the other one.
And the worry about getting the extra distance wasn't the problem in the end?
No, she got it well, yeah.
And I promised I wouldn't ask you, but after this, Leicester, how many more? Let me get, I'm sure. They just called a steward's inquiry. Would that affect you at all?
No.
You were out in front, it's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Well, Leicester's collected the record. He's not worried, so I don't think you punters ought to be at home.
But there is a steward's inquiry, so let's have a look at that marvellous race again. And here they come. Bill Shoemaker on Malark had gone to the front round Tattenham Corner. Willie Carson quite quickly took him on Miss Bewley. The Irish filly Real Gold is over on the far rails. But here comes Leicester. He's still only third, but poised to challenge. Just coming up to Willie Carson on Circus Plume now. And behind him you can see, and from the right, Poquito Queen, then Media Luna, on the outside Optimistic Lass, who I think clearly doesn't quite get the trip, and then Out of Shot, who does get the trip, runs on really well. Media Luna and Out of Shot now, challenging Lester Piggott. For a moment it looked as though Media Luna was going to go by him, but at this stage of a classic race you don't get by Lester Piggott very easily, and Paul Cook and Media Luna find it impossible. Lester home, and here you can probably hear the cheers as he's led back. Well, at that marvellous moment, we will temporarily, I hope, leave Epsom and go back to Dickie in the studio.
So, racing history this afternoon with Lester Piggott.
Now, the Derby looks like having one of the hottest favourites in living memory, El Gran Senor, of course. He's already a winner of the 2,000 guineas over a mile, but how will he cope with the extra 4 furlongs at Epsom? Bruff Scott reports.
By Wednesday afternoon, this could be £40 million worth of racehorse. Yet El Gran Senor is as relaxed off the course as he is on it. Indeed, it's this lovely, easy, flowing stride which could be the vital asset to help El Gran Senor stay the 1.5 miles of the Derby trip. Remember, his pedigree doesn't guarantee the stamina, and he has never, either in public or in private, run further than a mile. But when he did, here in the 2,000 guineas, he looked like one of the best we'd ever seen.
The 4-horse race is developing into a 5-horse race as Leah Fan is joined on the rails by Chief Singer on the outside by El Gran Senor. Keane is beaten, Rainbow Quest is beaten, they've got a furlong to go. It's El Gran Senor and Chief Singer. The race developing into a match between these two. El Gran Senor from Chief Singer. El Gran Senor lengthening his stride, coming away from Chief Singer. El Gran Senor's going to win it. El Gran Senor clear at the line. El Gran Senor is the winner.
So El Gran Senor and Pat Eddery returned in triumph at Newmarket. But it's the Derby at Epsom which is the big prize ahead, and the great test for his trainer, the legendary Vincent O'Brien, already 6 times an Epsom winner. Can the colt be compared to O'Brien's other greats, Dzyinski and Saraiva?
Oh, up to a mile, yes. I mean, he hasn't gone beyond a mile yet, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, both the other horses won at 1.5 miles.
El Gran Senor may have to wait for his acclamation, but O'Brien has already won plenty. Owner Robert Sangster thinks that Vincent is the master of them all.
We've got the best trainer in the world, Vincent O'Brien, and the best judge of a horse and the best judge of pedigree, Vincent is. Nobody can sort of compete with the build-up that we've got.
And winning the Derby isn't just about the prize money.
We had a bid in already in the $80 million mark for El Gran Senor, providing he wins the Derby.
So can El Gran Senor do it? If he can, that 1.5 miles at Epsom on Wednesday could be worth £200,000 astride.
It's a mind-blowing fact, isn't it? Well, the ever-ready Derby is exclusive to us, and you can see it on ITV or Channel 4 on Wednesday next. Today we have 3 races from Newmarket and 3 from Thirsk. It's an ITV6 introduced by Jim McGrath and Derek Thompson, and it's with Derek that we start.
The Time Form 1984 Racing Annual, which is a Bible for form students, says of El Gran Senor, he is unlikely to stay the 1.5 miles here at Epsom. Absolutely categoric, but don't you go and tell the professional backers that. There is a huge gamble going on this El Gran Senor. I'll give you some of the bets, and it's now more than half an hour before the Derby, and this money already has come in. An even £5,000, £11,000 to win £10,000, £5,000 to win £5,500, £3,000 to win just under that twice, and £2,200 to win 200 that 3 times. Solid, hard money. It has swamped all the money that may be going on the far side among the average punters, for Lester Pickett's Mount Alphabetum, for Willie Carson, K2, for Steve Cawthon, Claude Monet. Money for those has come in, but it's been absolutely drowned by the people here who know their racing, who are absolutely convinced that El Gran Senor will win the Derby and become the 18th odds-on horse to do so. You cannot tell them that this horse will be beaten. Any doubts about his stamina, they're being completely ignored by the people who matter, and they are crushing the bookmakers with their money. But in your betting shops at home, of course, there's a whole list of prices. John Tyrrell has them. Let's see from him what your friendly local turf accountant will offer you.
El Gran Senor, the 5-4 on favourite. Alphabetum 4-1. Secreto, Claude Monet, Ilium and K2 all at 14-1. My Volga Berkman 33-1. And Elegant Air a 40-1 chance. Mighty Flutter 66-1. Share Heights and Telios also at 66s. Northern Fred, Pigwidgeon 100-1. At Tallack 150-1. Cataldi and Long Pond both at 200-1. And Sassanoko, the 500-1 outsider, all 17 show.
El Gran Senor wins at today's values. He'll be worth 12 times his weight in gold. We're going to watch Pure Gold minted. They're under orders and they're away. Northern Fred on the inside, breaks in the very early stages, is up on the outside. Cataldi and also up with the Mac Tallack. And at this stage, the favourite El Gran Senor is in the mid-division. So they settle down, and it's now Cataldi who goes on. Cataldi from At-Talak, then Sassanoko and Ilium, and on the near side comes Northern Fred, then Claude Monet. The favourites settled well in the mid-division at this stage towards the rear. Sheer Heights, Mighty Flutter also towards the rear, Long Pond, K2 and My Volga Boatman. But as they run through the first furlong, it's Cataldi in the lead, from At-Talak in second, then Sassanoko, Northern Fred, Ilium. Then on the outside comes Telios. Behind Telios is Claude Monet, and behind Claude Monet races El Gran Senor, and Lester Pickle and Alpha Beta with him. It's Cataldi, his pacemaker, who leads. Cataldi in the lead from, in second place, At-Talak, then Northern Fred third. These are followed by, in fourth place, Telios, and behind Telios comes Sassanoko. Claude Monet makes ground on the outside of him. The favourite El Gran Senor is on the outside of the group. Alpha Beta is tracking him. They're coming towards the halfway stage, and it's At-Talak on the outside of Cataldi, then Northern Fred and Telios and Claude Monet, and Panetteri cruising in behind them. Eligadaire makes ground on the outside. At-Talak in the lead, and they're looking round there, and it looks as if K2's in distress, and it's At-Talak in the lead. At-Talak from, in second place, Northern Fred, then Telios, then comes Claude Monet, and behind Claude Monet is Ilium, then comes Eligadaire, then El Gran Senor, 5 furlongs to go. And it's At-Talak in the lead from Telios in second, then Northern Fred third, Claude Monet fourth, El Gran Senor is in fifth place on the outside of Ilium. They begin the sweep round Chattenham Corner, and it's At-Talak in the lead from Telios in second place, then Claude Monet third, El Gran Senor is in fourth place. These are followed by Eligadaire, just over 3 to go, and it's At-Talak in the lead. At-Talak with Lester Biggett on the extreme left of the picture at about 9th place, 2.5 to go, and it's At-Talak in the lead from Telios. Then on the outside comes Secreto making ground, but look at El Gran Senor, he's absolutely cruising. They've got 2.5 furlongs to go. At-Talak 2 to go, 1.5 to go. Panetteri is looking round for dangers. Secreto on the outside is his danger. The rest are like whirling dervishes. It's Panetteri sitting still, but he's after quicker now. It's El Gran Senor and Secreto inside the final furlong. El Gran Senor and Secreto. El Gran Senor and Secreto. Mighty Flutter is going to be third. El Gran Senor and Secreto. It's a ding-dong battle in the line. El Gran Senor and Secreto at the line. It's Secreto from El Gran Senor. Then Mighty Flutter At-Talak, Alpha Beta. Then Telios and Long Pond and K2. Then Sheer Heights and Ilium and Pigwidgeon. Then came Eligadaire. Behind Eligadaire was Claude Monet, who didn't stay. My Volga Boatman, Sassanoko, Northern Fred. Then the back marker was Cataldi.
Here is the losing trainer, but the winning father, if you see what I mean, Vincent O'Brien. How upset. It's cost you all, in theory, an awful lot of money. El Gran Senor got beaten, and then there was an objection. What's the blood like between you?
No, the money doesn't matter. I'm absolutely thrilled for my son, and I'm glad the objection went the way it did. I'd have never got over the fact that the race would have been taken from my son. I think it would have been tragic.
Was it your objection, or was it sort of Pat's objection, or just Pat
nothing
specifically?
Whatever to do with it. It was Pat's. Apparently he must have had a look at the film when he went in, because he said nothing when he got off the horse.
And Vincent, your own horse, he looked as if he was going to canter past 2 furlongs out and then a furlong out. But presumably you feel he just didn't get home, or do you feel he came too soon, or what?
Well, Pat said as he got off him, he said, I've never been going so easy in a race, 2 furlongs out and get beaten. Obviously he didn't stay.
And presumably then it's back to 1.25 miles, is it, with the horse
I'm
now?
sure, yes.
And Secreto, you said yesterday morning that he was the one you feared. Did you believe he could be actually as good as this?
Well, I said that his running in the Irish Guineas was good behind Sadler's Wells. He was third, and then Sadler's Wells, of course, second in the French Derby on Sunday. And in that race, in the Guineas, in which today's winner was third, I thought, watching the rerun after, that he pulled very hard in the early stages, and that I thought if he had settled, that he would have gone very close.
Well, I believe we have the second O'Brien, Mr. David O'Brien here. Can you come in together like that? Let me get out of the way, because there are 2 O'Briens, father and son. So, David, it's you in the limelight now. What do you feel like beating father?
Well, there's nothing to do with beating father. It's winning the Derby. It's a wonderful day.
And Christie was saying you believe that the race in the 2000 Guineas wasn't as good as the horse was. And
no, I lost a little faith in him that day, I must say. I thought he couldn't get beaten that day on his homework. But he took a strong hold, and maybe we rode him a little bit wrong. didn't quite do the right thing with him.
You thought he couldn't be beaten that day. Did you seriously think you were going to collect El Gran Senor today?
I wouldn't have brought him here if I didn't get a fair chance.
What about the relationship with father? How much? Christy was saying he'd never seen El Gran Senor except for on the 2,000 guineas. I mean, to many people that would be amazing that you hadn't mixed it.
I don't think I've ever seen him apart from a racetrack. Quite honestly.
Vincent, how much, obviously you say you're very proud of David's performance, but how much specific advice do you give him nowadays?
Oh, I don't give him any advice. If he ever asked me a question, I gladly answer it, but other than that, he trains his own horses and I train mine.
It's more general advice.
How good a trainer do you think he is?
Well, if you'd asked me before the race which trainer I feared most, I would have said him.
David, we were going before through your father's 6 previous derbies. We're going right back to Larkspur 1962. What do you remember of the early derbies?
I remember Larkspur very well. I remember watching the race. I was 6 years old. And I remember sitting in the room at home watching it.
Well, both Mr. O'Brien's, many congratulations from all of us.
In the early stages, but Princess Patty has gone on. Princess Patty is in the lead, but taken over now by Marble Run. Marble Run in front of Princess Patty, Daily Busy on the inside, and then on the outside moving right up behind the leaders and going into a more challenging position is Claire Bridge and also Sister Eucharia. Back at the end of the field, Aliana is last but one, and last but one is Media Luna. Last of all is Aliana. They passed the 9 furlong marker and Princess Patty has taken it up now. Princess Patty, Sister Eucharia is in second. Marble Run is third. Then in fourth place is Claire Bridge. And after that, on the outside, is Daily Busy and Golden Grundy. And back 3 from the end of this stage is Circus Plume. Now they're sweeping up the hill towards the 7 furlong marker, and Princess Patty is trying to defy them all as she did in the Pretty Polly Stakes. In second place is Sister Eucharia. Marble Run is in third and Claire Bridge is in fourth. Golden Grundy comes next, then Daily Busy, then Ver Lacasse, and then comes Circus Plume, and after Circus Plume is Media Luna, who seems to be following the one in front, and Aliana back at the end of the field. Now back at the end of the field is Troyana as they race down the hill now. And it's Princess Patty out there in front. Princess Patty, Claire Bridge has gone up into second. Marble Run is in third. Golden Grundy is in fourth. And tried to make some ground, but under pressure is Golden Plume, as the Circus Plume. And as they turn into the straight now with 3 furlongs to race, Princess Patty is still the leader. Princess Patty, Claire Bridge is moving right up, and still there Marble Run on the inside. Golden Grundy is well there. Daily Busy and along the inside is right with the leaders. And now they're heading for the 2 furlong marker. And as they do, Princess Patty's in front. Claire Bridge comes next, and after that comes Marble Run. And Circus Plume is in all kinds of trouble in on the inside, but as they race now to the final furlong and a half, it's Princess Patty out in front, and it looks as if she's going to stay there. Circus Plume is coming with the run now on the inside, but as they race inside the final furlong, it's Princess Patty, and here comes Circus Plume very quickly, but not quickly enough, because Princess Patty has won. In second place is Circus Plume, then comes Marble Run. Troyana is next, then Ver Lacasse. After Ver Lacasse comes Claire Bridge. After Claire Bridge is Daily Busy, then Golden Grundy, Aliana, Media Luna, and Sister Eucharia is last to finish. Well, she did it in the Pretty Polly, and she did it in the Oaks. And what a wonderful performance this was for this winner, Princess Patty.
Rainbow Quest 22 to 1, Darshan the 2 to 1 favorite, Head for Heights 18 to 1, Bob Back 30 to 1, Shirkin 28 to 1, Long Mick 25 to 1, and Daha Leicester's partner 6 to 1. Darshan, the Aga Khan's horse, the very clear favorite. He was beaten incidentally, the Aga, in the previous race with Yash Gan. Kalim for England was third. Also carrying the Argus colours. The race won very easily indeed by Mendez, won very impressively. There was Also, no great success for the English visitors in the previous race, and I'll tell you about that in a moment, but let's just go through this betting. Measure School 14-1, Congress Palace 60-1, that's David O'Brien, of course. Vieux Boucau 23-1, Woolskin 17-1, Sadler's Wells 7-1, Seismic Wave 56-1, Carrier-Law 13-1, Truculent 15-1, Altdorfer 23-1, and Sombreval, his stable companion, 11-1. And as I was just about to tell you, Sea Ballet finished third in the Prix du Royaumont, ridden by Willie Carson, but the principals here were both locals. Odyssey won it from Une Folie in a photo with Sea Ballet a length and a half away third. Leicester looked as though he was going to take a prominent part on Celtic Assembly, about a furlong and a half out, but she faded in the vital stages. And now several of them already installed. They come under starters' orders here actually before they're fully installed. There's just a reminder that Extol is a non-runner, leaving 17 runners. And as a matter of interest, of the 25 national papers, 19 nominate Darshan as their number one selection. 4 go for Daha and 2 for Ireland's Sadler's Wells. And Sadler's Wells carrying, obviously, Robert Sangster's first colours, the second colours being carried by Seismic Wave. Barry Hills wanted to put a distinguishing yellow cap on Seismic Wave, but the stewards wouldn't have any of it because here they go for sashes, which is rather an antiquated method of distinguishing between runners. So if you happen to spot a yellow sash on the Sangster colours, that is Seismic Wave. Otherwise, the colours absolutely identical. Similar with the Wildenstein runners, Altdorfer and Sombreval. Altdorfer carries a sash. And now the majority installed. I see Carolor in the Volterra colours to go. Long Mick has got to go. Also Seismic Wave. Darshan, the favourites, to go. So has Rainbow Quest. Rainbow Quest, as was feared, got a little stirred up in the preliminaries. And he's clearly very much on his toes, rather in contrast to Sadler's Wells, who's Vincent O'Brien's travelling head lad. Jerry Gallagher, having told me just before I came up to the commentary point that he's an amazingly relaxed horse. This Jerry had to wake him up. He was lying full length in his box, sound asleep when he went to collect him to come racing. Well, very few to go now. Darshan is to go, Carrier-Law is to go, and Rainbow Quest. Just these three. The others waiting patiently down at the 9.5 start. The going here described as holding and confirmed by Lester Pickett as definitely very much on the soft side. He said it will take some getting this 1.5 miles this afternoon. He's sitting very relaxed, just standing up in his arms. Lester on Daha, drawn 5. And they number here from the inside rail out, so on the wide outside is Rainbow Quest, who's installed. They're all installed. This looks like it, and they're running. They're running, and Altdorfer is one of the first to show. Altdorfer going on from Long Mick, head for heights over on the far side. Seismic Wave is well up with them. So is Sadler's Wells at this stage as well. But it's Altdorfer who's gone clear from Sadler's Wells and Seismic Wave and Long Mick. Then comes Major School on the inside. Over on the far side is head for heights with up with him Rainbow Quest. And as they settle down, Altdorfer well clear, being pushed along by Eric Legrix from Major School on the inside of Sadler's Wells. Behind Sadler's Wells comes Seismic Wave, and then on the inside, Shirkin, Joe Mercer. Behind Shirkin is Daha, Lester Pickett, then towards his outside, Bob back, then Fierbuco. Long Mick has lost his place. And the back marker at the moment is Bullskin in the Rothschild colours, and now Major School has taken it up. Major School, as they race past the racecourse stables over on the far side, from on his outside, Altdorfer, then comes Sadler's Wells, and then Shirkin. Just in behind Shirkin is Daha, improving on the inside, with also Seismic Wave very well in the picture, and just behind them comes Bob back. Sombreval's improving to the rear, and Truculent is now the back marker. And it's Major School making it from Sadler's Wells and Seismic Wave, the two Sangster runners. Shirkin is next, and then Bob back, then towards the inside is Daha. Towards the outside, making good progress, is Sombreval as Altdorfer has dropped right out of it. They're racing past the Chateau now and towards the home turn with Majuscule in the lead on the inside. Majuscule from Sadler's Wells, well there, also well there is Seismic Wave just in behind him, and then comes Bob back, but as they turn for home, it's Sadler's Wells and Pat Edery who go into the lead. Sadler's Wells now being pressed immediately towards the outside by Darshan in the sheepskin noseband. Carrie Law in the center with Rainbow Quest coming there fast. Seismic Wave over on the far side. It's Seismic Wave and Sadler's Wells. These two from Darshan. Darshan coming to challenge him on the near side. Rainbow Quest is under pressure. It's a wide open race. Sadler's Wells on the far side. Darshan on the near side. Between horses is Rainbow Quest as they race up towards the line. It's Darshan who's taking a fractional advantage on the near side. Sadler's Wells is fighting back, but Darshan is going to win it. Darshan is the winner from Sadler's Wells. Second, Rainbow Quest third, and four was Truculent, and behind them came Wolfskin and Long Nick, and then Seismic Wave and Carolor, and then Bob back, and then Daha, a total failure. Then came Pierre Boucault, and behind Pierre Boucault was Majuscule, and then Congress Palace, and looking right back to last, it was Shirkin, and so the 1, 2, 3 in the 1984 Prix du Jockey Club. First, number 2, Darshan, owned by His Highness the Aga Khan, trained by Alain Royer-Dupré and ridden by Yves Saint-Martin, his 7th triumph in this French classic. Second was number 13, Sadler's Wells, owned by Mr. Robert Sangster, trained by Vince DeBrun and ridden by Pat Edery. And third was number 1, Rainbow Quest, owned by Mr. Khaled Abdallah, trained by Jeremy Tree and ridden by Alain Lepcoeur. Fourth was Truculent, number 16.
I should have known better to lie to one as beautiful as you. Yeah, I should have known better to take a chance on ever losing you. But I thought you'd understand. Can you forgive me? I saw you walking by the other day. I know that you saw me, you turned away, and I was lost. You see, I've never loved no one as much as you. I fooled around, but tell me now just who is hurting you. And I should have known better to lie to one as beautiful as you. Yeah, I should have known better to take a chance on ever losing you. But I thought you'd understand. Can you forgive me? I should have known better. I should have known better. It's true, I took our love for granted all along. I'm trying to explain where I went wrong. I just don't know. I cry, but tears don't seem to help me carry on. Now there is no chance you'll come back home. Got too much pride, and I should have known better to lie to one as beautiful as you. Yeah, I should have known better to take a chance on ever I should have known better to lie to one as beautiful as you.
And so it's Miquette, the early leader. Miquette, the stable companion of Reine d'Egypte, being chased by Farasha, the stable companion of Griezmine, the favourite. Then comes Soaring, then Glowing with Pride in fourth. But Miquette making a very strong gallop indeed. From Farasha in second, then comes Soaring, then Glowing with Pride. Just in behind them comes Pampabella, then Griezmine making progress on the inside. Northern Tricks there on the outer. But Miquette, a long way clear now of Farasha as they pass the Grands Écuries. Farasha holding on to second place. Soaring is next, then comes Glowing with Pride, and they're giving this leader a tremendous amount of rope. They're racing towards the Chateau now, and still Miquette, the stable companion of Reine d'Egypte, is a long way clear. Farasha is second still, then comes Soaring. Behind Soaring is Glowing with Pride, and then Griezmine, then Northern Trick and Reine d'Egypte making progress from the rear. But as they pass the Chateau, it's still Miquette a long way clear. They've got 3 furlongs to run. In the Prix d'Anne Hermes, as they turn into the home stretch, it's Miquette a long way clear from Soaring in second. Then comes Glowing with Pride third. Pampabella on the rail is 4. Then comes Grease making Grilla 4. Daily Busy. My goodness, what a star this is, this Northern Dancer. Following the Epsom Derby in which he produced the first 2, here he is producing the very, very clear and authoritative winner, Northern Trick of the Prix d'Anne.
Morgan is firm favourite now, 11-8. Legend of France 2-1, Ptolomeo 6-1, Hot Touch 8-1, and Muscatite 14-1.
Ptolomeo had the blindfold on there. It looks as if he's going to be the first into the stalls, but here's the favourite, Morcon. Legend of France. Legend of France will be the third of the 5 runners to go in. Hot Touch is the next, just 1 to go, which is Muscatite, and here's Peter O'Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, John. That's it. They're all installed for the Prince of Wales. The white flag poised, under orders, and they're away. And Morcon goes on, nobody very anxious to make it, a very steady pace. Morcon from Legend of France on the inside, Hot Touch and Ptolomeo, and Muscatite, the back marker of the quintet, as Morcon and Willie Carson make it a very sedate pace indeed. Legend of France on the inside of Hot Touch, and then on the outside of Hot Touch is Ptolomeo, and the back marker is Muscatite. And still they haven't quickened. Willie is sitting there, sitting against Morcon. Ptolomeo, the Budweiser million winner, on the outside in second now, just ahead of Hot Touch and Legend of France and Muscatite, closely grouped. So they run now towards the 6 furlong pole and past it. And Ptolomeo goes on marginally on the outside of Morcon, little between them. Then Hot Touch, Legend of France and Muscatite racing past the 5 pole. Morcon on the inside of Ptolomeo. Hot Touch very close. Legend of France, Muscatite making ground towards the outside. Half a mile to run now in the Prince of Wales, and still a wide open race. Morcon from on the outside. Ptolomeo, Hot Touch very close. Legend of France next, and Muscatite upsides as they swing for home now. And it's Morcon in the lead, with Hot Touch coming there strongly. Towards the outside is Ptolomeo, then Legend of France being chased along by Joe Mercer, and then Muscatite improving from the rear. They're coming to the 2 furlong pole. Morcon being pressed by Ptolomeo on the outside. Hot Touch between horses. Legend of France has really got it to do, and is not going to do it. And Muscatite is coming there strongly on the stand side. But it's Morcon being pressed now by Hot Touch. Morcon and Willie Carson being pressed by Lester Biggett on Hot Touch, and Muscatite coming there strongly towards the stand side. It's Morcon now with the challenge of Muscatite. Morcon on the far side, Muscatite on the near side. Morcon's going to hold them all as they come to the line. Morcon is the winner. It's going to be a photo of a second, with Hot Touch just second ahead of Muscatite and Ptolomeo. And Legend of France, a disappointing last of the 5. Morcon the winner of the Prince of Wales Stakes. And the result, first number 10, Morecambe, owned by Lord Rotherwick, trained by Dick Hearn, ridden by Willie Carson, and it is a photograph for second, third and fourth places, with Hot Touch probably just second ahead of Muscatite third and Ptolomeo fourth. But no doubt about the winner. There he is, this game son of Morstan out of Conciliation by St. Paddy. Here's how he won it, reviewed by Julian Wilson.
Well, no pace at all, and when there's no pace, you might just as well be where Willie was throughout, which is bang up in the front. And early on, it was Ptolomeo who, quite contrary to his normal running style, was up there with him. Ptolomeo starts to weaken here. Joe Mercer asked for an effort from Legend of France and didn't have a lot of room, but in the end he drops right away. And Michael Hill's challenges on the wide outside on Muscatite, the last to challenge, and he's run a really genuine race today and only got touched off for second. But now Willie's asked for maximum effort from Morecambe, and when he does so, this magnificent horse quickens, lengthens his stride, and goes 3-4 lengths clear. He really is a smashing horse. He can do it from in front or behind. He can do it on firm ground, fast ground as it is today, or soft ground, which really suits him better. And he's won this competitive race by a wide margin. You can see Muscatite still just in second place at this point, but Lester Biggert forces Hot Touch up on the rails to snatch second on the line, with Muscatite third.
So a third success in this race, which was established under its present title in 1968, the former Rouse Memorial Stakes, which was founded in 1878. Third success for Dick Hearn, who won it with the famed Brigadier Gerard in 72 and won it in 1980 with Elamanamu. And now the horse we're looking at, Morecambe, unbeaten this season in his 3 runs all over this distance, 1.25 miles. Having beaten Adonijah in the Clive Graham at Goodwood, and having made a successful reappearance in the Westbury Stakes at Sandown in April, and the first favourite of the meeting to oblige, 11:08. There's the Major, Dick Hearn, very cheerful with Lord Rotherwick. Lord Rotherwick in the grey topper. Willie Carson just having a word with his governor. One of his favourite horses, this. Grand horse, always prepared to pull out more. Real nice looking son of a former Derby winner. Half brother to another Derby winner, of course, Blakeney. And officially second was Hot Touch, third was Muscatite, and fourth Ptolomeo. 4 lengths and a neck. So just to recap the full official results of the Prince of Wales Stakes. First, number 10, Morecambe, owned by Lord Rotherwick, trained by Dick Hearn and ridden by Willie Carson. Second was number 4, Hot Touch, owned by Mr. Eric Moller, trained by Jeff Ragg and ridden by Lester Biggert. And third, number 11, Muscatite, owned by Mr. K.L. Said, trained by Jeremy Hindley and ridden by Michael Hills. 4 lengths and a neck. This a race that Sir Noel Merlis, who's doubtless televiewing this afternoon from his Newmarket home, virtually farmed in its early days under its present title, and he must have been expecting his son-in-law to be very strongly represented today by Legend of France, but the son of Liefar, a sad disappointment. He was struggling from the time they entered the straight and never looked like getting on terms. The full starting price is now as follows.
First, number 10, Morecambe, 11-8 favourite. Second, number 4, Hot Touch, 8-1. And third, number 11, Muscatite, 14-1.
Well, Harvard's 50 to 1. And he gave Bill Shoemaker quite a few anxious moments in the paddock because he became very restive, probably because of the big crowd and the heat. But once he got out onto the course, he was perfectly all right. He certainly got a lot to find to have a chance here. He was beaten into 4th place by Adonijah in the Diomed Stakes at Epsom on Derby Day, beaten by 10 lengths. And he won once only last season here at Ascot over 7 furlongs. But on all known form, he should be outclassed here. Keen in very easy to distinguish colours, the pale apricot colours behind the stalls. Lester Piggott's mount. Keen is comparatively lightly raced. He ran only once as a 2-year-old, winning here, and he won at Kempton first time out this year. He took his chance in the 2,000 guineas, ran a good race, but could finish only 5th behind El Gran Senor, and on that running he has a lot to make up on Chief Singer, who was 2nd. Some 10 lengths to make up. He was just beaten over 7 furlongs at Kempton in a really memorable race against Superlative. Superlative possibly better over a slightly shorter trip. Chief Singer 2 to 1 favourite from 15 to 8, 7 to 2 bar. And Lester Piggott set a tremendous gallop on Keen to try and get to the bottom of Superlative, to try and make his stamina run out. But Superlative stuck to him all the way and beat him by a head on the post. And Keen has an extra furlong to go here. He was a doubtful runner about a week ago, but Condriac, Keen's stable companion, now 16 to 1 from 20 to 1. And there is Condriac. Paul Edry is with Henry Cecil, rides a lot of his horses, has the mount on Condriac, and he won on him at Haydock, beating Welsh Idol by 5 lengths, and beating him very easily indeed. And as you saw in the first race, the Queen Anne Stakes, Welsh Idol's a very good horse, and Condriac made him look ordinary. But he was well beaten next time, or beaten anyway, at Newbury by Novello and Throne of Glory over 6 furlongs. The distance of that race probably responsible for his defeat. He started well odds on, but he now goes up in distance instead of down. He's in the stall, so is Harvard, so is Keen, his stable companion. This is Procedure going in nearest to us. He has NASA, one of the rank outsiders, wearing blinkers, won an apprentice race last time out at Carlisle. No possible chance on that form. Chief Singer 9 to 4 favourite. Procedure is 3 to 1. Esperanto is 9 to 2. It's 6 to 1 bar. There's Kalim just going in, and I think Chief Singer will be the last. So let's join Peter O'Sullivan.
Yes, Chief Singer and Esperanto, John. Esperanto goes into stall 2, and that's it. They're all installed for the St James's Palace Stakes. The white flag up, they're under orders, and they're away. Keen breaks fast from number 1 stall. Keen and Condriac, the 2 stable companions, going on from Harvard and Kalim, and then comes Nathar, trying to race up to join them, but Condriac going on now. Condriac from Nathar, Keen and Kalim, then Procedure, Harvard, and Esperanto, and Chief Singer is the back marker. They've passed the 6 furlong pole. Nasser on the inside of Condriac is just the leader. Keen is in 3rd. They're going a real good clip. Kalim is 4. 5 comes Esperanto. Chief Singer's moved up a little bit. Procedur's got a lot to do from the rear at the moment. The back marker is Harvard. They're racing already towards the home turn, past the half-mile pole, and Condriac in the lead. From Keen in 2nd. Then comes Kalim going 3rd. Behind Kalim, making ground on the outside, is Esperanto. As Nasser loses ground, and Chief Singer comes there strongly on the inside. Procedure still got a lot to do. Turning for home, and Condriac is clear of stable companion Keen. Kalim is 3rd. Chief Singer's Singer is coming there strongly in 4, chased by Esperanto. Coming down to the 2 furlong pole, it's Keane who's taking it up, but Ray Cochrane coming there, cantering on the Coventry winner, Chief Singer, and Chief Singer has hit the front. Chief Singer, the runner-up in the Guineas, has gone to the front of the St James's Palace now, from Keane in second and Kalim third. Chief Singer striding away to win the St James's Palace in tremendous style. Chief Singer is widening the gap as he strides up towards the line, and as he comes to the line, Chief Singer wins it very comfortably indeed. Keane just hangs on to be second ahead of Kalim in a photo with Proceda fourth. 5 came Esperanto, 6, 7 and 8 were Harvard, Kondriak, the early leader, and Nassau. It's a photograph for second place, but no photo needed to show that number 1, Chief Singer, owned by Mr. Jeff Smith, trained by Ron Sheether, has duplicated his magnificent performance in the 1983 Coventry by winning the St James's Palace in tremendous style under his regular partner, Ray Cochrane. It's a photo for second and third, and very close indeed between Keane and Kalim. But just look at this horse by Ballad Rock out of Principia by La Fabula, Chief Singer, and recall with Julian Wilson how he won the St James's Palace Stakes.
Well, before the race, there was a question as to whether this horse would stay. Well, they went a terrific gallop from Flagfall. Kondriak made it from Keane. And so if there was any chink in this horse's armour, it would have been found out. But Ray Cochrane's come there with his hands absolutely full, and a race that was run from Flagfall. Keane's hit the front here and gone on, but only on sufferance, because the moment Ray has wanted to pick him off, he's done so. He's gone to the front, in fact, well over a furlong out. Leicester looks over his shoulder, knowing that pursuit is helpless, to see whether he in turn is threatened for second place, and Kalim is the only danger to him for that place. Proceda never got in a blow. Esperanto a desperate disappointment as well, and this great big black horse, almost 17 hands, has won even more easily than he won the Coventry Stakes 12 months ago. It underlines what a marvellous race the 2,000 guineas was, and what an incredible horse El Gran Senor must be. Keane just holds on to be second from Kalim.
And what a splendid training performance this by Ron Sheether. He found after the Guineas, in which he really gave El Gran Senor a fright, and my goodness, what a compliment he's paid to El Gran Senor this afternoon, that the horse just wasn't firing. He was going to go for the Irish Guineas. Ray Cochrane reported to him, sadly, he just didn't give him the right feel in his final gallop before he was due to go to the Curragh. So Ron forgot about him. He found that his blood count was wrong, left him alone for a while, brought him back gradually, steadily for this, his first race since the 2000 Guineas. He's the 85-40 favourite ultimately this afternoon, having been on the slide all the while, because I think it probably became known that Ron would have liked another few days with him to ensure him being back to peak. Jeff Smith, his sporting owner there, gave only 10,000 guineas for him, bought by contemporary standards right in the bargain basement, and very large sums have been refused for him since then. And what a splendid reward to his owner for hanging on to him and resisting six-figure temptation. Extraordinary thing about this horse is that he's hardly changed in conformation since he was a 2-year-old. He was a big strapping lad when he came storming up here to bring off a 20-to-1 shock in his first appearance on a racecourse in the Coventry, and he's just stayed about the same horse in stature-wise, and he certainly hasn't shed any of his ability. Very bright, intelligent horse, certainly the best product of his sprinting sire to race yet, Ballad Rock. And just getting sufficient stamina from his grandsire La Fabula. Officially second was Keane, and third was Kalim, and the distance is 8 lengths and ahead. We very seldom see a St. James's Palace winner succeed by this extravagant margin. Now, let me just recap the 1, 2, 3 first. Number 1, Chief Singer, owned by Mr. Jeff Smith, trained by Ron Sheether and ridden by Ray Cochran. Second was number 6, Keen, owned by Lord Howard de Walden, trained by Henry Cecil, ridden by Lester Piggott. And third was number 5, Kalim, owned by His Highness the Aga Khan, trained by Fulk Johnson Horton and ridden by Steve Cawthon. Fourth was number 8, Proceda. 8 lengths and ahead, and the winner 85 to 40. Having run a tremendous race, there's a long odds chance in the 2,000 guineas when he ranged upside El Gran Senor with Ray Cochran with a double handful, but the splendid Derby second just found another gear and went away from it. So a tremendous tribute to him. Though his stable companion, Esperanto, El Gran Senor's stable companion, that is Esperanto, was clearly disappointing this afternoon. The runner-up, incidentally, 13 to 2, and the third, Kalim, a 14 to 1 chance. So as we await confirmation of the SP, the full SP, as I say, is 85 to 40, 13 to 2, and 14 to 1. Here the results to date this afternoon.
First of all, the 2:30 at Royal Ascot. First, number 7, Trojan Fen, 9 to 4. Second, number 6, Welsh Idol, 40 to 1. And third, number 2, Cormorant Wood, 7 to 4 favourite. The tote dividends, £2.60 for a win. The place is £1.40, £2.70. And the straight forecast, £41.52. And the dual forecast, £15.40, 6 rand. 3-5, first number 10, Morcan, 11 to 8 favourite. Second, number 4, Hot Touch, 8 to 1. And third, number 11, Muscatite, 14 to 1. The win tote, £2.10. Places £1.40 and £1.40 again. Straight forecast, £10.11. And the dual forecast, £5.20. And there were 5 runners. Thirst, 245. First, number 18, Dom Tony, 9 to 1. Second, number 3, Farlington, 14 to 1. And third, number 5, Malowski, 20 to 1. The 215, won by number 6, Playtex, 14 to 1. Second, number 17, Incestuous, 9 to 4 favourite. And third, number 1, Lucky Dutch, 8 to 1. And now we have the SPs for that last race, as we've just seen, the St. James Palace Stakes. First, number 1, Chief Singer, 85 to 40 favourite. Second, number 6, Keen, 13 to 2. And third, number 5, Kalim, 14 to 1. Jackpot number 301. Pebbles, 11 to 4. Leipzig, 9 to 2. So Fine has gone to 5 to 1 with Katie's. Same price, Katie's, 5 to 1. Orangerie, 6 to 1. Lady of the House, 10s. Desirable is 12 to 1. On 20 to 1, Speedy Girl. Sign of Life, 25 to 1. And finally, Shane's Billy, 33 to 1.
12, Speedy Girl. Let's have a look at So Fine now. Well, in the Irish 1,000 guineas, John told you about that form, but she was drawn right on the outside of her field. She was drawn low, and for the whole mile, and it's a pretty hard mile at the Curragh, she was having to race around everything, and that's rather bad in a classic because these fillies are very competitive, and she had nothing on her left, and in fact she was a little bit running away from the rest of her field that were racing on her right, and until the end, when she got straightened up, she really wasn't making any headway, and then all of a sudden she flew. So perhaps she's going to cut back a little bit of leeway on Katie's. I think probably she might do today. A nice big filly who is by Thatchin, had a facelift, who was by Herbiger, a really classically bred filly, trained by David O'Brien, who trained Secreto to win the Derby this season. Number 5, Lady of the House, another Irish trained filly. Number 2, let's go with Katie's. Philip Robinson has put his judgment on the line here today because, as John told you, Pebbles, he rode to win the English 1,000 guineas, and he rode this filly to win the Irish. Well, only time will tell whether his choice is going to be right, but looking at this filly, she is a lovely filly, and I know her trainer, Mick Rahn, thinks the world of her. Non Noalco is her sire, and she's out of a Pollock mare. But what a lovely big mare she is, and Philip thinks that perhaps she's going to have the edge on Pebbles today. Well, she'll have to pull out all the stops. But looking at her and Pebbles, perhaps that might have swayed Philip. It's not a great lot as Pebbles, whereas Katie's, that we're looking at here, is a really big, fine, strong filly. And I think whatever she does today, she possibly could go on and on and on and on. A really lovely filly. And Philip having the time of his life at the moment. 2 classics under his belt already this year, and bidding for 25 winners. Number 1, there's Leipzig. This is a filly I love. A big, rangy filly by Ralkino out of Fighting by Aggressor. So she's bred to get a little bit farther than today's mile, in fact. But a nice filly. Walter rode her at Kempton, and when she beat Fair Dominion, Walter made a lot of use of her that day. And when he turned into the straight, he was asking her all the way, actually, and he was making a stretch. And when she turned into the straight at Kempton, she lengthened like a really good filly, put in 7 lengths of daylight between her and the runner-up. Getting a little bit warm, as you see, but that goes for all of us because it is really hot here at Ascot. And the cold champagne, I think, is going down by the gallon, and I bet any money alike that a few of the boys now that are down at the start, young Walter has a bit of weight trouble. I bet he'd give quite a lot for a sip of cool champagne. The lovely filly we're looking at, Leipzig, and a great chance. There's number 3. Well, this is Pebbles, and it's just been a little bit awkward, but she can be sometimes. She's a temperamental little filly. She's by that great sire Sharpen Up, who's now in America, out of a Connaught mare. Well, Connaught, if I remember, when he was trained by Noel Merlis and ridden by Sandy Barkley in the Derby, he could be a little bit of a trouble too, and perhaps that's where Pebbles has got this tiny little bit of temperament. But a lot of good fillies have this. She's got a lot of heart, as I was saying earlier on, and if she goes into the last half furlong today, neck down or a neck up, it's going to take a good one to get past her. Katie's goes into stall 3. Different filly altogether than Pebbles. Big, burly filly. Leipzig, quite a rangy filly. Not a lot behind the saddle. Katie's 11-2 from 5-1. Standing nice and quietly. Walter Swinburne. Walter bid him for his 36th win of the year. Number 11, one of the invaders so fine, Christy Roach. Number 10, Sign of Life, goes into stall 9. And there's Desirable. Steve Cawthon, I think, a run well, but as John says, could feel the ground a little bit today. Well, the top 4 in the market, 11-4 Pebbles, Leipzig 9-2. So fine 5-1. Katie's 11-2 surprises me, 6-1 bar those 4. I think now, why don't we join Peter?
Yes, Jimmy, I think just Speedy Go, one of the 2 French hopes to go. This is Gerard Dubrac going into his stall. And that's it. And then away. Fast break towards the outside by Lady of the House. Lady of the House towards the outside. Sign of Life on the inner. Leipzig just in behind them, and Desirable right up with them. And Sign of Life going on now from Leipzig. Leipzig taking on Sign of Life already. Then comes Desirable. Then just in behind them, Pebbles, Lester Piggott being chased by Katie's, Philip Robinson. And then behind them, Lady of the House, who's lost ground. Shane's Billy is the back marker with L'Orangerie at the moment, and Leipzig is the clear leader. Leipzig, as they pass the 5 furlong marker from Pebbles in 2nd place. Then comes Desirable on the inside of Katie's. Then Sign of Life, and then Speedy Girl making ground, and then So Fine being chased along by Christy Roach. Then Lady of the House, then Shane's Billy, and last L'Orangerie as they round the home turn now into the straight in the Coronation Stakes, and it's Leipzig in the lead from Pebbles. Katie's on the outside, and then Desirable. Then comes Sign of Life and Speedy Girl into the straight, and Leipzig with the advantage, and a commanding advantage at the moment from Pebbles in 2nd. Katie's there coming towards the stand side. They're coming to the 2 furlong marker now, and it's Pebbles who's come to take it up now. Pebbles the leader from Katie's in 2nd. Behind them comes Speedy Girl putting in a run, and So Fine coming with a run on the stand side. It's Pebbles from Katie's, the winner of the English 2000 and the English 1000 and the Irish 1000. It's Philip Robinson getting the upper hand on Katie's now from Lester Piggott, and it's Katie's going away from Pebbles, and Philip Robinson being proved right. Katie's is the winner from Pebbles in second. So Fine is third. Desirable four. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Speedy Girl came next, and then Leipzig, and then Shane's Billy, and then Sign of Life, and then Lady of the House, and L'Orangerie was last. And so the result of the Coronation Stakes was first number 2, Katie's, owned by Mr. Terry Ramsden, trained by Mick Brown and ridden by Philip Robinson. Second was number 3, Pebbles, owned by Sheikh Mohammed, trained by Clyde Britton and ridden by Lester Piggott. And third was number 11, So Fine, owned by Sheikh Mohammed, trained by David O'Brien and ridden by Christy Roach. Fourth was number 1, Desirable. Here is the winner. And here's how Philip Robinson's judgment was vindicated as we review the Coronation Stakes with Julian Wilson.
Well, it was a race that lived up to everything that was spoken of it. Leipzig took it up after about half a mile and led into the straight, still going really well. But with the ominous figure of Lester Piggott cruising on her shoulder. And Philip Robinson still with his hands full on the outside and moving into third place there and waiting, as he said he would. Leipzig just coming to the end of her tether as Lester cruises past on the 1,000 guineas winner here. The ground a little bit firm for Leipzig, perhaps. Lester changes his hands, moves into overdrive, but anxiously half looks over his shoulder to see the completely immobile figure of Philip Robinson looming up on his outside. And the two of them drawing clear of the rest of the field now as So Fine moves into third on the outside. Now Philip says go, pulls his whip through, gives his filly a couple of smacks and goes into a half-length lead. But as Jimmy said, Pebbles lacks nothing in courage, fights back with tremendous fire and guts on the far rails, but Philip, riding the race of his life after perhaps the decision of his life, forges away in the last 50 yards of the race to go a length and a half, 2 lengths clear to gain a famous victory. The Irish 1,000 guineas winner beats the English 1,000 guineas winner after a tremendous race.
Yes, it certainly lived up to everything we hoped of it, this 1984 Coronation Stakes. Won by this filly, Katie's, by Nono Alco, out of Mortefontaine by Pollock. Now winner of 3 of her 4 races this season, including the Goff's Irish 1,000 guineas at the Curragh last month. Confirmed here, her running there with So Fine. Congratulations there for Philip Robinson after his triumph on this 11-2 chance. And the coronation in which L'Orangerie was a big disappointment for France. Speedy Girl doing best of the visitors. And So Fine doing best of the Irish challengers for David O'Brien. So with Katie's, the winner of the Coronation Stakes, the starting prices and results of the afternoon to date.
First, number 2, Katie's, 11-2. Second, number 3, Pebbles, 11-4 favourite. And third, number 11, So Fine. And the BP is 11-8 on now. Pretoria's 7-1. Sikios 8-1. Riche 7-1. And also on 8-1 is Saif Al Arab. Anita's Prince 25s. Pampas 33-1. Yellow Domino and Spark Chief 50-1. Bull Bob, whom we've just been looking at, 66-1. Singing Sailor 100-1.
That's it. They're all installed. And they're away. And in the early stages, Sikios showing very good speed towards the right of the picture. Saif El Arab in the center and Anita's Prince over on the far side. And it's Saif El Arab, the early leader, from Anita's Prince on the far side, and Saif El Arab being tracked by Bull Bob. And on the near side, it's Yellow Domino now from Sikios. Yellow Domino with the yellow hood towards the right of the picture. Over on the far side, Saif El Arab still in the lead from Anita's Prince. Habibti is tracking Sikios in the center of the course. They're past the 2 furlong pole, and it's Saif El Arab being pressed by Anita's Prince on the far side. Pampas is coming there strongly too. Riche is in contention. Here comes Habibti in the center of the course. Habibti's just overtaken Sikios, leaving Sikios for dead, and racing up the center of the course now to come and challenge Saif El Arab and Anita's Prince. It's Anita's Prince on the far side, Habibti on the near side. Habibti putting in a storming finish. Anita's Prince with the advantage. They come to the line though, and at the line it's a photo finish with Anita's Prince has just held Habibti, I think. Anita's Prince and Habibti in a photo finish. Saif El Arab was third. Lester Biggett looked across on Anita's Prince towards Willie Carson, looking at him as though he thought that he'd possibly just held him. It's very, very close indeed. Anita's Prince on the far side, ridden by Lester Biggett from stall number 11, and Habibti on the near side, ridden by Willie Carson from stall number 1. It's very close indeed. Anita's Prince is number 8, the finisher on the far side, and Habibti is number 6, the finisher on the near side. And I think we may find that the son of Stradivinsky, Anita's Prince, has enabled Lester Piggott to win yet another King's Stand Stakes. But it's very close. See what you think as we review the closing stages with Julian Wilson.
Yes, perhaps the most dramatic race of the meeting. There's no doubt the far side were always in front. A Saif El Arab showing tremendous speed, but Anita's Prince was right there from the very start. Riche showing good speed on the far side. Yellow Domino, the one racing on his own on the stand side, and Willie Carson with perhaps an unfavourable draw, drawn 1, having tracked over to join the ones in the centre of the course, including Sikios, and with, I would think, at least 5 lengths to make up in the last furlong and a half. Saif El Arab coming to the end of his tether here. Lester just pushing to the front on the far side, and you can see how much Habibti's got to do as they come to the furlong. It must be at least 4 lengths she's got to make up. But a terrific finishing run made this the race of the week. On the far side, Lester goes for his stick on Anita's Prince, and Saif El Arab's battling on. But here comes Willie on the right. Asks his filly to quicken. Now it's down to a length and a half. Lester goes for everything, and still the filly's running, but the 5 furlongs and the fast ground have just made it perhaps a little bit just too short for her. And Lester won't be beaten now on this Irish horse. They've come to the line with just a paper's width between them, but for me it's Anita's Prince who's just held on from Habibti in second in a famous race.
Yes, it's desperately close. Lester has gone into the winner's circle. He believes that he's won his 6th King's Stand, which he won first in 1957. Willie Carson talking to John Dunlop there. And clearly the Habibti connection believe that they've just been beaten, but my goodness, it's close. It is very, very close indeed. Just to remind you, if you hear the announcement, Anita's Prince is number 8 and Habibti is number 6, and it's very, very close, and this will very much the outcome help to determine the Ritz Club Charity Trophy. The scores before this race: Willie Carson 3, Steve Cawthon 3, and Lester Piggott 2. As we await the outcome, let's have a look once again. The far side, and he'd hardly tell you. Anita's Prince, Lester on the near side to us, making ground all the time, eating up the ground. Habibti, she had a lot to do to get there. Has she got there? Did she get there? See Lester's look across at Willie. He's thrust that head out of Anita's Prince. Has it been enough? The judge must be calling on a blown-up print to determine this, or he'd have the verdict for us. And here it comes, the result of the Kingstown Stakes. First, number 6, Habibti has won. Second, number 8, Anita's Prince. And so, there she is, getting an immediate congratulatory pat. Unbelievable, the result she got there. And so, the result of the Kingstown Stakes is first, number 6, Habibti, owned by Mr. M.A. Mutawa, trained by John Dunlop and ridden by Willie Carson. Second was number 8, Anita's Prince, owned by Mrs. Anita Quinn, trained by Richard Lister in Ireland and ridden by Lester Piggott. And third was number 3, Saif Al Arab, owned by Mr. Mufid Dabagi, trained by Bill O'Gorman and ridden by Taffy Thomas. Officially fourth was number 10, Riche, and I need hardly tell you that the verdict was a short head and 2 lengths. So Habibti got there. Willie Carson rides his 4th winner of the meeting. Habibti, the 5-4 on favourite, and the scores in the Ritz Club Charity Trophy: Willie Carson 4, Steve Cawthon 3, and Lester Piggott 2. So what an amazing climax to that Kingstown Stakes. Habibti, the undisputed sprint champion of Europe, retains her crown with positively a last stride thrust. And I hear my colleague in the neighbouring box to me on the rooftop here at Ascot, Peter Bromley, saying, "I just don't believe it." Well, I must say, I thought she was clearly a short head in arrears, but that amazing last stride thrust just got her there. Habibti by Habitat out of Claressa by Claron, winner of the 1984 Kingstown Stakes. The full starting prices and the afternoon's results as follows.
Habibti, 5-4 on favourite. Second, number 8, Anita's Prince, 28-1. And third, number 3, Saif Al Arab, 9-1. First, Habibti, 5-4 on favourite. Second, Anita's Prince, 28-1. And third, Saif Al Arab, 9-1. The jackpot number was 406. Peace, 11-4. Caradar, 7-2. Or 4-1. Condell and Gildoran, 10-1. Furbyman de Ternu, 12-1. Ballatu, same price, 12-1. Nurstier has gone out to 14s. A pretty picture, the outsider, still on 50-1.
Number 2 is Condell, the only runner trained in Ireland. Condell has yet to show that he stays 2.5 miles, but he's a pretty good horse. He's won his last 2 races both at Limerick Junction, over 1.5 miles, beating Bold Connection and Willie Waters. And he's trained by Jim Bolger and ridden by Declan Gillespie, whose runners are very much respected when they come over here. They had that brilliant filly last year. Give thanks. Prince of Peace is 5-2. There's Gildora, number 5. That's one I would like to have a look at, the one in the centre of the picture. Gildoran, as a 3-year-old, last season ran a good second to Caradar in the Doncaster Cup, and he showed he'd made a fair bit of improvement from 3 to 4 when winning over 2 miles on this course very easily on his second outing of the season. He was then asked to carry a very big weight in the Chester Cup and ran well for a long way. He's by Rheingold out of Durtal, who were both trained by Barry Hills, who trains Gildoran, who's one of the 5 English trained runners in the race. The other 4 all trained at Newmarket, and Gildoran trained at Lambourne. Number 7 is Neustrian, heavily bandaged in front. That might indicate that this firm ground won't be altogether in his favour, but in the Prix de Cadran he beat the other 2 French trained runners, Fubimar de Tenu by a neck, with Bally 2 right out of it 5 lengths away. Caradar is 4 to 1 from 7 to 2.
Swindon 3, Corfin 5, Raymond 7, Leclerc 9.
The 2 we haven't seen are Bally 2, there he is in Mr. Wildenstein's colours, ridden by Bill Shoemaker. Bally 2 has 5 lengths to make up on the other pair of French challengers on the Prix du Cadran running, but he's a good horse on his day. He won at Longchamp over 1.5 miles earlier in the season, and he looks very well. Number 4, the other Frenchman, Fubimar de Tenu, in the blinkers, just going into the stalls. And he's ridden by Alain Lecoeur, who's well known over here, and he, just having a look at the English stalls, they're a little bit different to the French stalls, and he doesn't really like the look of them at the moment. Prince of Peace is 9 to 4 favourite from 5 to 2, and it's 4 to 1 bar. Going in with the blindfold on is Caradar, but without giving any trouble, which can't be said for Fubimar du Tenu. As you saw on that film of the Prix du Cadran, he looked as if he was going to pick up the leader 1.5 furlongs out, but he could never quite get past him. Neustrian 16 to 1 from 14 to 1. He's in all right now. Leicester waiting quite calmly out in the back, but he's going in with no trouble at all. He's one of the last, so let's join Peter O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John. So they go 9 to 4, Prince of Peace, 4 to 1, Caradar and Orr, and 10 to 1 bar those 3. That's one of the 10 to 1 chances. Condell, who's just gone in. There's Pretty Picture to go, and Gay Calloway. Gay in, and just one more to go now. That's Bally 2 and the legendary Bill Shoemaker himself. That's it. They're all installed for the 1984 Ascot Gold Cup, and they're running. And Pretty Picture, one of the first to show, with on the outside Neustrian, and Neustrian, the stable companion of Bally 2, going on now from Pretty Picture and Caradar, then Fubimar de Tenu, then Gildoran. They're going a real good clip in the early stages too. Then come Orr and Prince of Peace, and it's Pretty Picture who's taking it up again from Neustrian, then Fubimar de Tenu and Caradar, and Gildoran following them, and then Orr and Prince of Peace and Condell, and the back marker is Bally 2. Neustrian and Pretty Picture. Neustrian to the right. Pretty Picture and Gay Calloway again, the white cap, being followed by Caradar, Fubimar de Tenu, and then Gildoran, Orr, Prince of Peace, Condell, and finally Bally 2. So coming down to the winning post on the first circuit in the Gold Cup, with Pretty Picture leading Neustrian and Caradar. Behind them come Fubimar de Tenu, then Gildoran and Orr. And then Lester Piggott on Prince of Peace, followed by Condell, and finally Bill Shoemaker in last place on Bally 2. And they're still going a real good gallop, with Caradar having gone up now to the shoulders almost of Pretty Picture. Neustrian relegated to third, the intended pacemaker of Bally 2. Then comes Fubimar de Tenu, then Gildoran, then Orr. Behind Orr, Prince of Peace, Condell, and a long way last now is Bally 2. So they've passed the 1.5 gate, racing down towards Swinley Bottom, and still Pretty Picture from Caradar. Then a long gap to Neustrian, Gildoran, Orr. Behind Orr is, and Fubiman de Tenu has been pulled up. Fubiman de Tenu is pulled up, and still Pretty Picture in the lead from Caradar, then Neustrian, Gildoran and Orr, then Prince of Peace and Condell, and Bill Shoemaker riding this distance for the first time, a long way last on Bally 2. But Pretty Picture and Gay Kellaway still making it from Caradar in second, Gildoran going well in third. Then comes Neustrian, behind him is Orr. And behind Orr, Prince of Peace getting a little bit nearer, then Condell, and about 30 lengths behind the leader is Bally 2. Coming to the 7 furlong pole, Caradar goes up on the outside of Pretty Picture. Gildoran is still a good third. Then comes Neustrian, Orr improving. Then Prince of Peace making a little bit of ground. Then Condell, and now Bally 2 has made quite a little bit of ground, but got a lot to make. Coming to the 5 furlong pole, and Caradar has gone clear from Gildoran, gone second, and Orr third. Pretty Picture 4, Neustrian 5. Then comes Condell 6. Then comes Lester Bigot on Prince of Peace, and Bill Shoemaker making ground fast now on Bally 2. They're coming to the half-mile pole in the Gold Cup, and Caradar's in the lead from Gildoran, who's going well in second. Orr is next, then Condell. Then comes Prince of Peace under pressure from Lester Bigot, and then comes Bally 2. Racing into the straight, and it's Caradar in the lead from Gildoran. Condell for Allen making ground on the outside. Then comes Orr, still very well in the picture. Then Prince of Peace under pressure, and then comes Bally 2. They're coming down to the 2 furlong pole now, and as they do so, it's Gildoran who struck the front from Orr in the sheepskin noseband. Condell for Allen coming there strongly on the right of the picture. Prince of Peace trying to get on terms, and it's a wide open race. Condell, Orr and Gildoran as they race up towards the line, with Prince of Peace still making ground on the stand side. Gildoran and Orr and Condell. Gildoran on the far side, Condell on the near side, Orr between horses. Gildoran is forging ahead as they come to the line. Gildoran has won it from Orr second and third, Condell for Prince of Peace. 5 was Caradar, 6 was Bally 2, 7 and 8 were Neustrian and Pretty Picture, and so the result of the 1984 Gold Cup. First, number 5, Gildoran, owned by Mr. Robert Sangster, trained by Barry Hills and written by Steve Cawthon. Second was number 8, Orr, owned by Mr. Zawabi, trained by Bill Musson, Willie Musson, and written by Bruce Raymond. And third was number 2, Condell, owned by Mr. P.J. Barrett, trained by Jim Bulger, and written by Declan Gillespie. Fourth was the favourite, number 10, Prince of Peace.
Chimes is 5-4 on, from 11-8 on, and it's 11-8 against Magic Mirror. The coach you see on the right of the picture just needing a little bit of help. He's not really playing up now, but he's just having a look, but allows himself to be pushed in. In goes Absent Chimes. Here's Peter O'Sullivan.
And that's it. They're all in. And Absent Chimes breaks very fast towards the right of the picture. Philip Robinson, who beat Lester Bigot yesterday in the Coronation, goes straight into the lead on the odds-on favourite Absent Chimes, being tracked by Lester on Magic Mirror. Then comes Tacky and Park towards the right of the picture as we see them, and Willie Carson on Kentucky Quest is just in behind Lester. But Absent Chimes making it as they pass the 3 furlong marker, well clear of Lester Bigot on Magic Mirror. Tacky and Park is under pressure. Fortune Quest chasing still Magic Mirror. Coming to the 2 furlong pole, and still Absent Chimes clear of Magic Mirror. Absent Chimes, Peter Robinson being challenged now by Lester Pickett on Magic Mirror, and it's Absent Chimes under pressure. Magic Mirror coming there on the stand side to tackle him. Magic Mirror, Lester Pickett taking the advantage now, and Lester's going to draw level with Willie Carson in the Ritz Club Charity Trophy as Magic Mirror strides well clear to win the Norfolk Stakes in very dramatic and comfortable style. And at the line, Magic Mirror is the winner, and it's a photo for second between Kentucky Quest and Absent Chimes. But what an impressive winner. Vincent O'Brien's first 2-year-old runner here at Ascot since he won with the Coventry with Salinas. And what an impressive horse this Magic Mirror turned out to be. It's the 8th triumph in the Norfolk Stakes for Lester Pickett. And the result, first, number 6, Magic Mirror, owned by Mr. Stavros Niarchos, trained by Vincent O'Brien, and written by the man himself, Lester Pickett. And a photograph for second place. A very close photo between number 5, Kentucky Quest, and number 1, Absent Chimes. A very, very impressive colt this by Nureyev. Probably one of the unluckiest horses ever not to have his name enrolled as the winner of the 2,000 guineas. So here is how he came to beat Absent Chimes very cleverly in the oldest 2-year-old race of the World Meeting, reviewed by Julian Wilson.
Yes, well, he certainly won it pretty nicely. But Absent Chimes, he's had a terrific run for his money. But he's very much Epsom and Chester, and he really just hasn't quite got home here today. You can see in last place here is Kentucky Quest, and Kentucky Quest has probably made up 4 lengths in the last furlong to actually take second place off Absent Chimes. Leicester's waited his moment. He bounced him out of the stalls, then he just lost a length and a half at the stalls, whereas he lost considerably more the last time he ran. He's chosen to come up to challenge on the near side of Absent Chimes. Philip Robinson's already gone for his whip in his left hand, pulls it through here most adroitly to his right hand, but Leicester's just had to change his hands to get this horse into overdrive. When he did so, he's just hung far a little bit there, run a little bit green, and also no doubt was feeling this very, very fast, firm ground. And Leicester's just, with hands and heels, asked him to stretch. He's pricked his ears there as the roars of the cheers of the crowd have hit him slap in the face. But you can see now he's quickly going 2-3 lengths clear. Leicester looks under his left shoulder, and the sight that he sees, if he's got that vision, is Willie Carson about 5 lengths back, driving furiously to try and snatch second place. But a coasting success for Magic Mirror, and if we run it on, it'll be very close for second there. I wouldn't like to separate those two.
Susan Sangster will be coming down to see this one with Robert. The Sangsters own several horses, have shares in several of the Niarchos horses and vice versa, but whether they have in this one, there is Susan, in fact, to the left, giving this very nice colt a pat, the 11-to-8 second favourite for the Norfolk Stakes, with which Lester Piggott first won in 1961, won it in 65, 66, 70, 75, 77, 83, and 84. A much happier Jerry Gallagher putting Magic Mirror's sheet on, much happier than he was yesterday after the surprise defeat of Argosy, for whom there were valid excuses, because he was, as Robert Sangster, Vincent O'Brien to the left, because he was struck into early on and finished late. The outcome of the photograph: second was number 5, Kentucky Quest; third, number 1, Absent Chimes. 4 lengths and ahead. So just to recap: first, number 6, Magic Mirror; second, number 5, Kentucky Quest; and third, number 1, Absent Chimes. And Lester Piggott now sharing top spot in the Ritz Club Charity Trophy with Willie Carson, both 2 apiece. But in fact, if they did tie at this point, Leicester would have a marginal advantage, having ridden 4 seconds as opposed to Willie's 3. So the score: Willie and Leicester 2 each, Ray Cochran, Tony Ives, Tony Murray, John Reed, Philip Robertson, Brown Rouse, Bill Shoemaker, Greville Starkey, Brent Thompson and Tyrone Williams, all single scorer, and still plenty to play for, with, of course, the Gold Cup, our next race, in which Lester Piggott rides Prince of Peace, and the Wildenstein connection have replaced Joe Mercer by Bill Shoemaker on Valley 2. The Norfolk Stakes, first run in 1843 when it was known as the New Stakes, and first run under its present title in 1973. And won by the Irish for the first time since 1981, when Dermot Weld was responsible for Day Is Done. And the full starting prices as follows.
First, number 6, Magic Mirror, 11 to 8. Second, number 5, Kentucky Quest, 20 to 1. And third, number 1, Absent Chimes, 11 to 8 on favourite. First, Magic Mirror, 11 to 8. Second, Kentucky Quest, 20 to 1. And third, Absent Chimes, 11 to 8 on favourite. 4 ran. The jackpot number was 206.
Settled in the stalls, and he didn't get too well away. And I would say that, of course, it was his first time out too, and he was rather green. So I'd say that was probably the reason why he got beaten.
Is he a horse that you bought or bred?
He's a homebred, jointly bred by Mr. Sangster and Mr. Niarchus.
And Niriev is a sire that this would be one of the first, well, obviously the first sort of lot of horses you trained by him.
Well, this is one of his first crop, yes.
Do you like him as a sire?
Oh, I do very much, yes. First of all, you know, when he won the Guineas and got disqualified, I thought he put up a lovely performance that day. And he's a beautifully bred horse, of course. And he's a well-made horse, rather neat, but they should come very shapely by him. I do like him very much as a sire. I think he'll make it.
Now, a lot of people will be surprised that it's 7 years since you last had a two-year-old winner here, but presumably you don't often get them ready for the meeting.
I don't actually know. If they come, well, in time, well, I'll bring them over, but if they don't, I'll just leave them at home.
And what sort of programme would you have for this horse now, do you think?
Well, I would think probably his next race would be at Phoenix Park, first Saturday in August. It's a sponsored race. It was the famous 1500 in the old days. It's now the Heinz 1500.
Well, you had a big disappointment yesterday, Vincent, with Argosy. What's the post-mortem on him this morning?
Well, he obviously didn't act well on the ground, and I'm sure you watched the race yourself, and you saw that he had a pretty rough time. He got several pretty bad bumps.
Is he all right this morning?
He pulled out a little on the tender side, I'd say due to the ground. And I think we'll just simply have to wait for him now until we get different ground conditions. He ran less than 2 weeks ago at Phoenix Park, his first time out this year, and he beat Committed, who won the Corcanori just now, very, very comfortably.
And I got the impression that you thought that Esperanto and St James's Palace Stakes would run a little bit better than he did.
Well, he's only run twice in his life, and he's a big horse, and I think that they went rather a little fast for him, and he never just found his feet.
Well, the big news of the week, Vincent, was your decision to run El Grand Signor in the Joe McGrath Irish Sweeps Derby against, of course, your son's horse, Secreto, again. Now, what's motivated you to make this decision?
Well, I felt for the horse's sake that he should have one more chance to prove himself at 1.5 miles, and this will be his last chance against 3-year-olds only. After that, then it's for all age, for 3 and up. Say like the King George VI, Queen Elizabeth, and so on. They're all for 3 and older horses. So he'll have a chance in the Irish Sweeps Derby to prove himself at 1.5 miles.
But presumably you don't actually believe that he's as good as 1.5 miles as he is over 1 mile.
Certainly he's, well, 1 mile to 1.25 miles, ideally, yes. But after all, he was only beaten a short head in the Derby. So.
And family rivalry, obviously, must be very strong at present. But how did David react to the news that you were going to take him on again?
David doesn't. He doesn't show his feelings too easily. He's pretty cool, and I did tell him. I told him before I made any announcement to the press, because I felt that, in fairness to him, he should know about it, or at least hear about it from me first. But it didn't upset him at all. He said his horse came out of the Derby extremely well, and he thinks it's better for it.
Well, if everything goes well and you win the Irish Sweeps Derby nicely, would you be inclined to go on with the King George programme or go back to, say, the Sussex Stakes and the Benson Hedges type race?
My feeling at this moment would be to go back to the mile and a quarter races. After this would be his last race, mile and a half.
No mistake, this race is no formality for El Gran Senor. Here he is, he looks terrific in the paddock, just mounted by Pat Eddery, but no certainty for the simple reason that on the evidence of Epsom he doesn't truly stay a mile and a half. Many good judges, and I agree with them, feel that a good mile and a quarter horse will stay a mile and a half at Epsom because the race is run in two halves, the last 6 furlongs are downhill, but it takes a true stayer to get the trip at the Curragh. And in my view, he's not a true stayer. So the outcome depends on two things. Will he settle, and will the race be run at a true pace?
El Gran Senor. And finally, it'll be Rainbow Quest. And all 8 installed for the 1984 Joe McGrath Irish Sweeps Derby, under orders and away. And Dahar on the inside is one of the first to show, but Tellius taking it up from him now. Tellius going on from Long Pond and Dahar and Rainbow Quest. Then comes March Song, then El Gran Senor, then Inflation Beater, and Nino Valador is the back marker. So Tellius taking him along, as his half-brother did back in 1980, from Long Pond on his outside. Then comes Rainbow Quest, who's taken quite a strong hold. Dahar for France is 4th. Then comes El Gran Senor, March Song, Inflation Beater, and finally Nino Valador. And still, Jeff Baxter, his first ride in the Irish Sweeps Derby, leading on Tellius from Long Pond. Walter Swinburne, who's never been beaten. His only other ride was Sharif Dancer. In third is Rainbow Quest and Steve Cawthon. Then comes Dahar for France, and then El Gran Senor. Then quite a gap to March Song, followed by Inflation Beater and Nino Valador, finding this pace altogether too hot. 7 furlongs to run now at the Curragh, and it's still Tellius in the lead from Long Pond and Rainbow Quest and Dahar and El Gran Senor in 5th. Then March Song, Inflation Beater and Nino Valador racing towards the 5 furlong marker now. Still Tellius from Long Pond. These 2 for England, from Rainbow Quest for England too. Then Dahar for France in 4th. Then El Gran Senor with quite a little bit to do at the moment, and Pat Eddery is sitting very confidently on him, though behind him comes March Song, Inflation Beater, and then Nino Valador. And it's still Tellius from Long Pond, but little between the 2. Then comes Rainbow Quest, Dahar, and El Gran Senor. It's been virtually the same order throughout as they pass the half-mile pole and make towards the home stretch now. Tellius on the inside of Long Pond, Rainbow Quest going well, then Dahar, then tucked in behind them El Gran Senor. Under 3 furlongs to run in the Sweeps Derby. Tellius from Long Pond, Rainbow Quest, Dahar, then comes El Gran Senor. And Rainbow Quest is going on now at the 2 furlong marker. Steve has gone for home, but El Gran Senor is breathing down his neck. It's Rainbow Quest from El Gran Senor, then comes Tellius. Coming to the furlong pole, Rainbow Quest from El Gran Senor. El Gran Senor being kicked on now by Pat Eddery. It's El Gran Senor from Rainbow Quest as they race up towards the line. El Gran Senor has certainly superiority. He wins it in tremendous style. Rainbow Quest is second, Dahar is third. 4 was March Song. 5, 6, 7 and 8 were Inflation Beater, Tellius, Long Pond and Nino Valador. And so the result of the 1984 Joe McGrath Irish Sweeps Derby. First, number 2, El Gran Senor, owned by Robert Sangster, trained by Vincent O'Brien and ridden by Pat Eddery. Second was number 7, Rainbow Quest, owned by Caleb Abdallah, trained by Jeremy Tree and ridden by Steve Cawthon. And third was number 1, Dahar, owned by Bruce McNall, trained by Maurice Zilber and ridden by Alain Lecoeur.
Wimbledon 84 is underway. The gate swung back at noon and thousands of people, some of whom had been queuing
for many hours streamed through on this warm and humid day to take their places around the world's most famous tennis.
This is BBC One, the Olympic Channel.
Gold medals at stake in the Olympic pool tonight. In the men's 400 meters freestyle, America's George DiCarlo is the man to beat. In the women's 100 meters butterfly, Mary T. Meeher, the world record holder, is favorite. In the men's 200 meters breaststroke, Canada's Victor Davis is expected to add a gold medal to his silver already earned. In the women's 100 meters breaststroke, Hiroko Nagasaki is looking for Japan's first swimming gold. In the freestyle relay, Rowdy Gaines, the fastest man in the world, should lead the American.
On your marks.
The Olympic 1500 metres final, and straight away Coe goes into the lead, determined not to get boxed. It's Sebastian Coe and Materazzi of Italy, and also Halifa now, who was at college with Seb at Loughborough. On the inside, Chisiri, newcomer to the Kenyan team. So they're settling down. Halifa now leads for Sudan. In second place, Chisiri. Third is Materazzi. Fourth is Coe. He won't be too happy in that box, I can tell you. Steve Scott in the inside two in fifth place. Aberthgal is sixth. Steve Ovett is seventh. Cram right on the curve two in about eighth place. Just a little bumping and banging at the back.
Well, I think they'll be relieved that someone's took the pace on, because Steve Cram and Sebastian Coe were a bit concerned about who would set the pace. Steve Cram in the middle of the bunch there has said he won't leave it till the last 200 metres. He'll go before then. And I think Sebastian Coe will wait till the last 200 metres. And I think Steve Ovett, if he's strong enough, will also wait for a sprint finish. So it's a great question. Cram will probably attack 400 metres, 400 or 500 metres out, and Coe will probably wait. So I can see us, the medals going to our boys between Coe and Cram.
Well, Steve Scott taking it on. Halifa in second place. Sebastian Coe is third. 58.8 for the first lap, and Steve Scott has speeded it up slightly. It's Scott, the American, in front. Halifa in second place. Sebastian Coe out of trouble in third. Cram has moved through to four. Aberthgal is five. Chisiri is six. The American number one at the moment is 5'7". Steve Ovett 8. They've got 2 laps to go now. And Scott. We've got the silver behind Cram in the World Championship is in front. Coming round to complete 800 metres. And the time, 1:56.81. And this is going to be a real test for the men who've run 800 metres as well as this 1500, because it's going to be a test of strength as well as speed. Aberthgal, he saved himself for the 1500. So too did Steve Scott. It's Seb Coe in third place. Steve Cram is 4. Steve Ovett is 5. Halifa 6. 5'7". Chisiri 8. Aberthgal, this dangerous Spaniard, coming round now to the bell. Tracked by the Olympic champion Sebastian Coe. The world champions in third place, Steve Cram. Going 4 now, the world record holder Steve Ovett. Britain 2, 3 and 4. With a lap to go, 2:39.05. And it's going to be a very fast time indeed. Aberthgal's really stretching and testing him, and Steve Ovett's dropped out. It's not surprising. The world record holder out. It's been a bad week for him. So Ovett out, and now the two Britons in second and third place. The leader still Abafgal. Sebastian Coe in second place, and there goes the world champions, Steve Cram on the outside. The race really on now. Coe responds immediately. He's the Olympic champion. Can he do it again? Steve Cram in second place, champion of the world, follows it. And the battle between the two. It's going to be Britain 1 and 2, unless somebody cracks hopelessly. And Coe comes away. Cram digs in, but Coe comes away to retain the Olympic title. Sebastian Coe, back at his best, is the Olympic champion again. Cram gets the silver, Pascal the bronze. Tessere next, Spivey next, Wirtz next, Vera next, Alifa, followed by Rogers, followed by Scott and Matarazzi. And Coe, what a week of racing. And he's done what he did in Moscow 4 years ago. The silver in the 800, the gold in the 1500. And he's hardly out of breath. The time, a new Olympic record, 3 minutes, 32.53. Steve Cram, he gave all he'd got, but this is the one title he hasn't yet won. What a return to form. Well, after all the doubts about his health, and it is said he had the nearest thing to leukemia that you could possibly get, from that trough, he's come back to take the gold medal. One of the few men in Olympic history ever to retain the title. Steve Ovett receiving treatment, and he's had problems throughout the week. He was brave to start. Just checking back to see when the last man actually retained the title, and you've got to go back to 1904, James Lightbody, United States. Steve Ovett, well, what a week he's had. Perhaps too brave and too proud for his own good. Let's hope there's no lasting damage, and that when he gets away from this atmosphere, he'll recover very, very quickly.
What a trio to put out in a 1500-meter final. Immaculate, the envy of the world, and no one will deny Sebastian Coe coming back after the criticism and after the treatment he's had. And Stevie Cram, world champion, only been beaten by Coe, and such a rich life ahead of him, Brent, to have 1 and 2 in the world at that event. A magnificent day.
Well, I never thought I'd see those days, Ron, having come through the thing myself, but I mean, Sebastian Coe establishing himself as the world's premier 1500-meter runner again after 2 years.
Représentant la Grande-Bretagne, winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, Olympic champion Sebastian Coe.
Seb Coe retains the coveted Olympic 1500 metres title. His time, a new Olympic record, 3 minutes 32.53. A marvellous champion.
Médaille d'argent, représentant la Grande-Bretagne. Winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Steve Cram.
Steve Cram from Jarrow, champion of the world, champion of Europe, champion of the Commonwealth, now the Olympic silver medal after arriving here doubtful about running.
Médaille de bronze, représentant l'Espagne. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, José Abascal.
Bronze for José Abascal, the Spaniard. And a marvellous moment for the Britons to share as they turn for the playing of the national
anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de Grande-Bretagne.
Olympic champion in 1980, Olympic champion again at 1,500 metres in 1984.
They're all in and they're all out. We expect Society Boy with a black cap to go into the lead, being driven into the lead by Philip Waldron, and Society Boy goes on. Society Boy from Wassell and Sadler's Wells, and then comes Crystal Glitters and Morcon, Ptolomeo, Time Charter, Cormorant Wood and Miramar Reef, the back marker. Society Boy by 3 lengths to Wassell in second by a length, then to Sadler's Wells third, Morcon is 4, Crystal Glitters 5, Ptolomeo 6, Time Charter 7. Behind Time Charter comes Cormorant Wood and the back marker is Miramar Reef. Society Boy doing a brilliant pace-making job. 5 clear now from Wassell in second, then Sadler's Wells and Morcon on the inner, and then Crystal Glitters and Ptolomeo, then Time Charter on the inside, tracked by Cormorant Wood and Miramar Reef. Society Boy still leads. His leading margin, foreshortened by our head on camera, leads. You can see just how far he is clear. Wassell is second, then Sadler's Wells third, followed then in 4th place by Morcon. Behind Morcon races Ptolomeo and Crystal Glitters. Time Charter on the inside, may not to get the closed of runs, but I'm sure Joe knows what he's doing. Then comes Cormorant Wood and the back marker is Miramar Reef. It's Society Boy who's a long way clear, past halfway in the Coral Eclipse, lining up for home. Crystal Glitters running a bit wide, so too is Cormorant Wood, but it's Society Boy still clear from in second place Wassell. Then comes Sadler's Wells, the 3-year-old, followed by Crystal Glitters, Morcon, Willie Carson pumping away, and behind them travelling sweetly is Time Charter as we close in on the chasing group. It's with 2 to go. It's still Society Boy clear, though. Society Boy clear from Sadler's Wells and Crystal Glitters and Wassell and Morcon and Time Charter and Cormorant Wood and Ptolomeo and Miramar Reef. A furlong and a half to go. Society Boy from Sadler's Wells. Here on the outside comes Crystal Glitters. Time Charter coming with a run through on the inside. Sadler's Wells strikes the front inside the final furlong. Here comes Time Charter in second place. Sadler's Wells, Time Charter, Morgan, Crystal Glitters and Miramar Reef. Up towards the line, it's Sadler's Wells holding off the strong late finish of Time Charter. Sadler's Wells, Time Charter, Morcon. Then came Crystal Glitters, Miramar Reef, and behind these Cormorant Wood, Ptolomeo, Wassell and Society Boy, who led for so long. And I must say that with 2 to go, I thought he was going to hold on. And so the result of this, the Coral Eclipse, it's a win for number 10, Sadler's Wells, owned by Mr. Robert Sangster, trained in Ireland by Vincent O'Brien, ridden by Pat Edery, Pat's 46th winner of the season. It's amazing, isn't it, when the big money, the big prize money is to be won, the Group 1 races, it's Vincent O'Brien who is there. It's Vincent O'Brien who has prevailed today. He won the race last year and he's won it again today with Sadler's Wells. Sadler's Wells the winner. Second was number 9, Time Charter. Third was number 3, Morcon. I think we'll find that the 4th horse home was Crystal Glitters. Miramar Reef got into a lot of trouble, but not enough for him to finish 5th. Behind these came Cormorant Wood, then Ptolomeo, and then Wassell, and the back marker was Society Boy, who dropped out like a pricked balloon. I'm anticipating the result. Officially, it's a photo. Officially a photo for this Coral Eclipse. But for me, Sadler's Wells...
That was a tremendously popular winner, Sadler's Wells. Somehow the public fancied it more. It's extraordinary, isn't it, that an Irish horse comes over, the public latched onto it, they certainly did, and those 2 Hills clients with £10,000 on at 7 to 2 Sadler's Wells, they're in heaven, aren't they?
They may very well be in heaven, but it's Sadler's Wells who's in the winner's enclosure. Another son of Northern Dancer, and the Irish Guineas winner, second in the French Derby. Well, it's amazing, the 3-year-old generation, these Northern Dancers, they really are very, very good horses. The top, world class, absolutely top class. A top class, battling, brave performance over 1.25 miles for Sadler's Wells, who was being stretched to this trip, although, of course, it finished second over 1.5 miles last time up. He's won 5 races in all now, and this, of course, this £80,000 added to the stakes money for the Coral Eclipse, by far and away the most important and the most valuable.
He appears to be using something like a number 3 or 4 iron. He'll have to pick the club up very sharply in the back swing and drive the ball forward.
Touch of class, baby.
Touch of class.
Touch of class. Get up. Buenas, Ellie.
Well, that is pure magic.
will swing from right to left. Oh, what ecstasy. A birdie 3, a 69, 12 under par, a total of 276.
The biggest bet I've had for some time, £10,000.
To win on Habibti?
On Habibti, yeah.
And if she doesn't win?
If she doesn't win, well then, I think I'd nearly give the racing up, certainly for the season. Famous last words.
And what about the new car you've just bought? What about that?
Well, it'll have to go into cold storage and...
because the number plate is?
HAB.
Ray Cochrane missed the beat. Tactics there. Ray missed the beat, but Leicester is behind him. Yellow Domino blazes the trail to Superlative and Princess Tracy and Forzando and Gavitat. And the principal market rivals are last but one, just preceded by Never So Bold. On the left of the picture is Habibti. On the inside of her, just preceding her, is Chief Singer. Yellow Domino, Princess Tracy dispute the lead from Superlative and Forzando, and then Committed and Gavitat. Then behind Gavitat, Never So Bold. Then comes Chief Singer, and last is Habibti, and they're at the halfway stage. You can see Leicester on the extreme left of the picture there begins to make ground on the outside of Chief Singer. However, Yellow Domino now passed by Princess Tracy. Here comes Committed, and Ray Cochrane going to weave in between horses as Leicester's going to Committed to come on the outside. Furlong and a half to go, wide open race. Committed is Committed, goes for home from Princess Tracy. Ray Cochrane weaves through between horses. Forzando coming with the run. Habibti on the outside, under pressure, and surely beaten inside the final furlong. Is Chief Singer going on from Never So Bold. Chief Singer, Never So Bold Committed. Chief Singer, Never So Bold Committed. Chief Singer, Never So Bold Committed. Chief Singer's going to win it. Chief Singer the winner. Never So Bold Committed third, then Forzando, then Princess Tracy. A big disappointment. Habibti beat only 3. Superlative, Gavitat, and last of all was Yellow Domino.
And they're running in the Swettenham Stud Sussex Stakes. Chief Singer quite slow away, incidentally. He's the last of the quintet at the moment, as Kragan Score makes it from Wassel, Proceda, Roussillon, and then Chief Singer. Kragan Score, who sprung a surprise before, setting a blistering pace from Wassel in second, then quite a gap to Roussillon, and then going up on the inside of Proceda is Chief Singer, to be fourth now, as they race downhill. Kragan Score from Wassel, then a gap to Roussillon, then matching strides now, Chief Singer and Proceda, as they run downhill towards the 4 furlong point, and it is still Kragan Score the leader from Wassel, Roussillon, Chief Singer and Proceda coming to the 3 furlong marker in the Swettenham Stud Sussex Stakes, and it's Kragan Score still in the lead from Wassel. Then comes Roussillon, Proceda being produced on the outside, and Ray Cochrane creeping up on the inside now on Chief Singer as they come down to the 2 furlong pole. It's still Kragan Score from Roussillon, Chief Singer over on the far side, Wassel fading, Proceda's dropped back to last. It's Roussillon now from Chief Singer. These 2 rivals from Salisbury, with Roussillon now trying to hold the challenge of Chief Singer as Chief Singer challenges on the far side. Chief Singer on the far side, Roussillon on the near side. Chief Singer beginning to get up as they come to the line, and Chief Singer has won the Swettenham Stud Sussex Stakes from Roussillon. A gap then to Kragan Score, Wassel and Proceda was last, and so the result, the judge could call this a photograph, but I don't think there's any doubt that number 2, Chief Singer, has won. Yes, he's called it without a photo. First number 2, Chief Singer, owned by Mr. Jeff Smith, trained by Ron Sheether at Newmarket, and written by Ray Cochrane. Grisha Magna 15-8 favourite, Silver Dollar 9-4, Alba Hathray 5, 7 Fata Fleur, 9 Hilly, and that's it. And they're away. A fast break by Fata Fleur, very fast indeed. Fata Fleur into her stride. Very different tactics to Newmarket last time. Alba Hathray goes up to join her, and Tumbledale with the sheepskin nose band towards the right. The very far right is for certain, but it's Fata Fleur from Alba Hathray with Grisha Magna and Silver Dollar just in behind them. Farter Flair on the far side, Alba Hathaway on the near side, Tumbledale and Silver Dollar matching strides with Grisha Magna just in behind them. Passing the intersection there and racing towards the 3 furlong pole. Alba Hathaway now in the lead from Farter Flair, Tumbledale. Then comes Grisha Magna and Silver Dollar in the centre. Silver Dollar tracking Alba Hathaway. And it's Alba Hathaway as they come down to the 2 furlong pole from Farter Flair. Grisha Magna over on the far side, Silver Dollar trying to produce a run on the near side, but it's Alba Hathaway from Silver Dollar under pressure now. Grisha Magna over on the far side as they come down to the furlong pole. Alba Hathaway from Grisha Magna putting in a great run over on the far side, and Farter Flair getting back on terms on the near side, but it's Alba Hathaway in the lead from Farter Flair now as they race into the closing stages. Alba Hathaway holding Farter Flair and Grisha Magna at the line. Alba Hathaway is the winner, Grisha Magna second, Farter Flair is third. The Royal Filly a little disappointing, Silver Dollar in fourth, then came Hilly and Tumbledale, and behind them came For Certain and Rahash and Musing. And so the result of the Princess Margaret Stakes. First, number 5, Alba Hathaway, owned by Mr. Hamdan Al Maktoum, trained by Harry Thompson-Jones and ridden by Tony Murray. And they're away. Ptolomeo makes quite fast on the near side, and Darshan's also right up at them, and Tinozo's taking it up now and being tracked by Sadler's Wells. Lester Biggott goes straight to the front as they race down towards Swindley Bottom. Tinozo has gone to the front, tracked by Sadler's Wells. His Honor, the pacemaker, now for Sun Princess, has gone up to be second and relegated Sadler's Wells to third. Then comes Sun Princess on his outside, then Darshan, and then Ptolomeo. Behind Ptolomeo is Time Charter. Just in behind Time Charter is Miramar Reef, and then comes Magwell, and behind Magwell is Dahar and Flute Enchanté, and it's still Lester Piggott on the inside of His Honor, but His Honor has gone on now. His Honor has taken it up from Tinozo in second. Sun Princess is third. Then comes Sadler's Wells, 4, 5 is Darshan, 6 and 7 are Time Charter and Ptolomeo. Then comes Fly Me and Miramar Reef, and the back marker is Dahar, and it's still His Honor in the lead from Tinozo second, Sun Princess a close third. Quite a gap then to Darshan and Sadler's Wells, the first and second in the French Derby. Just behind them are Time Charter and Ptolomeo. Then comes Magwell and Fly Me. Behind Fly Me, Miramar Reef, and then Jupiter Island and Luth Enchanté, and finally Dahar. They're past the 5 furlong pole, and it's still His Honor from Tinozo. Lester Biggott towards the outside. Sun Princess is going very cosily in third. Then comes Sadler's Wells. Then comes Darshan, and then Time Charter and Ptolomeo as they pass the half-mile pole. Tinozo in the lead now from Sun Princess in second. Sadler's Wells is third. Darshan is fourth. Time Charter's making ground now in fifth, just upsides Ptolomeo. They're into the home stretch, and it's Lester Piggott in the lead now on Tinozo, being pressed still by Sun Princess. Then comes Sadler's Wells, then Darshan. Behind Darshan, being pulled to the outside, is Time Charter, and it's Tinozo over on the far side, being pressed now by Sadler's Wells. Then comes Ptolomeo, then on the stand side, Time Charter. It's Tinozo from Sadler's Wells, Ptolomeo in the centre of the course, Time Charter unleashing a run towards the stand side. It's Tinozo, though, in the lead. Tinozo the leader from Sadler's Wells, and Ptolomeo and Time Charter. Lester Piggott is going to win it again. Tinozo wins the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Diamond Stakes. Second is Sadler's Wells, and third is Ptolomeo, and fourth and fifth were Time Charter and Sun Princess, then Dahar and Jupiter Island and Luth Enchanté and Darshan, and behind them Fly Me. Behind Fly Me was Magwell, and then Miramar Reef, and last was His Honor. And so the result of the 1984 King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Diamond Stakes. First, number 9, Tinozo, owned by Mr. Eric Moller, trained by Jeff Bragg and written by Lester Piggott. Second was number 18, Sadler's Wells, owned by Mr. Robert Sangster, trained by Vincent O'Brien and written by Pat Edery. And third was number 10, Ptolomeo, owned by Mr. Carlo D'Alessio, trained by Luca Cumani and written by Ray Guest. It was officially a photo for fourth place between Time Charter and Sun Princess, with Time Charter probably just getting the minor berth. But no doubt the winner, his 68th of the season, his 7th in the great Ascot Showpiece, Tinozo, written by Lester Piggott, the son of youth out of Furioso, becomes the 18th 4-year-old
to win this great race, of which this is the 34th running. Tinoso, having always been in the first two, taken on by Sun Princess at the half-mile pole or just before it, wrested the lead from the mare again, approaching the home turn, battled up the rail to complete a fine training performance for Jeff Ragg and win in tremendous style in the end to frank his form in the Grand Prix de Saint-Cloud. He's the 13-2 winner.
How you been? Forgive me? Nothing to forgive, Disney. Nothing.
I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one.
Spencer and Hedges, over to you, Graham Good.
The saddle as well as a 5-2 favourite, optimistic class in the colours of Sheikh Mohammed, maroon with the white sleeves, and we are in fact going live to Dubai, and there is Chief Singer, who took that stronghold going down to the start. These 9 runners have won 43 races and over $1.25 million in prize money. They're running in a £100,000 race, and they're all installed. That's it. They're under orders and they're off. And as anticipated, Ray Cochrane just misses a beat on Chief Singer, and it's Ivano who goes on. Ivano in the lead from Morcon in second place. Then just in behind these comes Ptolomeo, and it's a very, very fast pace indeed. With Ivano leading, from Morcon second, Leafard Special third, Ptolomeo fourth, Sadler's Wells 5, then comes Cormorant Wood and Raft, and behind these two comes Chief Singer, and the back marker is Optimistic Lass. It's Ivano, Ray Guest, making this a true test. From Leafard Special on the outside of Morcon, then comes Ptolomeo and the favourite Sadler's Wells, tracked by Cormorant Wood and Raft, and the two just not in the picture are Chief Singer and Optimistic Lass. There they are, last and last but one. They begin the sweep out of the back straight, and Ivano just leading from Leafard Special in second, Morcon pulling quite hard in third, Pat Edery going up on the outside as Ray Guest has steadied the pace and the field are bunching up behind him. Raft makes ground behind them, so too does Cormorant Wood, and Chief Singer is going well, but in last place. Don't worry, they've got a long way to go. 5 out, in fact, as they begin the sweep into the home straight, and it's Ivano who leads at the halfway stage. Ivano from Leafard Special and Morcon, then Sadler's Wells, and next to the rails comes Ptolomeo. Behind these comes Chief Singer, and Optimistic Lass just last as they turn for home. Ray Guest looks over his shoulder to see where the others are and kicks his committed and goes for home. Raft makes ground on the outside, so too does Sadler's Wells. Ptolomeo, the pacemaker, coming through on the fence, And also making ground on the outside is Leafard Special. Morcon coming with a run. Chief Singer with plenty to do, and Raft strikes the front with just over 2 to go. Raft in the lead from Sadler's Wells. Pat Edery in the drive position. Cormorant Wood comes out of the pack. Ptolomeo improves next to the rails. 2 out, and Raft has it. Raft from Sadler's Wells and Cormorant Wood. Then behind these, Chief Singer trying to get a run. And not much daylight. A furlong and a half to go. And 3 in line as Sadler's Wells next to the rails. Cormorant Wood on the outside. And Cormorant Wood, who goes on, quickens inside the final furlong. Cormorant Wood coming away from Sadler's Wells, and Ptolomeo staying on very well indeed. Cormorant Wood by 2, 3, 4 lengths as she goes up towards the line. Well clear. Cormorant Wood is the winner. Cormorant Wood, Ptolomeo, Chief Singer stayed on bravely to be in a photo for third with Sadler's Wells. Then Raft and Morcon, an optimistic last. A big gap to Leafard Special, and last of all was Ivano. And so the result of this Benson and Hedges Gold Cup, it's a win in sparkling style for Steve Cawthon. Steve Cawthon's 100th winner of the season in England. Cormorant Wood, the 15-to-1 winner of this Benson and Hedges Gold Cup, is owned in partnership by Mr. R.J. McAlpine and Mr. Kerry B. Fitzpatrick. She's trained at Lambourne by Barry Hills, and Barry Hills' horse is really flying. So too is Steve Cawthon. Steve riding his 100th winner of the season, and none more valuable than winning the Benson Hedges Gold Cup. Second, I think we'll find, was number 6 Ptolomeo, ridden by Darren McHarg, who, getting no sort of run on the rails, had to switch to the outside, and it's close, desperately close indeed, between Sadler's Wells and Chief Singer in a photo for third, and I'll let the judge sort that one out. Cormorant Wood showed last season how quickly she could turn defeat into victory, and she was always travelling sweetly, back at her right fighting weight. She's really sparkled, strode away in style, and John Oaksey takes us through the closing stages.
And what a lovely way to ride your 100th winner. Steve Cawthon is last in that picture. He isn't actually last, but they're the last of those we can see, as Raft kicks for home, goes past Sadler's Wells and the pacemaker Ivano. Ptolomeo short of room over on the far rails. It's Raft from Sadler's Wells, but Steve Cawthon hasn't really picked Cormorant Wood up yet. As you can see, he's only just nudging her along with his hands, and when he does pick her up, the result is explosive. Look at poor old Chief Singer back there. He never got any daylight, and in fact, you certainly can't say he hasn't got the trip, because he stays on to pass several, and I hope in the end to finish third. But here comes Cormorant Wood. She's gone past Sadler's Wells. I hear there's a steward's inquiry, and I'm not surprised. I don't believe it will involve Cormorant Wood, but I could be wrong. There she is, winning very comfortably indeed from Ptolomeo, who's now finally struggled through, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is involved in the steward's inquiry. And Chief Singer has definitely got third place ahead of the Coral Eclipse winner Sadler's Wells, so nobody can say that he didn't stay a mile and a quarter. Over to John McCririck in the ring.
No betting on the photo on this steward's inquiry. Bookmakers think the Cormorant Wood will keep it, and they are praying she does. This is a blinding result for bookmakers. 15-to-1 Cormorant Wood, and of course it confirms the Champion Stakes form, the Dubai Champion Stakes form last year with Ptolomeo. Ptolomeo the second is returned at 7-to-1. 7-to-1 Ptolomeo, and one bookmaker, Roy Christie, well, his heart must be in his mouth at the moment. He laid a monster 40,000 to 5. £5,000 in a single hand, one punter had on Ptolomeo, so he stands to lose at least £40,000 should the stewards reverse the placings. Sadler's Wells has went off the 5-to-2 favourite, solidly back favourite. Sadler's Wells. Chief Singer in the end was returned at 11-to-2. Bookmakers were so greedy with Chief Singer, determined to get whatever money they could, and they certainly did that. But Cormorant Wood, 15-to-1 is one of the
they're off, and the first to show in front on the outside is Princess Patty out on the outside with Desirable, Erdens Hope in along the inside, nobody in any great hurry, and Sadler's Wells right up with the leaders too. And so as they race up the track now, Sadler's Wells has gone up, and Sadler's Wells would be just the leader, with Princess Patty taking it over again on the outside. Princess Patty and then Sadler's Wells. And Erdens Hope in along the inside. Ptolomeo just behind the leading group. Desirable well with them too. Fiery Celt with the white sash out on the outside. They're going now to the very top of the track now and going to turn at the top of the track. And that is Princess Patty out in front of Sadler's Wells and Desirable. Ptolomeo and Erdens Hope come next as they race across the top of the track. They have about 7 furlongs to cover now, and as they race along, Princess Patty has stretched that lead into a very long one. one. Sadler's Wells is second. Desirable is third. Airdens Hope is fourth. After that comes Ptolomeo. Then comes Flame of Tara. And now the field trying to bunch up, but really out there in front, Miramar Reef running very wide there. Out in front, it's Princess Patty, and Sadler's Wells is next. And the field trying to bear down on the one in front. Airdens Hope well there, and making ground on the outside is Adonijah. Ptolomeo well there under pressure. Hegemony is there with the chance, and it's Princess Patty on the inside. Sadler's Wells right up with them. Ptolomeo, Adonijah out on the far side, and Sadler's Wells now would be just the leader as they race down towards the concluding stages of the race. And now on the far side it's Seattle Song. Seattle Song from France has come up to challenge Sadler's Wells. Sadler's Wells, Seattle Song, Princess Patty. They're racing to the finish now, and it's Sadler's Wells, but battling away on the far side is Seattle Song. They've 50 yards to go, and Sadler's Wells has won. In second place is Seattle Song, then Princess Patty. After that there's Desirable. Then comes the whole field strung right back then to Miramar Reef at the tail of the field, but Sadler's Wells has won, and won in good battling style. And what a fine performance for this horse that's been running right through the year. He started early in the year, and he's still at it. And a funny thing about him, that the more he runs, the better he
Abel Albert 9-1, Polly's 9-1, Amarone 10-1. So the race definitely going to be divided into two camps, on the left and on the right. And this is the fellow Abel Albert, who is very well handicapped indeed. On the inside of him is Cintillo. Then the jockey's looking across, as Manchester Skytrain is the last one to go in. You can just see him out the back. And I understand that Polly's brother is now the clear favourite. Won this race last year and second in the race 2 years ago. And in fact, won the 3-year-old handicap 3 years ago. So peaks at this time of the year. That's it. They're under orders and they're away. A pretty level break. Up with the leaders early on. Amarone on the outside. Right near the centre of the rails comes Polly's brother and Cintillo. Clantime just in behind them. And as they settle down, Amarone, and down the centre of the track, Saxon Breck blazing a trail with Air Command not far behind them. Then comes Ferryman on the stand side group. The lead is Cathred with that one, Marzi Rocket Alert. Just in behind these come Grey Desire. On the extreme right of the picture, it's Amarone, but the grey is Saxon Breck, and that's the leader in the centre of the track. Saxon Breck in the lead from Air Command, Rocket Alert, and also up on the far side, Hay Street running very fast indeed. Amarone on the far side too, and it's Air Command who goes for home. Air Command from Amagino, who tries to make up ground too. Polly's brother just in behind these, tried to make ground. Abel Albert on the extreme left, certainly not out of it. And with a furlong and a half to go, it's Air Command who goes for home. From Alack finishing well, Hay Street on the extreme right. Second from the right is Legal Sound, and here comes Alack and Padedory. Abel Albert on the extreme left though, don't lose him, well inside the final half furlong. On the far side it's Alack and Air Command. Right on the stand side it's Abel Albert, and it's Alack in the lead as they come up towards the line. Alack's going to win the Air Gold Cup at the post. Alack is the winner, or is he? Abel Albert in a photo with him. Then came Don Martino and Lovers Bid and Air Command, and then came Crebe. Behind these came Rocket Alert, and then Saxon Brack, and behind these came Amagino. Polly's brother was very disappointing. Clantime was last, and then behind these came Amarone, who dropped very tamely away, and also towards the rear was Bold Rail, Manfor Vardos, who never really got into the picture at all. And so the outcome of this Ladbrokes Air Gold Cup, it's a photo finish, and a very difficult one to call, between Alack in the spotted jacket on the far side, owned by Miss Monica Sheriff, trained at Marlborough by Jeremy Tree and ridden by Padedory. Also in that photo is number 17, Abel Albert, who kept very close to the stands rail indeed. That one is owned by Mrs. Ann Henson, trained at Moulton by Peter Easterby and ridden by Mark Birch. It's going to be very close indeed. And in fact, I can tell you, this is a sensation. Alack has been announced as the winner. No photo. The photo is for second place. That I find astounding. Alack, the 11-1 winner. But let's review the closing stages.
Well, as we thought, it split into a contest between the runners on the stand side and on the far side. Amarone had flattered briefly. The field were led up the centre by Saxon Breck and Air Command, but at the business end, there are only two horses in it. Abel Albert must be some 10 or 12 lengths clear of the only chaser on the stand side. Mark Birch frantic in the saddle on this one, because he probably realises that the leaders are on the far side. He's doing everything he can to keep Abel Albert going. Now Alack, driven by Padedory, takes the lead over there from Air Command, and strongly driven, takes the lead about half a furlong out and just holds on with Pat going for his life. Abel Albert clear on this side, but as we approach the line, Alack looks clear at this point, but there's very little in it, and like Graham, I'm surprised that the judge hadn't in fact called for a photo.
The judge has announced that Alack has won. He's an 11-1 chance, Alack, but bookmakers do not believe it. You can still bet 6-1 on Alack. They think he's won, maybe. It's now 6-1, 5-1 on Alack getting the race, although in the number for number 15. Number 17. Abel Albert has won at 9-1. Alack is second at 11-1.
Right, well, this is the most amazing outcome for this Ladbrokes Air Gold Cup, because I thought there must at least be a photo between Abel Albert and Alack, and in fact, right in the number frame as I look, they put up 15 Alack. So I had to call Alak as the winner, but now they've reversed the placings and they've put Abel Albert as the winner. So Abel Albert has won the Ladbrokes Air Gold Cup at 9-1. But wait with us, because this is going to take some time to sort out for the placings between second, third, fourth and fifth. So here's the fellow, Abel Albert, ridden by Mark Birch, who kept hugging to these stands rails. And Abel Albert, in fact, has won his 6th race, and by far and away the most important victory in his career. Mark Birch's 40th winner of the season, and none more important than that one. So Abel Albert, with the advantage of being drawn number 29, had the race well and truly sewn up inside the final furlong. The jockeys were looking across, and although Pat Edery drove a lap for all his worth, unfortunately he just couldn't pull out any extra close there. And in fact he won by half a length, with half a length between second and third, and the third horse home is number 5, Don Martino.
He's about to depart for Hong Kong. Celestial Dancer number 2, drawn at number 2. Edward will keep him tucked in, try to come very late, but he's one of the last to go in. Here's Peter O'Sullivan.
Yes, Edward last in. Never So Bold, 9-4 from 5-2. Edward Hyde riding his 12th Vernon Sprint Cup. This the 18th running. They're under starters' orders, and they're away. Godston breaks fast, and also Spark Chief. And it's Godston and Spark Chief, the early leaders, with a clear advantage at the moment as they race towards the home turn. Patong has gone third. Then Abibti just in behind him, and then Committed on the rail, and Kirshner's the back marker. Turning into the straight already, and it's Spark Chief. And Godston coming right over towards the stand side, Godston, or the centre of the course rather, and it's Spark Chief now with the advantage, being tracked by Habibti. Over on the far rail is Committed. Patong the grey is between them. They're coming down towards the 3 furlong marker. Spark Chief in the lead from Patong. Then comes Committed, got slightly chopped on the fence there. Godston on the near side, coming down towards the 2 furlong pole, and it's Spark Chief from Patong. And then on the near side, Godston just in behind them, Habibti, and then Committed. Committed having a job to find room now, the favourite. They're coming down towards the furlong pole, and it's Patong. And Bruce Raymond bidding for a 3-timer, being pressed by Habibti's last year's winner, and it's Patong from Habibti. Habibti trying to re-establish herself as Committed moves into third. Celestial Dancer's just in behind him, but racing up towards the line. Never So Bold producing a challenge on the near side, and it's Habibti and Patong, and at the line it's a photo between Patong and Habibti, with Never So Bold third and Committed 4. Habibti and Patong in a photo from Never So Bold and Committed. Those are the first 4 in the 1984 Vernon Sprint Cup, and a very close photo indeed it is too. A photo between Patong and Habibti, with Never So Bold breathing down their necks, and no doubt about it, the favourite didn't have a good run at all, Committed. The judges called it a photo. So let's review the closing stages as we await the official outcome, particularly noting the incident with Committed as we join it with John Hanmer.
And Committed nearest to us on the inside, and Brent Thompson has certainly had a very rough ride on this filly, because she's been on the inside rails and she hasn't had any room. No rails there, but they're shortly to take a very sharp left-hand turn into the straight, and it's Spark Chief and Godston up in front. Patong is in third place, and Committed plenty of room at the moment on the far rails, but now the runners crowd over to the rails. They've got about 4 furlongs to race, and Spark Chief still just in the lead from the grey Patong, and Committed on the rails, and this is where Brent Thompson has to steady her to avoid being brought down, and has to gradually ease his way over to the centre of the course. He just glances over his right shoulder there. At this stage, last year's winner Habibti is in 4th place, going really well, and also Never So Bold, number 4, nearest to us, going extremely well with Tony Murray. But Godston, making his first appearance of the season on the left of the picture, still in the lead at the 2 furlong marker. Spark Chief, a 5 furlong horse, is just beginning to fade, and Patong, the grey, over on the far rails. Habibti gets a good run in between, and at this stage I thought either Habibti or Never So Bold on the wide outside were going to come and beat Patong. But Patong battles on really well under Bruce Raymond's hard driving. Bruce going for a treble here in the 3 races we've had this afternoon, and Patong answering every call he makes. Willie Carson goes for everything on Habibti. There's a Stewart's Inquiry, not surprisingly, and Never So Bold coming with a tremendous run on the outside, and it's very close indeed. Patong sticking out his neck on the far side, but the angle's very deceptive. Habibti is the one in the middle, and Never So Bold on this side, the favourite committed after a bad run, is back in 4th place.
And officially it's a triple photo between Patong, the 11-to-1 chance, Habibti, the 3-to-1 chance, and Never So Bold, the 9-to-4 chance. And there is a Stewart's Inquiry, and this Stewart's Inquiry will undoubtedly concern Patong and Committed, whether Patong was in any way responsible for the interference which Committed undoubtedly suffered just about at the 3 furlong pole. There's
11-to-4 River Drummer into top of the head, 9-to-4 in places 2. Lanfranco, Ladbrokes backed it at 3. It's out to 7-to-2. Even they can't hold it up. Sabona, 11-to-4 River Drummer, great favourite now.
Well, of course, the big question is whether River Drummer has recovered from his very hard race, and how the French 2-year-old form compares with the English and Irish. River Drummer, of course, just beat Alidar's Best, who is regarded by David O'Brien, who trains her, as an absolutely top-class filly, and David, in fact, plans to run her in next year's Derby. There he is, number 8, River Drummer. That was a hard race at Lawshaw, the Grand Criterium. And let's have a look at it now. Oh, no, we can't have a look at it. I beg your pardon. I thought we could. That's number 8, River Drummer. As I say, in the Grand Criterium, he had to really struggle to try and hold Alidar's Best. He couldn't quite do it. The question is whether that race will have taken too much out of him. That's number 8, River Drummer. Trucidata going in behind him there. We haven't seen High Fire, who took a strong hold going down to the post, but is one of Paul Cole's very good 2-year-olds. Reach won the Royal Lodge. Yemkin hasn't been beaten, and High Fire is said to have been going well with Waffy at home. But as that's Lester Piggott on Lanfranco, and Paul Cook on Northern River. It's Northern River who won the race at Newbury, in which Sabona finished 2nd, but nobody who saw that race will really expect Northern River to confirm the form with Sabona, because Sabona was absolutely flying at the finish and looked certain to catch Northern River with only a little bit further to go. There is a bit further to go today. They're running over the round mile, and as Northern River goes in, I'll hand over to Graham Goode.
William Hill Futurity, won by Lester Piggott 4 times. Greville Starkey once. I said they're under orders, they're off. Sabona is towards the right of the picture, the hoop sleeves. High Fire on the inside, and it's Great Reef who goes on from Lanfranco. Then just in behind these, High Fire, Trucidata. Then comes Damister, and they're going a very cracking pace early on. Also up with them, just shaded early on, was the French challenger River Drummer, and they're already beginning to sweep into the home straight. And it's Great Reef, Ray Cochrane really stretching them from High Fire in 2nd, then Lanfranco 3rd, River Drummer 4, Trucidata 5, then comes Damister 6 and Brave Bambino 7. So they begin the sweep for home, heading towards the halfway stage in the William Hill Futurity, headed by Great Reef, Lanfranco in 2nd, High Fire is 3rd, Trucidata 4, then comes River Drummer in 5, Sabona makes ground behind Damister. They're in line for home, they've got just over 4 to go, and it's Great Reef from in 2nd place Lanfranco, then Trucidata, then River Drummer just switched to the outside, then comes Damister up on the outside of these, comes Northern River River in the white-looking colours. They've got 3.5 to go. Great Reef, Lanfranco, and then Trucidata. High Fives under pressure next to the rails. Then comes River Drummer. Behind these comes Trucidata, Damister, Brave Bambino trying to make up ground, but Lanfranco strikes and goes for home with 2.5 to go. It's Lanfranco in the lead. Here comes the French raider up on the outside, River Drummer, so it's Lester Piggott in the lead on Lanfranco from River Drummer coming down the centre of the track. Lanfranco in the lead from River Drummer. Then comes Damister, and behind these comes Trucidata. Sabona is beaten. Lanfranco has the call, with Damister putting in a challenge on the outside, but Lanfranco in the lead. River Drummer, the favourite, is beaten. Lanfranco in the lead. Lester Piggott being strongly challenged by Steve Cawthon on Damister. Lanfranco just holding on from Damister. Lanfranco, but Damister closing up towards the line. Lanfranco the winner, Damister second. Brave Bambino stayed on to be third. River Drummer a disappointing run in 4th place. Then behind these came Trucidata, then Great Reef. A big gap to Sabona, then High Fire. Then came Northern River, and behind these a Gulfar who was trailing virtually all the way up the straight. So the result of this William Hill Futurity, another big win for Lester Piggott on number 6 Lanfranco, owned by Mr. Charles St. George, trained at Newmarket by Henry Cecil, ridden by Lester Piggott and bred by Mrs. M.P. Pitt, the 130 winner of this William Hill Futurity.
Come with me if you want to live.
Run, the 7-4 favourite, Baynoon 9-4, Alphabetim 13-2, at Talak and Crazy both at 9-1, and Chernazar a 16-1 chance. Montbazil 20-1, Get the Message and Prime Asset both at 33s, Liberate 100-1, Destroyer 200-1, all 11 quoted.
So they're in the paddock. My own fancies here are for Alphabetim and for Montbazy each way. That's what I think. We'll explain more about it later, but it's a really beautifully set St. Ledger. Baynoon has won all 5 his races this year, a really tough horse. And Comanche Run, of course, has had fairly controversial circumstances this week. There he is, the presence, first of all, of that man on his back, Lester Piggott, replacing Darryl McHarg, the stable jockey to Luca Cumani. And then Comanche Run slipped and fell down on his knees the morning that it was announced Lester was going to ride him. And it has to be said that he's very much on his toes. He looked like going down on his knees again just now. He was very much jumping around. He's sweating pretty freely. He's done that before, but it certainly doesn't increase your confidence of the horse. The snag about Comanche Run is that he has had, people would say, a problem with his preparation, but he hasn't actually missed anything. He actually cantered the morning he came down. He's been very tough and successful. He's won 3 of his 6 races this season. He's won over the distance, he's won on soft ground, and through Patrizio, he's got the beating, in fact, of Baynoon. He also has on top of him a man who's won 27 English Classics. That's level with the all-time record, which he jointly holds with Frank Buckle, Lester Piggott. Lester bidding here for his 28th and his 8th St. Leger. So the big question to Lester that John should ask beforehand was, what will it mean to Lester today?
Well, it'll be a great thrill, John, and it'll take a long time.
You've been looking forward to it for a long time.
Yes, of course, you know. I think it'll be a great thing to do it, you know.
It certainly will. Lester, what sort of tactics, how much use will you make of Comanche Run?
Well, not too much, I don't think, you know, because we've got a long way to go. And I think there should be a reasonable pace on all the time, you know. So I don't think I've got to make too much use of them, you know.
You wouldn't kick very soon in the straight?
I don't think so, no.
He obviously has a major chance, but I'll explain why I prefer Alpha Baitim to him. He's settling down now, he's being led, but anyway, there is living legend Lester Piggott bidding for his 8th St. Leger. News from John McCurrick.
They opened bottle each of 2, Comanche Run and Baynoon. The first move was for Comanche Run into 7-4, with Baynoon out to 9-4. But the paddock at Doncaster is right in front of the stands, and the crowds have seen that Comanche Run is warm, is sweating up, and that's pushed him back to 2-1, with strength behind Baynoon at 9-4, but Comanche Run holding the call. Very tight, 7-1 Alpha Baitim, 9-1 at Tallack, and also Crazy at 9. They've done the 10 Crazy. It's into 9-1. And talking about Crazy, the great lunatic is back. The man who had lost £80,000 yesterday, he's dropped another £10,000 in a race involving August. Put a forecast there. He's dropped £10,000 there. Let's hope he gets the winner here. The great lunatic lives.
He lives. So does Lester Piggott. And following him is Crazy, ridden by Willie Carson, who's won 2 St. Legers on Sun Princess and Dunfermline when he beat Lester Piggott, don't forget. Crazy, though, the second string, really, of the 3 Guy Harwood runners. One is a pacemaker, though, Liberate, Alpha Baitim being the main one. He did win, though, over this distance, which we can see now, the Tote Ebor handicap. Crazy. And the important point for you to judge is just how much, at the end of it, he is stopping, because he comes through, Walter Swinburne comes through on Road Crazy that day, comes through, kicks for the line, and the horse goes clear of his field. They've got a pretty good gallop from the turn. He got clear of his field. But really, as we come into this final furlong, it certainly looked to us as if he was beginning to run out of steam a bit, because Bucklow Hill was closing, and so was Central Line, who you see come out of the pack after him. Central Line with John Lowe began to close on him, and he only got home by a head in the end. And my own feeling is that Crazy, as there's a pacemaker for, and other horses who get the trip well, Crazy's going to be quite pushed to actually stay this really well, this mile and 6. Anyway, I don't actually think he's good enough, even though he's won 3 of his 4 races this season. When he won the Ebor, people said, oh, well, he's not actually up to classic standards. So it'd be hard to see him quite being good enough. But he's a horse in form. That's Crazy, number 5, ridden by Willie Carson. Going down at 3-2 to the stalls here. Of course, had a terrible drama with Easter King, got trapped in them some years ago. Lester and Willie had that long duel with Lester went rather early on a ledge and Willie wore him down on Dunfermline back in 77. Comanche Run much more settled now, you see. It's Crazy, in fact, who sweat up much more. And Comanche Run looks quite settled and relaxed. Other horses coming through to join them. Lester, who knows this St. Leger so well there. Facing us is Get the Message. On the right. And there's Alpha Baitim and the two walking towards us. Number 1, Alpha Baitim, who is my selection, because I believe that back in May and June, if you'd said that Alpha Baitim should be out at his price compared to horses like Baynoon and Crazy and Comanche Run, you would say, well, he's much better than them. He then ran in the Derby, remember. He finished 5th when At Tallack, who runs here as well, was 4th. But he was ill after that, really quite ill altogether. He didn't run again until he ran behind Baynoon last time at Newbury. He was well run over that day, but he was a bit he was a bit below par, I really thought slightly, and I think after that he really could do this. The person to talk to, though, was very much Guy Harwood. And the question John put to him was, how has Alpha Baiting been working?
Well, on Tuesday we were very pleased. He did his final bit of work on Tuesday and he worked really well, and he pleased us all, and we hope he's going to run a good race today.
Baynoon beat you at Newbury. Would you think that was because Alpha Baiting needed the race?
Well, certainly, I mean, Alpha Baiting had been off the track a long time, and when he ran last time he wasn't right, and therefore no doubt was remembering the race. I think he had got rusty and a little bit gone to sleep, but we've woken him up since then, and so we're hoping for the best.
So, Alpha Baiting, a really tough horse who's won on this track. And Greville Starkey hasn't won a Ledger yet, though he was really close up behind Leicester in that driving finish when Leicester won on Athens Wood in '71 and Greville was on Falkland. Now there's Baynoon, the mount of Steve Cawthon, who hasn't won a Ledger, but this horse has won all 5 of his races. And let's look at the first of them. It was the April Maiden Stakes at Newmarket at the beginning of the year, and also another of today's runners was in it, Prime Asset. And this race is a brilliant Leicester Piggott drive up the rails. Prime Asset is the red cap with the yellow sleeves coming through. Important thing about this race is it shows that Baynoon at this stage wasn't that good really, because if he's only just as level as Prime Asset, hardly puts him level with the things like Alpha Baiting, but he went and improved and improved. Here he comes. You know he's really tough. He's a lovely, strong, tough racehorse. It's very, very close. Perhaps the pointer of that race should be how good a chance Prime Asset would have if he could really get his act together. Anyway, there's Baynoon. He's won all 5, and the question to Steve Cawthon had to be, how do you plan to beat Leicester?
Well, basically, I think there's going to be a good pace in the race. There's a pacemaker, and there's a lot of horses that basically are known stayers, including Leicester's horse. I think I'll jump and see what happens for a furlong or two before I really decide. But I think Leicester will probably be fairly close to the pace, and I think that my horse has got a better turn of foot than his. I think that's probably my best chance. I don't know. I'll have to see how it happens in the race, but that's what I'm thinking.
Quite hopeful.
Very. I think my horse he's a lovely temperament. I think he's got a big race temperament. He's improving. He's had an uninterrupted preparation for the race, and the only thing that I have any worries about or thoughts is what the ground will be like or how he'll act on it, because he hadn't run on it before. But that's... So, Steve Cawthon, thinking hard. You see Lee Brate up there, who's just a lead horse for Alpha Baiting. There's Prime Asset, and here's the betting.
Comanche Run and Baynoon, the 9-4 joint favourites. Alpha Baiting 7-1. At Tallac 8-1 and Crazy at 9s. Chernazar 16-1. Montbazil at 20s. Get the Message and Prime Asset 33-1. Destroyer 200-1. Liberate 300-1. All 11 show.
Lee Brate goes up at Tallac. Will be up fairly close behind the pace, but he wants... Tony Murray says he hopes that Leicester and the others may be ahead of him. He wants to try and come later than he normally did. That's the news we got from Tony Murray. Montbazil is a horse who likes the soft and could go very well. Chernazar, Walter Swinburne told us that he's hoping for a place really, but he's of course a half brother to Shergar, who so disappointed here. That's Montbazil going in. Get the Message, Lee Brate and Destroyer will be the big outsiders, and the last 2 to go in here. Here comes Destroyer, who's second last to be going in, and the last of all to go in will be Alpha Baiting, who has to be blindfolded to do it. Quick word from McCready.
No great confidence here behind Comanche Run. He's out to 2-1. Ladbrokes opposing Baynoon 5-2. At Tallac is very strong at 8 at Tallac. Crazy, you'll never beat 9-1 Crazy. It's 7.5 Alpha Baiting, but bookmakers want to lay the front 2. They feel there's a great chance of the front 2 being beaten.
I think could beat them, but we've known before he can be difficult in the stalls. Graham, he's been a little bit difficult before, and he has to be the last one. Here comes the Ledger.
He is the last to go into the stalls, this Holston Pilson Ledger. And that looks about it. They're under orders and they're away. And Abtalak broke smartly. We're looking for Librate, the pacemaker for the Harwood trio. And he was last in leaving the stalls. And now jockey Ken Butler rushes him up into the lead. So it's Librate going on from Comanche Run in second place. Then Destroyer third, Abtalak 4. Then Baynoon 5, Alpha Baitim 6, Get the Message 7. These are followed by Montbazil 8, Chernazar 9. And Prime Asset towards the rear. Also towards the rear is Crazy. So they settle down with Librate now going on. From Comanche Run second, Destroyer is third. And then up on the outside comes Get the Message. Just in behind the lead is that one, in fact. Then on the inside is Abtalak. And so it's Librate setting the pace from Comanche Run in second place. And Bruff Comanche Run taking quite a strong hold.
He's taking quite a strong hold, but he's got him reasonably settled. But he said he didn't want to go too soon. Well, this pacemaker, Graham's not going to keep you in front for very long, I can tell you that. So at this stage, it looks as if Leicester is bound to be in front long before the turn, I would say. And that is not how he planned it or how he told us he planned it. Abtalak behind him, Alpha Baitim just being driven a wee bit there by Revel Starkey. At this stage, Comanche Run is going to be in front well before the turn.
Well, it's Librate who leads. From Comanche Run second, Destroyer pushed along in third. Abtalak poised just where Tony Murray wanted him to be in fourth place. Then Alpha Baitim 6, in fifth place, I should say. 6 on the outside is Baynoon. 7th comes Montbazil. 8th is Chernazar. 9th, Get the Message. 10th is Crazy. And last is Prime Asset. But Librate still just the leader from Comanche Run. Then Destroyer and Abtalak. Then Alpha Baitim and Chernazar. Then Baynoon, not in a good position at this stage, but they're at the halfway stage in the Holston Pills ledger. So they begin the sweep for home. And it's Librate still in the lead from Comanche Run and Destroyer up on the outside, the jockey working hard on him. Baynoon now has improved his position and goes quite sweetly up on the outside as Abtalak comes through on the inner. Behind these race Chernazar and Alpha Baitim, and they begin the sweep for home, and Librate has done well to last this long. Comanche Run, Lester Biggett now poised on his outside. Alpha Baitim not getting a clear run. Squeeze there as Destroyer weakens. But Comanche Run goes on 4 out. Could this be too soon? Just in behind him comes Baynoon. Chernazar is improving. The French horse is 2 from the left of the picture. And the race really develops with 3 to go. And it's Lester Biggett who looks around. He sees Chernazar and Walter Swinburne and Baynoon as his main challengers. Alpha Baitim is under pressure. So too is Crazy. They've got 2.5 to go. Comanche Run joined by Baynoon and Chernazar. Then Alpha Baitim and Crazy. Only 5 in the ledger. And with just a furlong and a half to go, it's Comanche Run who leads. Comanche Run, Lester Biggett with Baynoon throwing down the challenge on his outside. Lester Biggett and Steve Cawthon, and up on the outside, Walter Swinburne on Chernazar. A furlong to go. Comanche Run and Baynoon. Comanche Run and Baynoon. Comanche Run from Baynoon and Crazy. Went inside the final furlong, and it's Lester Biggett going on. This one for the record, the 28th Classic, as Comanche Run wins the ledger from Baynoon second, Alpha Baitim third. Then came Crazy 4 and Chernazar 5. A big gap to Montbazil 6, and then came Prime Asset 7. Then Get the Message, and behind these came Destroyer. Abtalak, a most disappointing run, and last of all was Librate. And so Lester Biggett, the world's greatest jockey, has achieved his lifetime ambition by winning his 28th Classic and the record holder of all time. Lester Biggett winning the Holston Pilsen Ledger on number 4 Comanche Run, owned by Mr. Ivan Allen, trained at Newmarket by Luca Kimani and ridden by Lester Biggett. Officially, it's a photo, though, between him and number 3, Baynoon, owned by His Highness the Aga Khan, trained at Didcot by Fulk Johnson Horton and ridden by Steve Cawthon. Lester's won. By God, this meant a lot. Lester Biggett on Comanche Run, his 28th Classic, his 8th St. Ledger, 2 1,000 guineas, 3 2,000 guineas, 9 derbies, 6 Oaks, 8 St. Ledgers, a record world total, lifetime best. Lester Biggett, his 28th Classic, and let's just hear the cheers for Lester. So, Lester Biggett's day, winning his 28th Classic. He had to hit the front sooner than he really wanted. This one meant the world to Lester. Let's see the maestro in action.
how he wanted it. I know I've talked to him. He really did want this badly, and he had to work. It's tough on Darryl McCarg, who'd ridden the horse and is a stable jockey, but this was very much Leicester's day. Baynoon coming to drive at him. Chernazar, who's on an absolute blinder in the second colours of the Aga Khan. Alpha Baitim had lost his pitch. He was always struggling on the home turn, had run on very well. Comanche Run, who had to go to front earlier than Leicester planned. He's under the whip now. Baynoon's coming at him, and it's going to be very hard for him as they run through towards the line. Leicester's really always just about had it in hand. It is a photo, but you can see as they go up towards it here, it's going to be pretty tight. Baynoon, I thought that Steve Cawthon, as he really went for everything, might go and take Comanche Run, but he couldn't produce any more. Crazy's on the Rails has run a good race too. You see, into this final furlong, it must have seemed a tremendously long way. Leicester said beforehand it had been a long, long time. Well, it's a long, long way, these final 100 yards. He's using everything. It's a peculiar style. It's not very attractive, but it means business. Chernazar with Steve Cawthon. You hear the cheers go up as they make the official result. Steve has got lots of classics ahead of him. Whether he'll ever get to 28 is another question. Hard though he drives, it's going to be Leicester's day. In that peculiar way, you've seen history being made. And here now the head on. And you see here that it was always a long, long pitch. It's the longest straight, really, of the classic races, except for Newmarket. It's a very long, old straight Doncaster. Hard work on horses. They've done a fair old time here, too. And Leicester was just having to use the old cudgel to keep Comanche Run going. He's just hanging away, hanging away. Steve Cawthon with those famous elbows going here. But Baynoon's not got much more. Look how his head wobbles there under the strain. And the tongues come out of Chernazar here as they go towards the line. Leicester's elbows come out, his reins are loose, but he knows he's done it, and it's a beautiful moment for him.
Luke, many congratulations. Lovely. Hey, here he is. a happy end to a difficult story. Leicester, come over there so you can so they can see you too.
It's him they want to see, not
well
me.
done, yes, fantastic. Leicester, were you ever worried?
Well, I was a furlong and a half out, yeah. They looked like they were going to break me the other foot.
Who did you think was your big danger?
Well, Baynoon. He looked like he was going to beat me, you know, but this horse, he's very game, you know, and he kept picking his neck out. You know.
Perhaps you asked him a bit urgently.
Well, no, but he knew what to do.
Marvellous, Leicester. Well, how does it feel now?
Oh, terrific. It's marvellous to do that, you know. Thanks to Luca. Thanks to him.
Well done, Leicester. Well done. Well done, Leicester. Come on now.
Luca, how worried were you about the injury and all that? Must have been
on the horse or on Leicester?
I was the horse I had in mind.
It was a nightmare. Yeah, but he got an injury as well. Yes. No, the horse. We were worried when it first happened because we didn't know the extent of it, but we were lucky because I think just a little bit worse and we could have been out of it. So it was a few 24 hours without sleep, but then we were all right again.
Leicester, just give us the good news. That's not going to be the last one, is it?
No.
We all hope not. Come on, Leicester. Come on.
Well, everybody is absolutely delighted for you, Leicester, and let's have many more.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Well done, Leicester. Well
done. So happy scenes, historic scenes, and you have to congratulate Luca Comani. What a wonderful training performance for Comanche Run. But the day has belonged to Lester Piggott. Leicester last Saturday, I saw him. He was still, of course, didn't have the ride at that stage. He was desperately trying to bend Luca's ear. Luca at that stage was still having none of it. But anyway, he's got his way. He's got home. Steve Cawthon said that Baynoon ran on very, very bravely, just beaten by a better horse. Beaten by a better horse. It was a dramatic day. Here's the SP.
First, number 4, Comanche Run, the 7-4 favourite. Second, number 3, Baynoon, 5-2. And third, number 1, Alpha Baitim at 7-1. 11 right.
Thanks, Bruff. Yes, Hatim, the last to go in, one of 3 in the race in the Khalid Abdullah colours. Raft in the first cup, they were pink. And that's it, away they go. And Lut Enchanté comes out a little slow. So also does Miramar Reef. But they were only left a couple of lengths or so, and straight into the lead goes the pacemaker Cataldi. It's Cataldi cutting out the pace, already some 4 or 5 lengths clear of stablemate Raft in second. Then the favourite Free Guest settles down in third. Then behind her, showing 4, is Elegant Air, 5 Ptolomeo. then 6 Cannes, 7 Romilda, 1 of 4 for France, followed by another Frenchman, Palace Music, on the outside of Morcon. They're going a tremendous gallop. They've covered 2 furlongs already, and it's Cataldi blazing the trail, well clear of Raft 2, Free Guess 3, Elegant Air 4, Cannes 5, then Ptolemeo 6, Romildo 7. After these come Morcon, then Miramar Reef on the outside, Hatim on the rails, then Bob Back, behind Bob Back, towards the outside is Pebbles with Palace Music, and the last 2 are both Frenchmen, Carrier Law and Luton Chanté. They're coming now down towards the halfway point in this Dubai Champion Stakes, and still out in front where he's been throughout so far is Cataldi, the pacemaker, really setting a tremendous gallop from Raft in second place. Behind these 2, Lester Piggott has the favourite Free Guest well placed in third. Those are the first 3, and here's Graham.
A lot of daylight between Cataldi and Raft, and then in the white face, the jockey Lester Piggott on Free Guess back in third place. Hatim makes ground. They've got 3 furlongs to go, and it's Cataldi really stretching them from Raft. Then Hatim third, so it's Khalid Abdullah 1, 2, 3 in the Dubai Champion Stakes. Then comes Free Guest, also trying to make up ground is Elegant Air. Just in behind these, Romildo coming with a run. They race down into the dip. They've got a furlong and a half to go, and Cataldi is coming back to his field, challenged now by Raft. Free Guess is edging towards the centre of the track. Romildo is staying on well. Hatim is under pressure. Palace Music with the white face on the very wide outside. They're inside the final furlong, and Palace Music finishing very fast, also finishing very fast. On the very wide outside is Pebbles, and Palace Music goes on from Pebbles as they go up towards the line. Palace Music from Pebbles. Palace Music the winner. Pebbles is second. Raft is third. Then Cataldi 4, Free Guess 5, Romildo 6, Morcon 7, Ptolemeo 8, Hatim 9, Elegant Air 10. Then came Carrier Law, and the back markers include Miramar Reef. Also towards the rear was Luton Chanté, who was struggling virtually throughout, and also Bob Back. And so the result of this Dubai Champion Stakes, it's a win for number 13, Palace Music, owned by Mr. Nelson Bunker Hunt, trained in France by Patrick Bianco, ridden by Yves Saint-Martin. His first victory in England this season, but his third in the Champion Stakes, having won it with Flying Water in 77 and Veyran in 81.
Set. John to throw first. First leg rather, against arrows by Della. So now low with the darts in the second leg.
180!
The maximum with the first 3 darts. Second dart just about hanging on.
59.
Now can low hit the second maximum 180. He can indeed. We are on course for a 9-dart checkout.
100.
Has never been seen in televised history. He wants 141. Looks like he's going for 3 17s. Yes. Treble 18, his next target. Yes, he wants 2 18s for £100,000.
Yes!
A moment of darting history! The first ever televised 9-dart 501. We have seen darts all over the world. We have been to Hawaii.
I'm not Lester Piggott, and I don't want to try to be. I'm going to be myself, and I think that I'm a very adequate jockey, and I feel that I can get along with the people that I'm dealing with. I'm looking forward to it as an opportunity. I'm not trying to be equal to anyone. I'm hopeful that next year the horses will be healthy and well. I know that there's a lot of well-bred horses, and the one thing about being a jockey is that experience is a very important thing. I'd love to win the Derby. I'd love to win the Arc de Triomphe. I suppose those are the 2 major races in Europe that any jockey would like to win. And I'd love to be champion jockey again.
6-5 Oh So Sharp, 3-1 Helen Street, 6-1 the one going in now, Morning Devotion, 12-1 bar the 3. Here's Peter O'Sullivan.
And she'll be the last in, John, I guess. Morning Devotion, and that's it. They're all installed for the 7th running of the Hoover Fillies Mile. Under starters' orders, and they're away. Oh So Sharp, one of the first to show, from Devon Defender and Helen Street and Carlingford Rose and Lost Cause. Oh So Sharp on the inside of Devon Defender. Then comes Helen Street and Carlingford Rose. The back markers at the moment are Elegant Fashion and Morning Devotion. And it's Devon Defender now with the advantage from Oh So Sharp. Moving up into 3rd is Pollination, one of the 2 Irish challengers. Helen Street is 4th. Then comes Carlingford Rose. Morning Devotion making very good progress on the inside. The back marker now is Elegant Fashion. So they're racing towards the home turn, and as they do so, it's Devon Defender in the lead from Oh So Sharp and Pollination and Helen Street and Lost Cause. Then Morning Devotion on the inside of Carlingford Rose, and finally Elegant Fashion. Still Devon Defender in the lead from Oh So Sharp in 2nd, Pollination 3rd, and Helen Street 4. As they swing round into the straight, Devon Defender with Lester Piggott challenging Steve Cawthon on his outside on Oh So Sharp. Pollination staying on the inner. Helen Street getting a lot closer as Lester looks over his left shoulder and sees that Willie Carson coming to challenge him. And then the sheepskin nose band on the stand side. Coming there very strongly is Lost Cause, but it's Oh So Sharp with the advantage from Helen Street, Lost Cause. Morning Devotion beginning to pick them up now as they race to the furlong pole. Oh So Sharp from Helen Street. Oh So Sharp on the far side, Helen Street on the near side. Morning Devotion still making progress, but as they race to the line, it's Oh So Sharp from Helen Street, and Oh So Sharp is going to win it. At the line, Oh So Sharp is the winner, and 2nd is Helen Street. It's very close for 3rd, just Morning Devotion 3rd, ahead of Pollination and Lost Cause, and behind them came Elegant Fashion and Carlingford Rose, and finally the long-time leader, Devon Defender. First, number 3, Oh So Sharp. 2nd, number 2, Helen Street, and officially a photograph for 3rd place. But the 1-2, just to recap, first, Oh So Sharp, owned by Sheikh Mohammed, trained by Henry Cecil, written by Lester.
The favourite 11-4, Fidante 7-2, Kazam 4-1, St Hilarion 9-2 now, Reaches 8-1, Sulafa 12-1, Royal Harmony 16, and Chance in a Million still 66-1.
It was interesting in the market there to see that the punters of Fancy and Fidante, trained by Guy Harwood, in preference to St Hilarion, and the stable jockey Greville Starkey has in fact picked the other one. Well, there's Joe Mercer on Kazam. He's unbeaten in 3 starts. He broke his maiden at Ascot in July over 6 furlongs. He then won a condition race at Lingfield by 5 lengths, and then took the listed Washington Singer Stakes at Newbury, where he showed a good turn of foot in the last 200 yards to beat Solo Native by half a length. Well, he fought hard that day, and in fact there was a battle of heads. The first 4 home was all heads and necks, and when Joe went to go, he was denied a little bit of daylight. Well, this big colt just momentarily lost his action, but Joe changed his hands, picked him up, balanced him again, and when he did get that little piece of daylight, the turn of foot that this colt showed was unbelievable. Well, he's beautifully bred as well. He could be anything. He's by Seattle Slew, out of Par Elegance by L'Angela, and he's a lovely horse, as you see. He's taken it really well. His last race, and I was speaking to Joe, and Joe said he thought that this colt probably, and he hopes he'd come through it really well today, probably could turn into a classic horse for next year. Well, let's hope so, because Peter Warwin trained the great Grundy to win the Derby and then go on to win the King George and Queen Elizabeth here, and I think that Peter thinks that probably this colt is his best prospect since. Joe just ties his knot in his reins, a thing that all jockeys do, just in case the buckle breaks, because if you do happen to drop a rein, you wouldn't want to really lose it. Kazam, let's go and see if he's got any more supporters in the market.
And Kazam on 4-1. Petoskey is 3-1, the favourite. Fidante 4-1, so is Kazam. St Hilarion 5-1, Reach 8-1, Sulafa 12 still, and Royal Harmony hasn't changed either, 16-1. Chance in a Million is 66-1.
St Hilarion with Greville Starkey made a successful start to his racing career when half-length winner over a 7 furlong maiden at Newmarket. That was in June, beaten Lanfranco by half a length. But the 3rd horse, Westray, that day was 8 lengths further back. He ran in the Celerio Stakes at Sandown on the 1st of September when he filled 3rd place behind Oh So Sharp and Young Runaway. And Young Runaway, in fact, is his stable companion. Rebel Start, he chose Young Runaway on that occasion. Well, he chose right. I wonder if he's going to choose right today. They're going in nice and quietly for this Group 2 Royal Lodge Stakes. Just over 19,000 to the winner. And some nice 2-year-olds. Number 5, Vardanti goes in. 3, Kozam, nearly the last 2. Let's join Peter.
Yes, that's it. They're all installed for the Royal Lodge. They're under starters' orders and they're away. And Reach breaks fast from Petoskey on the far side. Petoskey and Reach, these two, with Royal Harmony not far behind him. And now on the near side, Sulafar, and on the far side, Kazam. Sulafar on the near side. Now marginally the leader from Petoskey on the far side. Then Kazan, the grey, Chance in a Million, well there on the stand side. Reach has just lost a couple of places. And Sulafar and Petoskey matching strides. From Vardanti, who's now gone 3rd. Then Chance in a Million and Kazam. The back markers at the moment are St. Hilarion and Chance in a Million, who's lost his place altogether. Petoskey going on now. Petoskey in the lead from Sulafar and Kazam and Reach, and then comes Vardanti. Behind them, St. Hilarion making a little bit of ground on the inside. Royal Harmony is still well there, racing into the home turn. Sulafar on the inside of Petoskey, and then Kazam, and then Reach, and then Vardanti and Royal Harmony as they swing into the straight. The leaders anyway, with Sulafar on the inside of Petoskey, and then Kazam, then Reach over on the far side, then Royal Harmony. St. Hilarion unleashing around towards the stand side. Petoskey's taken it up though, but being pressed by Kazam. Kazam, Joe Mercer takes a marginal advantage now as they race towards the furlong pole. It's Kazam from Petoskey. Royal Harmony coming there on the stand side, with also St. Hilarion. Kazam being challenged now by Reach also, and then Royal Harmony. Reach has taken it up from Royal Harmony now as they race into the closing stages. It's Reach from Kazam and Royal Harmony as they race up towards the line. Reach being challenged again from by Kazam on the far side. It's Reach from Kazam at the line. Reach has just won it from Kazam with 3rd Royal Harmony and 4th St. Hilarion. Behind them came Sulafar and Vardanti and Petoskey, the early leader, and last was Chance in a Million. It's a photo finish officially, but I think there's little doubt that number 6, Reach, has got back in the closing stages. Reach owned by Mr. F. Salmon, trained by Paul Cole, and ridden by Richard Quinn from number 3. Kazam, owned by Sheikh Hamdan Al Maktoum, trained by Peter Warman and ridden by Joe Mercer, with 3rd, number 7, Royal Harmony, owned by Sheikh Mohammed, trained by Barry Hills and ridden by Steve Cawthon, and 4th, number 9, St. Hilarion. Officially, it's a photo finish between number 6, Reach, and number 3, Kazam. Think we'll find that Reach has won it. Let's see what you think as we review it with Julian Wilson.
A marvellous race, this run from pillar to post. Sulafar was always there. Petoskey's just starting to crack. Kazam has thrown down the gauntlet at the 2-furlong marker and taken the lead. Coming fast on the outside is Royal Harmony, and the winner wasn't in a promising position, over 2 out. But now Richard Quinn has switched him to the outside, and as Joe goes a length clear, here comes Richard Quinn's challenge on the eventual winner, Reach. He's got there quickly, and now from the furlong marker, they're nip and tuck, ding-dong all the way. Royal Harmony is close enough. St. Hilarion's run on in 4th, having lost his place early in the straight, and a battle royal here, and Richard Quinn, who, as Jimmy said beforehand, riding with such confidence, really holding his own here against the great Joe Mercer. A terrific battle, Reach showing courage and maturity and holding off the renewed challenge of Kazam, who's only just lost his unbeaten certificate. Back in 3rd is Royal Harmony, and 4th was St. Hilarion.
And Richard Quinn, last year's champion apprentice, having no hesitation in unsaddling in 1st place. What a stallion this Crease is turning out to be. Crease, the progenitor of Reach, who was out of gift wrapped by Wolver Hollow, cost 120,000 guineas as a yearling.
Chief Singer 6-4, still on. KT's 5-1, Teleprompter 11-2, Sackford 10-1, 25-1, bar those. And let's join Peter.
And a stop press from the Curragh, where the Vincent de Bruin trained Father Matthew has just landed odds of 7-2 for the 2nd time. He's landed odds laid on him, and Ladbrokes now make him 3rd favourite at 16-1 for the 1985 2,000 guineas, and Corals make him 14-1. Law Society the favourite at 10-1, Local Suitor 12-1, Father Matthew 14. That's Sackford, last year's winner in. 13-8 on Chief Singer in their running. And Chief Singer very slowly away. Ray Cochrane will have wanted to settle him in behind, but whether he'll have wanted him to be as slow as that is questionable, because Teleprompter setting a tremendous gallop. Teleprompter from Edge of Town, then comes Red Russell and Katie's, and then Sackford, last year's winner, and then Chief Singer, the back marker of the sextet, and the 4-year-old Teleprompter past the 6-furlong pole, chased by Edge of Town, a gap of about 10 lengths then to Ireland's Red Russell, and then Katie's, and still last is Chief Singer, past the 5-furlong pole. Willie Carson setting a blistering pace here on Teleprompter from Edge of Town, then a long gap to Katie's Red Russell. Behind Red Russell is last year's winner Sackford, and still a long way last is Chief Singer as the leaders approach the home turn, with Teleprompter looking to have an almost unassailable advantage now from Edge of Town. In third place is Katie's, making a bit of ground. Chief Singer's got no chance of getting into the picture, the odds-on favourite. As they race up towards the 2-furlong pole, it's Teleprompter clear of Edge of Town. Katie's is still making progress. Then comes Sackford, last year's winner, and then Red Russell, and just cantering up behind them is Chief Singer. Out of the race altogether as Willie Carson still makes it on Teleprompter from Edge of Town, but Katie's producing a run. It's now Teleprompter from Katie's, and Katie's coming there very strongly. Katie's coming to challenge Teleprompter, the 3-year-old filly, the 4-year-old gelding on the far side, and Katie's coming to take it up. Brilliantly written on the near side. Katie's from Teleprompter as they come to the line. Teleprompter is fighting back though, and at the line Teleprompter has won it from Katie's. Third was Sackford, 4 Edge of Town, 5 was Red Russell, and tailed off last was Chief Singer, who bolted before the race, forfeited his chance, and so in the closing stages Teleprompter has got back to wrest what looked like certain victory from the 3-year-old filly Katie's. The judge has called on the evidence of the camera to determine the verdict, but I think there's little doubt whatsoever that Teleprompter, number 7, owned by Lord Derby, trained by Bill Watson, written by Willie Carson, has won the 1984 Queen Elizabeth II Stakes from Katie's, owned by Mr. T.P. Ramsden, trained by Mick Rann, and written by Philip Robinson with third. Number 2, Sackford, owned by Mr. Patrick Horgan, trained by Guy Harwood, and written by Greville Starkey with Edge of Town.
British Rail's advanced passenger train left Glasgow this morning for London after almost 3 years out of commercial operation. It was a quiet relaunch for the tilting train, as it's known, which has already cost BR £40 million and a lot of headaches. Vivian Mackison reports.
The train now arriving at Platform 1 at Glasgow Central is the most expensive ever to be developed by British Rail. Over the past few weeks, the APT has been undergoing stringent tests in the Cleveland area, using railway staff as guinea pigs to find out whether the tilt made them feel sick. But have the tilting problems now been solved?
The tilt is now terrific. I went on the train a month ago on its last proving run, and I thought it was a different train altogether. Very smooth and very successful.
So you believe that you've ironed out all the problems?
Yes, we shall not make the production train exactly like this one. We now know what the production train should be, but this one is very good, and we're going to use it in public test runs for the foreseeable future.
The tilting train was originally designed to cut journey times by allowing it to take bends at faster speeds, cutting the travelling time between Glasgow and London down to 4 hours and 15 minutes. The train will operate until the end of August on the busy Glasgow-London route, but its speed has been cut from 150 to 125 miles per hour. The APT has a history of problems. The famous hydraulic tilting mechanism has required a lot of expensive and time-consuming redevelopment. In the winter of 1981, on its third day in service, it broke down on its way from Glasgow to London. To BR's great embarrassment, it had to be shunted home. The cold weather was blamed for the breakdown. Every passenger on the APT during the trial will be asked to fill out a questionnaire on the train's comfort, speed, decor, and the effect of the all-important tilt.
I think it's very comfortable, very nice. It's a beautiful train, it really is.
Have you noticed the tilt?
Not yet. Not much. A little, but not much.
Well, I came up especially for the APT, for the ride, all the way from Southampton.
Why?
Just to have a ride, to see what it's like on the tilt.
I left London at 11:30 last night to come to Glasgow to travel back on the train back to London.
Are you impressed?
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Whatever comes out of this 3-week-long passenger trial, one thing is certain: no more APTs will be built, although the new technology learnt through its development will be used as a test bed for the next generation of high-speed trains, due to come into service in the 1990s.
It's difficult, really. I mean, I think he'll run very well as long as, the time of the year, if you're a bit backward and he's got a long coat on him, although he's very healthy. As long as he hasn't gone over the top, I mean, he should run very well, because Presidium beat a horse Michael Stout's called Aroko 2 lengths at the Yarmouth, and then Aroko took on Harold Deese first time out, and Harold Deese beat him 9 lengths. And if you work that out on the book, he makes 5.5 lengths in front of Local Suitor. But I don't think that's probably true. But I mean, he must be worth running, and if he's hasn't, he's not crying out this time of the year to say, well, I'm finished. I mean, he must run well.
I'm quite sure he will, but here's a full show of the betting.
Law Society 6-4 favourite, Local Suitor 9-4, Herald East 8-1, Waffy at 9s, Tombow at 20s, Carla Dancer and Noble Crest also at 20s, Northern Chimes 25-1, Sharp Romance 33s, Brave Bambino 66-1, and Rutherfield Grays 100-1. They all show.
Well, I know it's a long time since the French have won a race here, since Marbiche's 1,000 guineas, but I cannot see how this horse, Noble Quest, in the background there, can be a 20-1 shot in this field. He won the Prix Salamanche in soft ground, and I simply don't understand those odds. He's been even longer than them, Antipost, 28-1, that sort of thing. He'll almost certainly finish 4th if I call him a good each-way bet, but it does seem to me that the bookies are taking a considerable risk with the Mount of Yves Saint-Martin. Local Suitor 2s now from 9-4, but only a couple more to go in, so wishing them the best of luck, I'll hand over.
Thanks very much, John. Yes, this is the last, the sole French raider in the race, which this year is worth over 30,000 to the winner. Noble Quest, that was him, at a very generous 33-1 at the off. Up goes the flag and away they go in the William Hill Dewhurst, and a little slowly away, in fact, was the Frenchman Noble Quest. But it's the outsider, the rank outsider, Rutherfield Grays, who goes off into an immediate 2-length lead from the grey. Carla Dancer. Right after these two on the near side is Harold East in 3rd. Wafi shows in 4. Then 5 Northern Chimes, 6 is Tombow. On the near side comes the favourite Law Society. Then Local Suitor, and the back markers are Noble Quest and Brave Bambino. Still, it's Rutherfield Grays. They've gone just over 2 furlongs already in the Dewhurst, and it's Rutherfield Grays from Carla Dancer in 2nd. Harold E still right there in 3rd, and closely followed by Wafi. Then Sharp Romance over on the far side, but with Rutherfield Grays, the complete outsider, still leading from Carla Dancer. Back to Graham.
True test through the first half mile. Harold East in the white cap making ground, also with the white cap and cross belts, is Law Society. They've got just over 2.5 furlongs to go. Very wide open race as Rutherfield Grays now swept past by on the left. Local Suitor, on the right Harold East and Law Society with the white cap with plenty to do. They race down into the dip, and it's Local Suitor from Carla Dancer, Harold East and Law Society on the stand side with the white cap. It's Local Suitor with the edge from Carla Dancer in 2nd place. Carla Dancer and Local Suitor from Law Society. Harold East and Noble Quest staying on well inside the final furlong. A very wide open race as Carla Dancer throws down the challenge, and here comes Law Society on the near side. Law Society just going to get there close home, or is he at the post? It's close. Carla Dancer, Law Society, Local Suitor, little to choose between the 3. Then Noble Quest, a gap to Harold East, then Brave Bandino, Wafi, Tombow, Rutherfield Grays, Northern Chimes, and last of all was Sharp Romance. And so nip and tuck battle to the outcome of this, the William Hill Dewhurst. It's a photo finish between number 3 Carla Dancer, owned by Mr. Ravi Tiku, trained here at Newmarket by Ben Henry, ridden by Jeff Baxter, 41 of the season if he's got there. Also in that photo is Law Society, ridden by Pat Edery, and also in that photo is Local Suitor number 5, ridden by Willie Carson. The grey Carla Dancer may just have got there, out-battled these 2 horses who put their unbeaten reputations on the line. Carla Dancer, for me, has got there in the closing stages. This is a real result for the bookmakers if he has prevailed, but let's review the closing stages. Here's John.
Well, what a fascinating race when 3 horses finish in a line like this. Sometimes they say that it means that there's no outstanding one amongst them. I rather doubt if that's true here. I think these are 3 really good ones, and Carla Dancer of the 3 is certain to stay 1.5 miles. So too is Law Society. There's a steward's inquiry, I hear, but now the battle is more or less joined, with the grey Carla Dancer showing just in front of Local Suitor over on the far side. Herald East with the white face is just about to drop out, and here comes Law Society on the outside. So now it's a three-sided battle with Yves Saint-Martin, who's quite unnecessarily given them about a 100-yard start on Noble Quest, well, 20-yard start, coming into fourth place, but he never gets into the shake-up. Now, they're all level. Local Suitor over on the far side, Carla Dancer in the middle, Pat Edery on Law Society this side. Carla Dancer is just going to quicken a little bit up the hill, I believe, and get his nose in front of Local Suitor. At this stage, as you can see, Law Society seems to have his nose in front, but now, as the post comes up, does that grey nose poke in front? I believe it does. Jeff Baxter's getting a little bit out of Carla Dancer. He's almost certainly poked his head in front of Law Society, and Local Suitor is third, with Noble Quest fourth. The fate of all good each-way bets.
So, Carla Dancer, one of the least expensive horses in the field, may have prevailed. But there is a steward's inquiry and a photograph finish for this William Hill Dewhurst Stakes. I wonder, John McCririck, any news on the betting on the photo?
There's no news on the betting on the photogram. Here comes the result now. Coming in. Carla Dancer, 20-1 has won it. Law Society, 6-4 favourite is second. Local Suitor, 9-4 is third. And number 6, Noble Quest, is fourth. Carla Dancer at 20-1 is the longest price winner of the Dewhurst Stakes since World War I. There were two other 20-1 winners, Sultan Mohammed in 1936, Mannerite in 1937. They were the complete outsiders in their races. There's never been a longer runner, a longer price winner. 20-1. That Carla Dancer is a tremendous result for the bookmakers. Now they're starting to bet on this objection, and because they've got no money in the books for Carla Dancer, and they've taken tremendous amounts of money for Law Society and Local Suitor, you might be able to get quite a good price, the grey, actually keeping the race. Roy Christie, how are you betting on the... And you can bet 7-1 on Roy Christie will offer 7-1 on Carla Dancer keeping the race. They think he's kept it.
Yes, there's no objection. There is a steward's inquiry, though. But let's have a look at our shot of the head-on. Here it is now, with Local Suitor on the left of the leaders, 3 from the left, in fact, in Sheikh Mohammed's colours. The grey, unmistakably, in the middle, Carla Dancer, and Law Society coming on the outside of those 3, with Noble Quest, in fact, on the right of your picture. But Law Society has gone past Herald East with the white face, and now let's see whether there's any deviation from a straight line. Certainly at this stage, there's plenty of room between Local Suitor and Carla Dancer. There's masses of room between Carla Dancer and Law Society. I suppose you could say that the grey is... Oh, Lord, perhaps they do just... Oh, heavens. Well, that was Law Society who came across and bumped the grey. Certainly touched him. Law Society. Now, the stewards might very well be interested in that. I was quite wrong about the head-on yesterday, but that did seem to me as if it was a possible bump administered by Law Society on Carla Dancer. But let's go over and join Brough.
Yes, with me is Ben Hanbury. Ben, what did Jeff Baxter say to you when you came back?
Jeff Baxter reported to me that the horse on his left,
Law Society,
bumped him quite badly about a furlong out, and then he drifted away from him. There's no question I'll lose the race. Very confident I'll keep it.
Well, I hope we'll talk to you after. So many congratulations. Your biggest triumph as a trainer?
Yes, my first Group 1 winner in England.
The first Group 1 in England?
Yeah.
And some people said 20-1, they didn't rate him just because he'd only won a maiden race.
Well,
but...
I must say a word for Mr. Tiku, the owner. He insisted on running it today, and I said, it's your horse, you're paying the bills. Where you want to run it, it's fine by me.
Do you realistically think he's going to win?
Well, he's in fantastic shape. I mean, I've never had a horse come absolutely right. And, of course, running from a maiden to a Group 1 contest is a fantastic performance. But the horse was $1 million today.
Ben, many congratulations.
Okay. Yep.
Ben Hanbury, his first Group 1 winner. His jockeys said that he was bumped rather than him doing any bumping. Therefore, it looks as if he's going to keep it. Let's get the official SP.
First, number 3, Carla Dancer, 20-1. Second, number 4, Law Society, the 6-4 favourite. And third, number 5, Local Suitor, at 9-4, 11 round.
Cherry Law being turned. Esprit de Nord goes towards his stall, number 4. With Gary Moore And now Carrie Law and Freddie Head looking for his 5th Arc de Triomphe victory. The white flag up there on the rollers and away. And away to a very even start too. Strawberry Road in the centre. Over on the far side, Esprit du Nord on the near side. Princess Patty, and Donzel takes it up. Donzel in the centre from Princess Patty on the near side. Then comes Castle Guard. Over on the far side, Sagaz. Strawberry Road right up there with him with Margello. And Guard Royale behind Guard Royale is Sadler's Wells. Behind Sadler's Wells is Carrielaw. Long Mick over on the far side with Estrapade. Time Charter's got a lot to do. Only got 5 behind her. And 1 behind her is Northern Trick. And as they settle down now and race up behind the Wood, the stable companion of Sagaz, and all along, Castle Guard is taking him along from on the outside. Donzel, Princess Patty on the far rail. Just in behind them comes Esprit du Nord, and then the Australian horse, Strawberry Road. It's Donzel and Castle Guard as they race up towards the top of the hill and begin to swing right-handed. Castle Guard, Donzel, these two. Just in behind them is Princess Patty in 3rd. Then comes Esprit du Nord. Behind Esprit du Nord is Strawberry Road. Behind Strawberry Road is Sagaz. Behind Sagaz is Guard Royale with Estrapade. Arctic Lord is making progress, and so is Time Charter making progress into the centre of the field. But it's still Castle Guard the leader. Princess Patty has gone 2nd. Donzel is 3rd. Then comes Sadler's Wells making very good progress on the outside. Donzel's run very wide, has left Castle Guard clear. As they race down towards the intersection, it's Castle Guard in the lead, being pressed now by Strawberry Road, coming there strongly on the outside. Sun Princess is coming there very well with Arctic Lord. As they swing for home now, it's Strawberry Road who's coming to take it up for Australia. Strawberry Road is in the lead, being pressed by Sagaz and Yves Saint Martin. Then on the far side, Esprit du Nord, unleashing a run towards the stand side is Sun Princess, being chased by Time Charter. But it's Sagaz who's coming to challenge Strawberry Road, with Northern Trick putting in a tremendous run. Sagaz has come to take it up now, Yves Saint Martin. It's Sagaz in the lead from Northern Trick 2nd, Strawberry Road 3rd. As they race into the closing stages, Sagaz and Yves Saint Martin being pressed by Cash Asmussen on Northern Trick, but as they come to the line, Sagaz has won the Arc de Triomphe. 2nd is Northern Trick. It's a photo for 3rd, with for me just getting up to be 3rd. Last year's winner all along. Then came Esprit du Nord and Carrielaw, and behind them Long Mick and Strawberry Road and Sadler's Wells and Sun Princess and Lovely Mick and Margello and Lovely Dancer rather, and Carol and Estrapade, and then came Time Charter, and looking back to last place, it was the pacemaker for Rainbow Quest. Donzel with Rainbow Quest finishing with only 5 behind him. And so the result of the 1984 63rd running of the Trust House 40 Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. First, number 8, Sagaz, owned by Mr. Daniel Wildenstein, trained by Patrick Biancon and ridden by Yves Saint Martin. Second was number 22, Northern Trick, owned by Mr. Stavros Niakos, trained by Francois Boutin and ridden by Cash Asmussen. And officially 3rd, number 14, All Along, owned by Mr. Daniel Wildenstein, trained by Patrick Biancon and ridden by Walter Swinburne. 4th was number 4, Esprit du Nord.
Her Majesty's Prince gains revenge on All Along for last year's defeat. Now, after the race, the trainer, Patrick Biancon, was furious with Walter Swinburne for disobeying his instructions to make all the running on All Along, and he's taken him off the filly for the final race, next month's Breeders' Cup. John Oaksey at Doncaster now asks Walter for his reaction to that criticism.
Walter, well, as you know, Monsieur Biancon has made a lot of statements and said among other things that he told you to make the running to start with. Is that true?
No, Mr. Biancon never said to make the running. I asked him what should I do, and he said to ride the mare as I liked. And I said, well, is that the usual thing? And he said yes, which the usual thing is that if they go very fast, to drop her in and take our time, and if they go no gallop, to lie up handy.
And they did go fast?
They went very fast, just as they did last year, and the Arc and another race, and I just took my time.
Just talk us through the race. Tell us how it went.
Well, they jumped off and went very fast. I think about 4 of them, and Lafitte Pink Eye on my danger, Majestic Prince, and the other one, another horse, we just dropped out and took our time. But then after about 6 furlongs, I think just by the bend there, we were already on top of them, and you know, the mare felt great there, and I was quite happy up to that stage. And then all the lead horses, which were going very fast, I could see that they were just getting a bit tired, and Philip with the Waldron was just getting in a bit of trouble, and he was looking for a bit of room to move round. So I didn't want myself in that position. So I just followed Esprit de Nord and the horse that eventually finished second round. And, you know, I was quite happy until we got into the straight, until I actually pressed the button, and I knew straight away I wasn't going to win.
Yes, but now Water, she'd had a hellish hard race in the Arc and ran a marvellous race.
She ran probably too good a race. You know, my first impression was that, you know, I was delighted with the way she ran, but you know, she absolutely ran her heart out, especially on that ground. As you know, it takes a lot out of them. And, you know, it's just very sad.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. I laughed at the teachers taught in my school. I kept one of minutes in the swimming pool. Don't understand me, but they never will. But if I was there, I'd be telling them still. I'm not such a bad boy no more. Such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. I followed the leader into a tent, but nobody told me that she owed some rent. She wanted to love me, I wanted to go, but she told me things that I needed to know. Such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. Come on, oh yes, you wanted to love me, I wanted to go, but she's got me thinking that I needed to know. She knows, I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. Talk to my lawyer, picked up my bed. I won't show my head out this lousy jail. We're both in agreement, the crime will play, and I should be out in a couple of days. I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more. I'm not such a bad boy, no more, no more, no more. No, 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 Yeah, you know those times.
It's great.
It's great, that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Friday at 11 to 4. Brave Bambino a 5 to 1 chance. And Sergeant Gerard's gone out to 13-2, opened up at 5-1, all 5 quoted.
Well, as you can see, the runner's beginning to load up. That is Provideo who's going in. If he looks a bit reluctant, you can hardly blame him. This is the 14th time in just about 3.5 months that he's been asked to go in. But he's done wonderfully well, and he's improved each time. His latest race ended in defeat. That was last week at Doncaster. He was only narrowly beaten in a tremendous race with the Coventry Stakes second Star Video. He must be hard to beat. Going in next to him is Lester Piggott on Brave Bambino. He won here and also at Newcastle. Got a bit to find on the form book. Alongside him going in, Bruce Raymond on Harvester King. He ran very well at York 3 weeks ago. And going in last is Sergeant Gerard, a good winner, and third at Royal Ascot. An exciting race in prospect with Sulafa going in, a maiden, but a good maiden at that, placed at Ascot 2. Let's join Rawley Gilbert.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, this is Sulafa, the last to go in. The early favourite just drifted a quarter of a point. But all 5 in the stalls for the Cock of the North, and away they go. 6 furlongs to travel, and Pro Video is the first out with his usual blinkers, and coming to the end of the first quarter of a furlong, should I say, it's Pro Video from Sulafa on the inside in the blue, then Brave Bambino, followed by Harvester King very close, and last of the 5 at the moment is Sergeant Gerard. Swinging for home now at the end of the first 2 furlongs, and Pro Video is blazing a trail in the lead, followed by Sulafa on the outside of Harvester King, then Sergeant Gerard, and at the moment last of the 5 is Lester Piggott's Mount Brave Bambino. Coming now to the halfway point, the 3 furlong pole, and it's still Pro Video from Sulafa, then Harvester King getting closer, then Sergeant Gerard and Brave Bambino being asked for his effort now. Racing down to the final quarter of a mile, Pro Video still has the call from Sulafa, then Harvester King, Brave Bambino on the outside of Sergeant Gerard, just a furlong and a half to run, and it's Pro Video gamely sticking out his neck and trying to resist the challenges from the other 4. Below the distance, Pro Video with Sulafa coming fast now, and he's almost on terms. Pro Video from Sulafa, and here comes Sergeant Gerard. Brave Bambino looks beat, but inside the final 100 yards, Pro Video from Sulafa and Sergeant Gerard close home. It's a photo, very close indeed. Sergeant Gerard, the fastest finisher. Pro Video might just have held on between the 2, and in 3rd place was Sulafa. 4th was Harvester King, and 5th and last was Brave Bambino.
Pro Video really on his toes in the number 1 draw. Under orders and off. Pro Video fast away, Lucky Song next to him. On the outside is Lobbit. Coincidental showing good speed in the centre of the course. But after a furlong, it's Pro Video on the rails with Lucky Song, Upsize and Coincidental and Lobbit, and they're going really fast. Pro Video by a length from Lucky Song, Coincidental, Lobbit on the wide outside, and no rebate of trailing at this point. As they pass the 4 furlong marker, Pro Video still by length. Lobbit on the outside, Coincidental being ridden along. Lucky Song is lobbing along behind the leader, and Tony Ives really making Pro Video work. Pro Video, Lucky Song, Lobbit towards the outside, Coincidental and no rebate. 2.5 furlongs to run. Pro Video still. Lobbit's the danger now. Lucky Song's in 3rd, and these 3 are drawing clear as they come towards the 2 furlong marker. Pro Video going smoothly. Lobbit on the outside. Lucky Song just dropping out of contention now as they come down to the furlong marker. Tony Ives goes for his whip, but he's in command. Pro Video is in command, and the crowd are rising to him. A terrific cheer goes up. Pro Video drawing away from Lobbit. Lobbit coming back, fighting back, but Pro Video's going to do it. He's going to beat the record. It's number 14 at the line. Pro Video's the winner. Lobbit 2nd. Lucky Song is 3rd. No rebate is 4th.
And 15 fences to be jumped this time in the 25th running of the Mackerson, and they're running, and Foggy Boy and Acarine are the first to show as they race towards the first. Foggy Boy, the far side of Acarine. Then comes the old man, King or Country, who jumps at 3rd just ahead of Mount Adventure. They're all safely over there. Voice of Progress comes next, and the next fence comes very quickly. And it's Acarine on the inside of Foggy Boy, then King or Country and Maury Venture and Voice of Progress. Then Donegal Prince and Half Free, Bashful Lad as the back marker, and Acarine is making it as they come towards the 3rd from Foggy Boy. Then quite a gap to King or Country. King or Country jumps its 3rd, just ahead of Half Free and Maury Venture. Voice of Progress on the inside, then Travel Owen, Donegal Prince, Cathy's Lad, and finally Bashful Lad. And my goodness, these 2 have opened up a gap. Long run towards the 4th. Foggy Boy and Acarine, these 2 a long way ahead of the favourite. Half Free has now gone 3rd, just ahead of King and Country. And then Maury Venture and Donegal Prince, they're going a real good clip as they come down towards the 4th. Foggy Boy lands in the lead from Acarine. Then Half Free and King of Country, and then Cathy's Lad and Mari Venture and Donegal Prince. And behind them Traveller and over the fifth Foggy Boy from Acarine, and these two still a long way clear of Half Free, King of Country. And then Cathy's Lad and Traveller and Mari Venture. Donegal Prince lost a little bit of ground there. Going, as I say, a real good clip as they come down towards the sixth fence. Sixth of the 15 in all. Foggy Boy in the lead from Acarine. Foggy Boy about 2 lengths up on Acarine. Jumps it clear. Acarine jumps it second. Then Half Free and Cathy's Lad, and then Travel Owen, and behind them King or Country, and then Voice of Progress and Mari Venture and Bashful Lad and Donegal Prince. Coming to fence number 7. Slightly uphill this one. Foggy Boy from Acarine. Half Free in third. Fourth is Cathy's Lad. Then Travel Owen and King or Country and Voice of Progress and Mari Venture and Bashful Lad and Donegal Prince getting a reminder there. Last. So Foggy Boy still from Acarine as they run downhill. Half Free, Travel Owen and Cathy's Lad come next. Coming to the 8th now. The next will be the Water. Foggy Boy lands in the lead from Acarine, who jumps it second. Half Free jumps it third with Cathy's Lad upside, and then comes Travel Owen. Then King or Country on the outside of Voice of Progress, making a little bit of progress on the inside, Voice of Progress. And then coming to the Water now, Foggy Boy. Foggy Boy lands in the leads, well, quite well clear of Acarine, then Half Free in third, Cathy's Lad on the outside in fourth, then Travel Owen 5, King or Country 6 and 7, Voice of Progress on the inside, then Bashful Lad and Mari Venture, this is the first ditch, and Foggy Boy lands in the lead from Acarine. Then Half Free, King or Country on the outside, Cathy's Lad between horses, Travel Owen is next, and then Voice of Progress, then Bashful Lad and Mari Venture and Donegal Prince, and come down to fence number 11, Foggy Boy. Lands clear of Acarine in second, King or Country on the outside of Cathy's Lad, Half Free on the inside. Voice of Progress lost a bit of ground there. Racing now towards the final ditch, 4 from home. Foggy Boy in the lead from Acarine. Half Free has gone third. 4 is King or Country. 5 Cathy's Lad and 6 Travel Owen making a little bit of progress. All leaders safely over that ditch. Voice of Progress didn't jump it too well. Racing uphill, Foggy Boy in the lead. From Acarine in second. Third is Half Free. Fourth is Travel Owen now, and a very close fifth on the outside, King or Country. Then comes Cathy's Lad, and behind them Voice of Progress. Running downhill now with 3 left to jump in the 25th running of the Mackerson, and Acarine has gone clear. Acarine has gone clear of Foggy Boy. Half Free making progress. Then comes King or Country on the outside. Then Travel Owen. Then Voice of Progress making significant ground now as they come down to this fence, and Acarine jumps it clear of Half Free on the inside. A follow there, Travel Owen. Travel Owen has gone there, and King or Country has been brought down. Coming to the second last now, and Acarine is clear of Voice of Progress and Half Free, and then comes Cathy's Lad. Acarine jumps it clear of Half Free in second, Voice of Progress third. Racing round the home turn now with just 1 fence left to jump. Donegal Prince is a faller, and Half Free is coming to challenge Acarine now. It's Half Free on the far side, Acarine on the near side. Voice of Progress getting back in the picture. Richard Lindley trying to win his second successive Mackerson Gold Cup, and Half Free is going to jump it in the lead on the far side. Acarine on the near side, just inches between them. Half Free on the far side under 11 stone 10, and Acarine on the near side. Half Free on the far side, Acarine on the near side. Half Free and Acarine as they race into the closing stages. Half Free is just getting the upper hand as they race towards the line. Who's going to win it? Half Free has won it. Acarine is second, and Voice of Progress third. That's the 1, 2, 3. Fourth was Cathy's Lad, and then came Bashful Lad, then Mari Venture, and finally Foggy Boy. And so the result of the 1984 25th running of the Mackerson Gold Cup. First, number 2, Half Free, owned by Sheikh Ali Abu Kamsin, trained by Fred Winter and written by Richard Lindley. Second was number 7, Acarine, owned by Mr. Peter Harris, Mrs. Peter Harris, trained by Peter Harris and written by Paul Croucher. And third was number 4, Voice of Progress, owned by Mr. Mark Vesti, trained by David Nicholson and written by Peter Scudamore. Fourth was number 3, Cathy's Lad. What a performance this, under 11 stone.
I got my first real 6-string, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band, and we tried real hard.
Nobody.
I said, who's that?
I said nobody.
So there is the second favourite, Drumlagen, in different colours. You're not used to seeing him in these light colours, but he's now owned by Mrs. Georgina Bronfman, Susan Sangster and the American bloodstock agent Kerry Fitzpatrick. Well, he fell at Limerick first time out this season. You can see Frank Codd in the saddle there, but I do know that John Frankham had been contacted with a view to the possibility of him riding this horse in this race. Frank had got a bit of flu, but I saw him before racing. He said, sure, it wasn't enough to stop me today if the horse is good enough. So, we'll see. Well, Drumlagen won at 20-1 last time out. Looks as if it was a bit of surprise, but he loves the mud. He was third in the Gold Cup, remember, and is slightly better off in the weight. So Drumlagen, not one to be ruled out. There is Everett in the background, little white face. In fact, we'll pick him up. There he comes. That's Everett, being trotted round to keep him warm. Remember, a lot of these jumpers are actually clipped at this time of year in the grey colours, the red hoop, and running for the sponsoring firm of the Hennessy's, and this one running in the colours of Killian Hennessy. Stuart Shilston in the saddle, and how close would he have gone last year if he hadn't fallen 2 out? Well, nobody knows, but perhaps he'll tell us today. I think the ground might be a little bit too soft, and he's a 6-1 shot at the moment. That's Phil the Fluter, number 12, but he looks out of it. But there's 10. 14 is Express, that's fancied. Winner of his only 3. Kevin Jones rides him, and what bad luck for Ridley Lamb, who's been pounding up the beaches at sea houses to lose weight. Had flu last weekend and now concussion yesterday. Kevin Jones gets the ride, and this one will come late. 14 is Express, 14-1 shot. There's Canny Danny in the stripes, the big black chaser. And he wants it soft, but he's only had 1 run, and a very hard horse to get fit for 1 run under his belt. Trained by Jimmy Fitzgerald, who's already had 1 setback today with Forgive and Forget getting beaten up at Ayr. Peter Scudamore in the saddle, 13-2 shot at the moment. He stays and he jumps. This one's mother actually was seen in shafts when it was younger. Gay Chance next to us. They're under orders for the Hennessy. Let's join Peter.
And they're running. Gay Chance, the first to show from Phil the Fluter and Drumlagen, and Everett on the inside. Canny Danny, Tracy Special and Cumbie as they come to the first. First of the 21 fences. Gay Chance lands in the lead, and they're all safely over the first. Now racing towards the first ditch. Gay Chance with Canny Danny on the inside. Then Phil the Fluter and Everett and Tracy Special and Drumlagen and Cumbie, and behind them Earl's Brig. Then comes Barrow Hill Lad and Lucky Vane, Suntilla Boy. And the back markers at the moment are Cobley Express and Fortina's Express. Coming to the third. Gay Chance, Canny Danny and Phil the Fluter. Phil the Fluter landed just in the lead from Canny Danny on the inside. And Cumbie going up to join Gay Chance with Drumlagen there. Very close, Earl's Brig and Tracy Special and Everett close behind him as they jump the fourth, and then Barrow Hill Lad. Behind these come Lucky Vane and Suntilla Boy and Fortina's Express and Cobley Express as they come to the next. This will be the fifth. Gay Chance and Canny Danny. With between these two, Phil the Fluter. Right up with them is Cumbie. Then comes Everett. Barrow Hill Lad on the inside, Earl's Brig and Drumlagen on the far side, Tracy Special in behind them with Suntilla Boy next, and then Lucky Vane as they race towards the cross fence. Number 6, Gay Chance in the lead from Canny Danny and Phil the Fluter together, and then Everett, and then Cumbie, and then Drumlagen. Then comes Earl's Brig, then Barrow Hill Lad and Tracy Special and Fortina's Express, Cobley Express, Suntilla Boy as they swing for home on the first circuit. Lucky Vane just the back marker. Coming towards the 7th now. It's a ditch after this. Gay Chance nearest to us. Canny Danny on the far side. Phil the Fluter between horses. Gay Chance to the near side. Over on the far side, the sheepskin nose band Canny Danny. Between horses, Phil the Fluter. Cumbie was just in behind them. Barrow Hill Lad's right over on the far rail. Everett's close to the lead, and then comes Earl's Brig and Drumlagen, and then Tracy Special. Second ditch this. Gay Chance from Canny Danny, and Earl's Brig a faller there. Earlsbrigger's gone. He's continuing riderless. Peter Craggs has yet to get to his feet. Coming to the 9th. He's up on his feet, Peter Craggs. Kenny Danny there from Phil the Fluter. Everett, Gay Chance. Then Cumbie, Tracy Special and Drum Largan and Barra Hill Lad. A gap then to 14's Express and Lucky Vane. Sontilla Boy, and then comes Cobbler's Express over the 10th. Kenny Danny, Phil the Fluter, Gay Chance, Cumbie and Everett, and then Drum Largan, then Tracy Special, and then Barra Hill Lad, then 14's Express. Coming to the water now. Number 11 of the 21 fences in all. Kenny Danny loses a little bit of ground just before the water, hampered by the loose horse there, but goes on again on the inside. Kenny Danny from Phil the Fluter and Gay Chance, little between these three. Then comes Cumbie on the inside of Everett with Tracy Special on the outer. Just in behind them, Barra Hill Lad and Drum Largan, and then 14's Express. And then a gap to Lucky Vane, Suntulla Boy, and finally Cobley Express. So over the far side for another complete circuit now in the 1984 Hennessy Gold Cup. Coming towards the 12th, Phil the Fluter from Kenny Danny and Gay Chance. Then comes Everett and Cumbie. Then Tracy Special, a good jump by Barra Hill Lad on the inside. Then Drum Largan and 14's Express going quite strongly in behind them. The third of the 4 ditches now, Phil the Fluter from Gay Chance, Kenny Danny and Cumbie and Everett, and another good jump by Barra Hill Lad on the inside. Then comes Tracy Special and Drum Largan and 14's Express. Coming to the 14th now. Cobley Express has pulled up. Phil the Fluter jumped it in the lead from Kenny Danny and Cumbie and Everett, and then Barra Hill Lad on the inside. And Gay Chance right up there with the lead now at the 15th. Phil the Fluter from Gay Chance. A mistake there by Barra Hill Lad, the top weight. Phil the Fluter from Gay Chance, Kenny Danny. Then comes Cumbie, then Everett. 6 from home this. Then Barra Hill Lad, then Tracy Special, Drum Largan and 14's Express. So racing now with 5 left to jump towards the cross fence, and as they do so, it's Phil the Fluter in the lead, Kenny Danny on the inside, Gay Chance right up there on the far side, Cumbie still in contention, so is Everett just in behind him, and then Barra Hill Lad and Tracy Special making very good progress, Drum Largan making heavy weather of it, and then comes 14's Express as they come to the cross fence now. Gay Chance on the outside of Phil the Fluter, then comes Cumbie, Tracy Special and Kenny Danny. Phil the Fluter from Gay Chance there, Cumbie in third, Tracy Special still making ground. Then comes Kenny Danny. Behind Kenny Danny is Barra Hill Lad, and then Everett, then Drum Largan, and 14's Express making ground. Racing now into the home straight with 4 left to jump now, coming to a plain one. Phil the Fluter over on the far side, Kenny Danny, the sheepskin nose band in the center, Barra Hill Lad trying to sneak up on the far rail, Gay Chance well there. Tracy Special, then comes Everett just in behind him, and as they jump this one, Gay Chance on the near side. Gay Chance with the margin advantage now from Tracy Special, and over on the far side, Phil the Fluter, and still trying to come there, Barra Hill Lad. This is the final ditch. Gay Chance and Kenny Danny jump it together. Over on the far side, Barra Hill Lad still making significant progress. It's Kenny Danny now on the near side as Gay Chance loses ground quickly. Kenny Danny on the near side, Barra Hill Lad on the far side. Barra Hill Lad lands in the lead. Barra Hill Lad in the lead now from Kenny Danny, Gay Chance, as they race now towards the final fence in the Hennessy, and it's the top weight, Barra Hill Lad and John Frankham from Kenny Danny. This is the final fence now. Barra Hill Lad clear. He jumps it clear and jumps it well. Kenny Danny jumps it second and Gay Chance jumps it third. Racing into the closing stages, and it's Barra Hill Lad putting up a tremendous performance here to become the 5th successive favourite to win the Hennessy Gold Cup as he strides up towards the line. Barra Hill Lad is the winner. Second is Kenny Danny. It's going to be close for third, with Gay Chance just holding on to third place ahead of 14's Express, who was 4th, and then came Lucky Vane and Cumbie in a photo for 5th, and behind them came Everett, and then behind him Phil the Fluter, the long-time leader, and then Tracy Special. And so a great performance by the Gold Cup winner, Barra Hill Lad, the first to compete in the Hennessy, the first Gold Cup winner to compete in the Hennessy since 1971, when the winner of the Gold Cup on that occasion, Lescargo, finished 6th. But Barra Hill Lad has won the 1984 Hennessy and the 28th running at 100 to 30. An amazing sequence for the favourites. The result: first, number 1, Borough Hill Lad, owned by Mr. Stan Riley, trained by Mrs. Jenny Pittman and ridden by John Frankham. Second, number 5, Canny Danny, owned by Mr. Petrie Norton, trained by Jimmy Fitzgerald and ridden by Peter Scudamore. Third, number 4, Gay Chance, owned by Mrs. M. Curtis, trained by Mrs. Mercy Rymel and ridden by Sam Moorshead. Fourth was number 10, Fortina's Express. And they're running. Very closely grouped up front with Acarine, just the first to show, from Oyster Pond and Bow Ranger and Classified and Carved Opal, and Bishop's Bow and Cathy's Lad and Broken Speech and W again, and the Tsarevich the back marker as they race towards the second. Oyster Pond in the lead from Bow Ranger and Acarine, and all safely over the second. Oyster Pond, whose rider is putting up 2-pound overweight, Graham McCourt, that's the only overweight in the race. And they all jump the third safely with W again now the back marker, and Oyster Pond the leader from Bow Ranger and Acarine and Carved Opal in fourth. Then comes Cathy's Lad and Broken Speech and Tsarevich making ground on the outside. Classified. Bishop's Bow and W again. Oyster Pond going a pretty good clip from Bow Ranger in second and Acarine third. Then Cathy's Lad has gone 4 and Carved Opal 5. Coming to the next. The fourth, Oyster Pond, jumps it in the lead. And another plain one. Oyster Pond, Bow Ranger, Acarine, Carved Opal, the Tsarevich. Over on the far rail, Cathy's Lad being followed by Classified. As they come down to the fence, that'll be the second last on the next circuit, with Oyster Pond clear. Over the sixth, Oyster Pond clear of Bow Ranger, Carved Opal and Acarine and the Tsarevich. Then Broken Speech and Cathy's Lad with Between Horses Bishop's Bow, and over the next, Oyster Pond clear over the seventh from Bow Ranger, Carved Opal and Acarine and the Tsarevich and Cathy's Lad and Broken Speech and Bishop's Bow and Classified, and finally W again. And still going a very good gallop in this third running of the Kennedy Construction Gold Cup, which was established in 1963 and first run as the Massey Ferguson. Running down to the 8th, and the bottom weight has faded quite swiftly into third, or second rather, as Bow Ranger takes it up on the outside, ridden by young John Hurst, with John Frankham on his outside on Carved Opal, Oyster Pond on the inner as they jump the water for the only time. Bow Ranger, Oyster Pond and Carved Opal and Acarine. Just in behind them, the Tsarevich. And this is the first of the two ditches. Bow Ranger landed in the lead from on the inside. And on the inside, Oyster Pond, on the outside, Carved Opal, and Acarine between horses. As they come to the 11th, Bow Ranger lands in the lead. From Oyster Pond, Acarine, and then Carved Opal towards the outside. Then Tsarevich and Classified and Cathy's Lad. And Bishop's Bow making ground, then Broken Speech, the final ditch. Bow Ranger landed clear in the lead. From in second place, Oyster Pond, Carved Opal towards the outside. Classified making good ground on the inner. Acarine still there, so is Bishop's Bow, and then the Tsarevich, that's 5 out, and then Cathy's Lad. Broken Speech has got a lot to do, and W again is virtually out of it as they run downhill now. And it's Bow Ranger well clear of Carved Opal, who's moved into second. As they come to the fence at the top of the hill, 4 from home. Bow Ranger landed in the lead. Carved Opal was second. Then comes Bishop's Bow. Then on the inside, Oyster Pond. Carved Opal under pressure from John Frankham, and Bow Ranger clear, 3 out. Bow Ranger from Carved Opal. Bow Ranger lands in the lead. Carved Opal a faller. Carved Opal a faller at that one, and it's Bow Ranger clear now of Bishop's Bow in second. Oyster Pond is fading, and Classified has moved into third, and Cathy's Lad's improving also. Round the home turn with 2 flights left to jump now, 2 fences left to jump in the Kennedy Construction Gold Cup, and it's Bow Ranger being pressed all the time by Classified, and on the far side Bishop's Bow, on the near side Cathy's Lad. Bow Ranger from Cathy's Lad and Classified racing to the final fence now, and it's still Bow Ranger and young John Hurst in the lead now, with Classified the challenger on the far side. Cathy's Lad is close. Bow Ranger jumps it well. It's Bow Ranger on the near side, Classified on the far side. Cathy's Lad is third, but Bow Ranger striding away as they race up towards the line. Classified still trying to put in a challenge, but Bow Ranger holding him all the line, and as they come to the line, Bow Ranger wins it from Classified. Second and third is Cathy's Lad, 4 Acarine fast finishing, and behind them was Bishop's Bow and Zarovich, and then the long-time leader Oyster Pond, and finally Broken Speech. And so the result of the Kennedy Construction Gold Cup, and as I call it to you, I'm looking down the course to see if John Frankham is on his feet after that fall with Carved Opal. First, number 11, Bow Ranger, owned by White Brothers Limited of Taunton, trained by John Thorne and ridden by John Hurst, the 8-to-1 winner. Second was number 3, Classified, owned by Mr. G.A. Rogers, trained by Nicky Henderson, ridden by Steve Smith-Eccles. And third was number 5, Cathy's Lad, owned by Mr. J.E. Clayton, trained by Alan Jarvis and ridden by Richard Lindley. Officially, it's a photograph for 4th place. I think we'll find Acarine has got up to be 4th, and certainly John Frank has got up to be Rover bound, Land Rover bound, back to the stands after that fall on the favourite Carved Opal, which we can review as well as the closing stages with Julian Wilson.
Yes, the third last fence was what it was all about, because Bow Ranger was in the lead, made just about his only mistake of the race, but got away with it. But of course, Carved Opal, who was in second place and still going well, didn't. Look for the white face of Bow Ranger as he comes to the fence, jumps away to the right, screws badly, but his rider picks him up. His nose is on the ground there, and it's a brilliant recovery. But whether John Frankham and Carved Opal went into his heels, or whether he was just put off by the horse making the mistake in front of him, Carved Opal is down, paid the penalty. That was the end of his chance. That left the race wide open, because there's Bishop Bow in the inside with a good chance, Classified on the heels of the leaders, and John Hurst, who took it up soon after halfway, goes for his whip now and looked anxious. And Bishop's Bow going on the inside looked to have every chance of winning. And Steve Smith-Eccles and the third horse there, Classified, he hadn't asked for a maximum effort. But coming round here, Bow Ranger, the bottom weight, his rider, who's ridden 5 winners this season, they've all been on this horse, has him back on the bridle again, and he comes into this one running away again and jumps it brilliantly. Cathy's Lad moved into second place there and had a terrific chance. He made up a great deal of ground at the top of the hill, and here he had every chance. And here Classified comes back into the race again. But at the last, Bow Ranger again meets it absolutely spot on. For a moment, Steve Smith-Eccles on the far side on Classified looked as though he had a chance, but look at the way that Bow Ranger's bounded away up the hill. He's really stuck his toe up, put his head down and galloped away for a famous success, the biggest success in the career of his young rider John Hurst, who was so confident beforehand. Second was Classified, and third Cathy's Lad.
And officially 4th, following the photograph, was number 7, Acarine. And so this unbeaten partnership this season returned to the winner's circle after the 3rd running of the Kennedy Construction Gold Cup. 4 times previously they've been united, Bow Ranger and John Hurst, and 4 times they've won. So this, the nap hand, and as Julian said, this horse constitutes every winning success of his young rider this season. John Thorne on the left there, and the winning distance is 4 lengths, with 4 lengths separating second and third. What a great triumph. He invariably has made mistakes in lesser company, this horse, the son of Beau Chapeau out of San Martin, but he certainly didn't do a lot wrong today. He couldn't afford to in this company, and he's a very, very worthy winner of the 19th running of this celebrated handicap. The full starting price is as follows.
First number 11, Bow Ranger, 8-1.
Ooh, it's a killer machine. It's got
just heard that Brown's Gazette has gone back to 6-4 from 11-8. See You Then 2-1, Radnova at 3s, and Desert Orchid has drifted out to 12-1, open up at 8s, 33s bar.
And the only one we haven't seen is number 8, the mare, Stan's Pride. She was second to Radnova in the Schweppes Gold Trophy last year and was fourth to Brown's Gazette in the Beulah last time out. Beaten a long way by Brown's Gazette that day, but of course it was a pretty hot race. Gay Brief, don't forget, was second. He has turned out to have had a bad blood count since. Nevertheless, it was no disgrace for Stan's Pride to be beaten, but it would be amazing if she can return the form, overturn the form with Brown's Gazette today. There's Stan's Pride then, they're under orders, so over to you, Graham.
And these 7 runners have won £183,000 in winning prize money. You've heard the theory about the front runners and those that finish. Let's watch the practice. Desert Orchid leads. From Radnova up on the outside to the first. A short run, Desert Orchid over safely. And they all jumped the first safely. See You Then fiddled it slightly. Desert Orchid from Rushmore and Radnova, the 3 front runners. Then Janus, who was 4th in the race last year. Then Stan's Pride, who was 5th. The favourite is on the right of the picture in the yellow jacket, Brown's Gazette. This is the second flight of hurdles. And they all jumped it well. Again, See You Then a little bit slowly towards the rear, last. So they come up to pass us with the circuit of the course in front of them, and the Desert Orchid leads from Rushmore and Radnova. A gap then of 3 to 4 lengths to Brown's Gazette in 4th, Janus 5th, Stan's Pride 6th, and See You Then 7th and last still as they head away towards the 3rd, and Desert Orchid leads from Rushmore and Radnova. So Desert Orchid, used to cutting out the running, and done so successfully 6 times in his career, from Rushmore and Radnova, and then Janus and See You Then, Brown's Gazette on the outside and Stan's Pride just towards the rear as well. This is the 3rd. Desert Orchid from Rushmore and Radnova, that's from left to right. Desert Orchid, Rushmore, Radnova. Brown's Gazette on the outside of Stan's Pride and Janus, and then See You Then. This is the 4th. Good jump by the leader. So they begin to swing right-handed and make their way towards the back straight and head towards the halfway stage. So Desert Orchid by 4 lengths now to Rushmore, then Radnova in 3rd, Brown's Gazette 4, and Janus, See You Then on the inside of Stan's Pride, who's just last. So they're coming down towards the 5th. Desert Orchid by 5 lengths now. Colin Brown just turning on the tap. Rushmore is in 2nd, Radnova is 3rd. Don't forget, these are normally front runners and they can't stay with the pace at the moment. Janus then, and then comes Brown's Gazette, and See You Then getting closer on the inside of Brown's Gazette, and John Frankham and Dermot Brown looking across at each other there towards the rear. Come down towards the 6th. They've got 3 more flights of hurdles to jump. Desert Orchid by 6 lengths. The camera angle foreshortens the distance by which he is in front. It's Desert Orchid by 6 lengths to Janus, who's made quite good ground on the inside of Radnova, and then Rushmore, and then behind these comes Brown's Gazette. This is the 3rd last, which they come into. Good jump there by Desert Orchid. Stan's Pride is the back marker. Rushmore made a mistake and is dropping back. See You Then just outpaced there. You can see Colin Brown steadily applying the pressure, and Dermot Brown on Brown's Gazette goes into 4th place. So it's Desert Orchid as they begin the swing into the home straight in this Ladbroke Christmas hurdle, yet to be headed. Janus is 2nd, Brown's Gazette 3rd, Radnova 4, then See You Then 5, a gap back to Stan's Pride and Rushmore, who are beginning to struggle. They begin the sweep for home, and Dermot Brown looks over to see where John Frankham is, and John Frankham's coming up on the inside of the chasing group as Dermot goes into 2nd place behind Desert Orchid, so they're in line for home. They've got 2 to jump. It's Desert Orchid the grey, Brown's Gazette in yellow, then Janus in 3rd, See You Then 4, Radnova 5, 2 out. Good jump by Desert Orchid. Brown's Gazette getting ever closer and going quite sweetly at the 3rd and 4th. John Frankham asks See You Then for extra effort. There's not a lot left in the locker. They've got just 1 more flight of hurdles to jump, but it's Brown's Gazette from Desert Orchid. Brown's Gazette cruising as he comes down towards the last. Brown's Gazette from Desert Orchid. See You Then back in 3rd. Come to the final flight, and he jumps it safely. It's Brown's Gazette from Desert Orchid, and then See You Then and Janus. The rest are struggling. This is a true championship performance by Brown's Gazette. Coming home 8-10 lengths clear, coming up toward the line. Brown's Gazette is the winner. Brown's Gazette, Dermot Brown punches the air in victory. He's won the Ladbroke Christmas hurdle. Desert Orchid is 2nd, See You Then is 3rd, Janus is 4th, Radnova is 5th, then came Rushmore in 6th, and Sands Pride completed for 7th place, and so the result of this, the Ladbroke Christmas Hurdle, it's a win for number 1 Brown's Gazette, owned by Mr. John Poynton, trained at Harewood by Monica Dickinson and ridden by Dermot Brown. Only the 4th winner of the season for him. Second was number 2, Desert Orchid, ridden by Colin Brown, who did such a good job in pacemaking. And third was number 7, See You Then, who didn't jump at all tidily early on, but was just outpointed there. And you can see Dermot Brown talking with John Frankham and John Frankham talking with Dermot Brown. First and third in this race, in which the 4th horse home was Janus, a position he occupied last.
You've seen him down the years. Arkle there, can we compare Borough Hill Lad to him?
Well, in my own opinion, no. That's all there is to it. I don't think we'll ever see another Arkle. But there's no doubt he's a very good horse. But Arkle was he was a world apart, in my opinion. I don't know, but I mean, never have you seen horses do that sort of thing. And until this horse proves that he can do it. All right, he'd probably win this race today. I don't think Wayward Lad is quite the horse he was. Maybe I'm wrong, but they're not making it a walkover. They're talking about Coombs Ditch coming into it. You know, I mean, if Arkle was in this race, you'd say it was a hectantiful.
Runners, but they've won over £342,000 in prize money and 50 races in all. And Borough Hill Lad leads to the first. Wayward Lad is second and Coombs Ditch is third. The next one they take is the first of 4 open ditches, and it's Borough Hill Lad from Wayward Lad and Coombs Ditch. And Wayward Lad much closer comes to it. The bold jump by him. See the shadow of Coombs Ditch, so that one was over safely in third place. They swing right-handed. Borough Hill Lad, Wayward Lad and Coombs Ditch. So cat and mouse, tactics, tension. Borough Hill Lad, the leader, Wayward Lad in second place and Coombs Ditch in third. So they've got 4 fences to jump when they level up into the far straight. The first one is a plain fence. That's the one that's just homing into the picture now. A plain fence then, and as they come down to it, it's Borough Hill Lad from Wayward Lad and Coombs Ditch. This is the third. 2 jumped it together. Coombs Ditch jumped with plenty of daylight between himself and the fence. This is a fence. This is a ditch, I should say. A ditch. Borough Hill Lad as they come to it. Borough Hill Lad from Wayward Lad. And Coombs Ditch jumping a bit better now. Going down towards the 5th. Borough Hill Lad, Wayward Lad. Matching strides as they go into this. And Wayward Lad the better jump. Wayward Lad, Borough Hill Lad, as they go to the 6th, 2, 1, up. And again, the better jump by Wayward Lad. Borough Hill Lad on the inner. Coombs Ditch back in third. And John Oakesy at this stage, things going according to plan, would you say?
These are the new tactics, there's no doubt about that. Wayward Lad isn't tracking Borough Hill Lad, he's taking him on, and on at least 2 occasions, at least 2 fences, he has outjumped him. And of course, if he can do that, it's just conceivable that he might tempt Borough Hill Lad into error. This big horse used to make the odd mistake. Coming to the first fence in the straight now, they both jumped it perfectly well, with Wayward Lad just about half a length in front. That's not a particularly satisfactory situation for John Frankham, because if you're half a length in front, your horse quite often, you see, Borough Hill Lad didn't jump that well. Wayward Lad got a length there. This is undoubtedly going according to Robert Earnshaw's plan at the moment. Wayward Lad going beautifully as they come to what will be the next time round. They both pinged that. Coombs Ditch was jumping a little bit big to begin with, but now he's warmed up and is going with them. So as they go past the crowded and thrilled stands, back to you, Graham.
Borough Hill Lad on the inside of Wayward Lad. Coombs Ditch going well, close up in third. So they head away into the country to the water jump. This is the 10th. Borough Hill Lad, Wayward Lad, Coombs Ditch. Borough Hill Lad on the inside. Wayward Lad on the outer, Coombs Ditch in third, another plain fence. This is the 11th. Wayward Lad on the right. And Borough Hill Lad the better jump there. Come down towards the second last ditch, the 12th. Barrow Hill Lad, Wayward Lad, Coombs Ditch. Barrow Hill Lad from Wayward Lad. Beautiful jump from Barrow Hill Lad, absolutely magnificent. Wayward Lad is in second place, just gets a slap down his shoulder there. Coombs Ditch is in third, not done with, 7 to jump. And John Oaksey, John Frankham having none of this being out-jumped, is he?
No, he really went for a long one there and got it. A marvellous sight, and what a race this is now. Wayward Lad did just get a tap down the shoulder. He's not by any means on a tight rein, and Coombs Ditch isn't by any means out of it either. They're coming now towards the fence which ended Arkle's career in this race long ago, but let's hope that neither of them makes that kind of mistake. No, they don't. They jump it beautifully, and Coombs Ditch isn't at all far behind them. Robert Earnshaw still sitting fairly motionless on Wayward Lad. He hasn't really asked him, and I think John will start asking Barrow Hill Lad now. They both ping it together, and it's still not a foregone conclusion. What a marvellous race.
Wayward Lad gets a reminder, gets another reminder. Got to be kept up to his work. There's 5 to jump. It's Barrow Hill Lad, Wayward Lad and Coombs Ditch. They go into the fence together. Marvellous sight that. Wayward Lad on the outside of Barrow Hill Lad and Coombs Ditch back in third. They go to the last on the far side, the 4th from home. And it's Wayward Lad and Barrow Hill Lad and Coombs Ditch creeping ever closer. Coombs Ditch within a length, and Wayward Lad, Robert Earnshaw trying to ask that one to quicken. He's not finding a lot, and Barrow Hill Lad, John Frankham's got the inside of him. But look at Colin Brown on Coombs Ditch just in behind these. What a race. They've got 3 more fences to jump. And it looks as if Wayward Lad is in distress and beginning to beat a retreat. Barrow Hill Lad going on from Coombs Ditch. Can Wayward Lad now, back in third place, find any reserves? It doesn't look as if he can. But it's Coombs Ditch, the challenger to Barrow Hill Lad. And Wayward Lad is out on his feet. They've got 3 more to jump. And it's Barrow Hill Lad from Coombs Ditch. Barrow Hill Lad on the inside. Coombs Ditch switched to the inside there. They've got 2 to jump. This is where John Frankham's going to have to ask Barrow Hill Lad to quicken. If it were a handicap, Coombs Ditch would be getting a stone and a half. But it's Barrow Hill Lad. Barrow Hill Lad from Coombs Ditch. Wayward Lad back in third place, beaten and in distress. They've got 1 more fence to jump. And it's Barrow Hill Lad on the right, Coombs Ditch on the left. And there's not that much to choose between the 2 of them as they come down towards the last. Barrow Hill Lad and Coombs Ditch. Barrow Hill Lad and Coombs Ditch. How do they meet it? They meet it together. Barrow Hill Lad on the near side, Coombs Ditch on the far side. Both jockeys going for absolutely everything. Barrow Hill Lad and Coombs Ditch, nothing to choose between the 2. Barrow Hill Lad sticking his neck out, but so too is Coombs Ditch. They're locked in combat up the line. Barrow Hill Lad and Coombs Ditch have gone past the post absolutely together. And the only sad sight of this King George VI chase is Wayward Lad, who was trailed in last and in afraid looked in some distress, but was beaten some way out. And so the outcome of this King George VI steeplechase, the outcome is a photo between number 1, Barrow Hill Lad, owned by Mr. Stan Riley, trained it up at Lambourne by Mrs. Jenny Pipman and ridden by John Frankham, if he's prevailed. John Frankham's 67th winner of the season, but it's mighty, mighty close, because Coombs Ditch, the only other horse there in the picture, number 2, owned by Mr. R.J. Torrey, trained at Whitby by David Ellsworth and ridden by Colin Brown, has given Barrow Hill Lad the fright of his life. Let's review the closing stages. Here's John.
And what we're seeing here is a magnificent feat of training by David Ellsworth, because even if Coombs Ditch hasn't quite got there, this is his first steeplechase, and coming to the second last, his first steeplechase for 20 months, and coming to the second last, he's really getting John Frankham worried on Barrow Hill Lad. The champion is under full pressure now. He really needs a good jump coming to the last, and in fact, if anything, Coombs Ditch jumps it just a little bit better. Colin Brown on Coombs Ditch over on the far side, coming to the last now. Let's slow it down a bit and see how they jump it. Coombs Ditch, perfect. Barrow Hill Lad possibly just a little bit close. Coombs Ditch not all that fast into his stride. And now John Frankham pulls the whip through into his left hand and exerts the full power of the finish, which has won him more races than any other jockey in jumping history. I think it wins him this one, but what a marvellous race the blinkered Coombs Ditch has run. He keeps sticking out his head all the way to the line. Colin Brown asking for everything and getting it, but I don't think it's quite enough. As the post comes up now, it looks as though Barrow Hill Lad...
And third, number 3, Wayward Lad at 5 to 2, 3 round.
And here comes a proud and happy man, Mr. Stan Riley, in the brown leather coat, with the beard, with his normal beard. And what a thrilling 2 years Jenny Pitman and Borough Hill Lad have given him. How amazing that 10 stone 9 the horse carried when he won the Welsh Grand National just over a year ago. And now here he is at the top of the tree, not only earning his owner a lot of money, but giving him a tremendous lot of excitement, including the excitement of getting the trophy from Queen Elizabeth herself. She's now welcoming Jenny, the trainer, Jenny Pitman, in a rather fetching red hat. And she always says she's very nervous before the races, and I must say that one must have made her nervous almost all the way through. But it came out right in the end. Stan Riley on the right with the trophy. Queen Elizabeth in beautiful blue, which she likes so much and so often wears, talking to one of the 3 remarkable ladies who are now almost dominating British jumping: Mrs. Pitman, Mrs. Rymel and Mrs. Dickinson.
Yeah, it was. We went a really good gallop. After we jumped the first, we went a good gallop. Robert, I think his plan was to take me on all the way and try and make me make mistakes jumping, which he did for a couple of fences, and then I was making him make a few mistakes. And they finished very tired. He was a very brave horse. He'd be better off going round Cheltenham left-handed. It was a bit sharp for him this way round.
It looks as if there's a sort of shootout between you and Wayward Lad. I mean, in fact, he knocked himself out at the end. He was trying to always put you down.
Yeah, you know, Jenny said, oh, we didn't go much of a gallop. Well, that wasn't one of the best chasers in England. Couldn't lay up with me. She complained because I came too soon in there and didn't make enough use of him today.
Oh, well, you've been given...
I think I'll let her ride him at Cheltenham in March. She probably...
Well, if Jenny Pitman didn't like the way you rode him, apparently Colin Brown's been given a larruping by David Ellsworth for coming too soon. So let's look at the closing stages, John, and see...
There's a poem about jockeys in the stands.
Well, here is John Frankham in front of Colin Brown.
Whereas that must have been the second last,
was the second last.
Yeah.
And you're...
you know, he's very tired now, this horse. And I haven't met the last properly at all. I've just had to slow down. He's gone a little bit left-handed.
We've got Jenny Pitman coming in as well. So Jenny coming to the last now, and it's very tight.
Very tight. I was a little bit worried here. Fortunately, we got a good jump out of it, and thanks to Johnny's riding, he got up there. This race and this track wouldn't suit him. This track's such an easy track, and really we could have done with something to help us out a bit early on and make it a bit stronger run race. But Johnny has got him back up there. He's a gutsy horse to have won like he has done today. Everything against him.
And Jenny, David Ellsworth says that he should have won. He came too soon, that Colin Brown came too soon on Coombs Ditch. You, of course, know Coombs Ditch from along the way.
I think that's a bit hard on Colin, quite honestly. I think Colin rode the horse beautifully. I think it's unfortunate. You get beat a short head, you can't complain. I'm glad that I've won mine, but, you know, it's tough at the top. Isn't it?
She's still shaking, the poor old thing, I'll tell you what.
Well, people were comparing him with Arkle. That was quite perhaps an Arkle performance.
No, Bruff, but then, you know, my horse is a big horse, and round here wouldn't suit him ideally. It'll be a different cup of tea, you know, we go back to Cheltenham, uphill and down Dale, and it'll be a whole different ball game there. He's going to get a month off now anyway. I promised him a month off.
And Jenny, John was saying you felt afterwards you hadn't made quite enough use of the horse. You think John will keep the ride somehow or other?
I wasn't going to say that actually, but I did think that they went very steady early on, but the horse can mislead you, and they can mislead you. When I've watched him working around the bottom, I've watched him with my other horses, and I've thought, Christ, they ain't going fast enough. I told him to go a good gallop today, and he's so misleading that the others are going like hell behind him, and he's got such a big, long stride. But quite honestly, from when they jumped off, I was saying, go on, John, and I wouldn't, you know, they are.
You wouldn't want to be trying to catch him in the field, okay? Thank you both very, very
Lester
much.
Piggott, at 48, remained the finest big race jockey in the world. Tinozo gave him a 7th win in the King George.
It's Tinozo, they're in the lead. Tinozo, the leader from Sadler's Wells and Ptolemy on time charter. Lester Piggott is going to win it again. Tinozo wins the King George, 6th and Ringling Willis Diamond Stakes.
And then in the St. Leger, Comanche Run gave Piggott an all-time record 28th classic success.
incomparable kicker. And after a desperate fall a month earlier, it was a win that meant more to him than anyone knew.
Lester, it certainly meant a lot to you, but did it mean more to you than your first ever Classic victory?
Well, that was the beginning, and that day on Never Say Die was marvellous.
1954, the Derby.
That's right.
Do you remember coming in here to talk about it those years ago? We're going to remind you. Just have a look up here.
And now here's Never Say Die coming into it too, and the race is there. Blue Sails dropping back a bit. Never Say Die chased by Ferrier, and here's Arabian Night coming with a very fast finish. Last furlong, it's 100 yards, and Never Say Die skating it, with Ferrier moving up fast. Arabian Night third, and at the post it is Never Say Die from Arabian Night.
I was always about fifth to sixth during the race. I took the lead about a furlong in the straight, and I drew away, and I won very easily.
Well, you've lost a little weight in the... Yes. You lost a little weight since then?
A little bit.
A little, have you, in actual fact?
Well, I've kept a bit slimmer, you know, but I don't think I've changed that much.
I don't think you have either. We don't want to get rid of you from racing, but the question inevitably is, how long more are you going to keep riding?
Well, I'm going to ride next season anyway, you know.
Definitely one more season?
Yes.
And what's the plan after that?
Well, I've got to stop sometime, you know, and I'll train after that.
You'll train after that? I bet you're looking forward to a hearty breakfast, aren't you? Lester, you've been a star as long as this program's been going, and we have a special award for you tonight. And to present it, another great man of the turf, Sir Gordon Richards.
It's Christmas time. There's no need to be afraid. At Christmas time